Alright, what's up, fam? How we doing? Rocking and rolling. NCAA March Madness a-going. Got a great day yesterday on the first day of the March Madness. What a great day it was. Love, love, love some March Madness. Love, love, love the tournament. The upsets, who's going to make it, who's going to survive. Codex New High of Day does have an uptrend channel here. We'll start it from right here. Go on up. There's your trend line on CODX. We'll put the uptrend channel resistance line starting about right there-ish and go up from there. We have pretty much a lot of plays from yesterday to look at. And then Codex. We got DRMA drama, but that is always a slow mover and ugly. We have SMCZ. That's another one that's up this morning. Is SMCZ. So that's another new mover, but that really is about it for new moving plays. There's not a lot of new movers out there. Let's get the morning alerts going here. All right. Come on. Okay. All right, a little slower this morning as usual. It's pretty much copy and paste of what we've had all week long. Got a couple of new runners, mostly looking at yesterday's runners, especially at the bottom board. I have SER, ACXP, BIAF for continuation today, SWMR as well. And then we have Codex. That's your new play that's running for the small cap sector. I don't really see anything else other than CODX. We have a couple of plays that are out of the small cap sector. We have VCX, new IPO play yesterday that went bananas. And today probably going to be that way again all over the place. And SMCZ is up this morning. I'll give levels, though, on SMCZ. VCX is just, hey, hang on to your hat and have some fun. Other than that, it's really about it. It's going to be a slower day. Again, copy and paste of what we've seen all last week, pretty much all of March. This is going to continue, in my opinion, through the last week of March, which is the next couple of weeks here, right, as we head into April. I just see us staying this way, definitely today. All right, let's go to your new number one top gainer on the day. That's SMCZ. So SMCZ up. No news that I see on this, from $38, $37 from yesterday up to $57 today. Now on the way down for VCX, SMCZ. Old resistance has become a new support right around 54. Under 54, watch for a crackdown to 53, and under that we go to 52.30. Under 52.30, the better support play is going to be down at 51.70. Under 51.70, I like a bounce at 50.80. On the way up today, resistance coming in right now at 55.50. If we break over that, we go to pre-market high, which is 57 area. Over 57, watch for a pop-up today to around $58.30, and over $58.30, really strong resistance at $59.20. Over $59.20, watch for a pop-up to 60, and over 60 to 62 for SMCZ. Now, if it gets over 62, this play can really start to run. I would say probably watch for a move to 70, and then over 70 even, we'll have more room to run. Your number two top gainer on the day is CODX CODX. Rolling the uptrend channel now. Really just has a beautiful uptrend channel. Hopefully you all have the trend line in. My trend line is right at 380. Crack of that, watch for move down to 367. Under that, then I have support at 345. Under 345, we go down to around 325 CODX. Now on the way up, strong resistance coming in at around 395. Of course, we do have that upper shadow at 410, so we can see that's going to be some strong resistance as we move up. This play did pop up. Was this on a Monday the 10th? This is one of the last plays, and it really ran really hard there into after hours on actually in pre-market on the 11th of March. So it had a good run on Tuesday, the 10th of March, and then just completely collapsed right back on down. Let me go back to a 15 minute time frame. Go back far enough to where I can actually see this day when we ran here recently and what it looks like. So yeah, really strong resistance at 4 actually. 4 and into that 410 mark. That comes from actually the 12th when we popped back on up. Now let's go back to when we ran, which was some really ugly low volume on the 10th of March, and we've got resistance at 430. Over 430, watch for a pop up to, over 430, there's really nothing in my opinion on this play. Could see a pop up to the $6 area. Now I'm going to go to the daily here. That was the hourly. Yeah, that really is it. If we get over 430, 440 mark, this has some room to run. Watch for move up to, in my opinion, to 5 and over 5. This could see maybe 6s today if we do get a multi-day runner out, or a multi-hour runner out of this. Over 5, then we have room to 550, and over that, then to that 630 mark that I really feel like we get to if we get rocking and rolling today. That would be where we take off to. Now, again, if it's a normal, regular old just day we've had here recently, it's most likely going to find a high at the opening bell or within 30, 40 minutes of it. And it's going to find a low of day, and it's going to chop and channel around in it. CODZ and CODX. All right, let's go to previous runners here. Not like anything else that's up today. BIAF, this is a multi-day runner here. Of course, we've been looking at it for pretty much all week now. Did make new highs in the run. We were waiting for that pop over Tuesday's high, which was right around 3 into that 320 mark, which it did pop into yesterday in after hours and failed and came back down nicely. Now, that's going to be the support right around 325 area. It's going to try to hold. That's going to be the key. If this actually does go today, or again, do we create a high and low and just chop and channel around? 375 is strong resistance up top. Going back to the daily here and trying to find some more over 375. We do have lines in up top over this. We've seen BIAF run before. Over 375, which we do have strong past hard history resistance there at 375. Then we start running into territory where we don't have a lot of charting going on there. I would first watch for move to 420 and over that to 465. Over 465, we run really close to 5. Over 5, we have a line in at 520. Over 520, we go to 565. Over 565, we go to right around 6 to 620. And over that, then we head up to right around 7 to 690. Does it do that today? I very highly doubt it. On the way down, like I said, 625 is going to be support. If we crack under 625, watch for move back, 325. Then watch for a move back down to around 3-ish area, 305 to 3. Under that, we head down to somewhere right around, go back to a little bit larger time Under that, watch for a move down to 285, and under 285 back down to 265. SER, nice, good flat top, looking like it wants to pop. Also could drop. This, doesn't have a lot of volume. The one thing it does have behind it, which would be nice, is yesterday's high of day. Again, seeing this pop over 280 would be the key for this today. So over 280, where do we go? Well, same levels as yesterday. So go back and listen to Sir's levels for yesterday. It's exactly going to be the same levels that I have for today. So going back to yesterday, SER, where's Sir? There we go. There's yesterday, SER. There it is. Yeah, so I have Sir levels from yesterday. Go back and listen to that. So over 280, where do we run to next? Well, we've got all those levels out there from yesterday. 315, 350, over that to then 370, over 370, around 420 to 430. Now, the main thing's support down below. Support down below is going to be key strong at 225. I just don't see us hitting 225, 230, but if we do, look for a bounce play. Right now, support's at 260. Under 260, I don't see anything that pretty, in my opinion. Until around that 220, 225 mark. Now, it may bounce at 240. So essentially 20-cent intervals. 260, 240, 220. ACXP also resting somewhere where it could squeeze over yesterday's high of day. Which one of these tickers actually does it? That's going to be the key today and the question upon who's going to take the mob. CODX has the mob now, but who takes it after CODX leaves? 710 resistance to 715 area up top. Over that, we have 750 yesterday's high of day. If we get over 750 and yesterday's high of day for ACXP, which also had no news, don't forget about that. Watch for a move to 8. Over 8, we run to around 850 to 875. And I doubt we see any higher than that today. Now, if we do, really not a lot of charting out there over 875 until a pop up to possibly close to 10. 975 area, close to 10. 875, very strong resistance, though, for ACXP. Support down below. We've got some really nice support at 650, and then my bounce play area from 625 was yesterday. Let's go over to the crazy plays now. SWMR, crazy play here. We could have some fun with it today. I would say back over 5130 is going to be the key, but then you have to worry about 5250. Yesterday provided for some levels that did pop up that we weren't wanting. Over 5250, watch for a pop to 5450 to 55. Now, over that is where we get a good move for sure to 58. Over 58, that's where you most likely, like we did yesterday, go over 60 to about 61. Over 61, then we have that 64 to 65 resistance up top. Now, do we say channeled and chopped into that? Well, we know, again, over that, we're going to run every $5 intervals to 75, and over 75, we can run in 10s. Well, the best bounce play down below is 45. Was yesterday at 45. We talked about it. You nailed it right at the opening bell. Never saw it again. Under 45, if we do have a sell-off today, back at 40. And under 40, back down around the 30 to 50 mark would be best. And I will do whoopsies, already did SMCZ. All right, other ones to keep your eyes on. That VCX play, DRMA drama could pop up. Maybe here at the top of the hour, nope, don't see really anything. MNDR is another one. It could possibly move today. We're just in a slower time period. Your best bet, in my opinion, is going to be CODX to start the day, and then sit back and wait to see if BIF gets the mob. Is it going to be SIR that pops? Is it going to be ACXP that pops? BIF has the best volume so far this morning in the pre-market for those previous runners. I will say that. And what to trade at the bell. Only thing I would like to trade at the bell would be SIR breakout of 280. It looks like it wants to squeeze over 280 for that pop up to 3+, and then that 280 area would be the bounce play. Other than that, CODX is cracking its trend line right now. I knew this uptrend channel would not last into the opening bell most likely. It is cracking back. But small caps at the bell, I'm sitting back and waiting. The only one that looks good for a trade at the bell would be CODX and that pop over 280 or the bounce play back off of it. At the bell. At the bell, not the belp. The belp? What's the belp? There we go. What's up, though? Daza, Travis, T. Brown, Reese, Paula. Okay, SMCZ is SMC. I got you. Had no idea. Never look at that stuff, Paula. Do not care, honestly. You know me. I trade charts. I don't trade tickers. I don't trade anything else. I don't trade news. Don't trade any of that. I never forget you because you're one of the most infamous ones I remember. This was when I was, shorting everything every day, all day, every day because everything was cracking back in pre-market. And I'll never forget you said, but it's got news with NVDA. And I said, I don't give a fuck that it has news with NVDA. It's going to crack. And it sure enough, it went right back on down. So you know me. I trade the chart, trade the trends, what the trend is, what the chart is. I never know what these tickers are. What's up, Smoke Tuna? What is up, team? Yeah, it's a slow day. It's ugly. It's slow out. Not a big fan of what we have today at all. It's ugly. It's absolutely ugly. It's just ugly sauce. Nothing staircasing other than CODX, and this is a really ugly staircase, because it's just an uptrend channel, so the trend line crack's the best trade right here. So nothing really good this morning at all, honestly. A lot of trash. If you're taking out leftovers, so to speak, if you're having to trade leftovers, not good. You don't want to be trading leftovers. Like, I don't, no offense, if I like leftovers, like food, but I'd much rather have a fresh new meal. And that's how I feel. I mean, I'm not a big fan of leftovers. I mean, again, with food, I do eat them and I like it. But again, you ask me, Josh, you want leftovers? You want me to cook you a hot, fresh meal? Yeah, a hot, fresh meal for sure. I'll eat leftovers at lunch, whenever I feel like I can't waste this food. I want a new meal every day. New meals, baby. All we're looking at is previous runners, for the most part. All right, let's get the large cap so I can get these levels out for them. SPY, Apple, AMD, App, Google, Meta, Microsoft, MSTR, PLTR, NVDA, QQQ, Tesla. Ooh, SPY's almost back down to my 650. Man, I mean, it just ugly yesterday. Very ugly yesterday. Got a really weird squeeze out at the end of the day, but otherwise yesterday was finally a little slow, baby, choppy day. Makes me wonder, do we have back-to-back ugly or choppy days? It could happen. We've seen them before. And especially at this low area where traders are kind of like hands up, don't know what we're going to do, so they don't want to trade or day trade it. Go back in time here. This 653 mark is super crazy support. You're going to go back into November. You're going to go back into September. You're going to go back into September. Okay, in October, though, too. October. So September, October, November, we bounced off a 652.50 to 653 area multiple times. Multiple. And that's going to be my normal low of day. What is that pre-market low? 53.20. 53.20 is pre-market low. That's my normal low of day. Ultimate low of day if we crack under 53.20. Watch for a move down today, fully down to 650 on the dot. Ultimate low of day there. Now on the way back on up, for the SPY. It's been real choppy on the way back on up today. We're forming a little bit of a flat top resistance into yesterday's main support. A little bit above it, but you get what we're trying to look at here. You also see really early on in pre-market at 3 a.m. Eastern, we have a real quick dip and nasty lower shadow, truly where we're reversing, but where we're failing at right now. Again, 56.80 area. Over 656.80, watch for a pop up to 657.35. Over that, we go to 658, or 658. So over 656.80, 656.90, we're almost at 657. Watch for a pop to 658.40. Then over that, we go to 659. Over 659, watch for a move to pre-market high in 659.75. 659.80. That's your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day, watch for a pop up to 660.85. Ultimately going back up to yesterday's high, just over 662 to around 663. The levels down and the levels up. This could stay choppy, though, and not even reach my normal high of day, which is pre-market high. Artle with the squeeze. So there's Artle out of nowhere. I'll take a look at Artle in just a minute. Over to Apple coming back on down. Again, when do we find the bottom on these plays? I've been talking about this for weeks that we'd finally see a pullback, and especially with the war going on, with that panic Sunday, a couple of Sundays ago. This is talked about on the TTB stream, actually even yesterday. Last year we saw this March at the beginning of April. There was a catalyst, and it was just the tariffs. This year we have the war. Same trend, right? So we should see a bounce, I would imagine, into April, moving back on up. Really choppy chart here on the way back on down today. Under 247, I'm going to say this heads right back down into the downtrend line that we were in. We keep kind of bouncing off of it. It's like flip-flopping back and forth between it. So watch for a move down today, somewhere right around 245.50. 245.50 area for your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day under 45.50. Let's go back in time here and actually find a level. Under 45.50, watch for a move down to right around 244.50 for your ultimate low of day. I see, in my opinion, another kind of gross day like yesterday for Apple. On the way up over 248.20, watch for a pop to 248.75 to 249. Over 249, watch for a move up to 249.60 to pre-market high at 249.80. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day tips back not much higher than that to 250.20. And I'll go one more level up. 250.50, maybe to 250.80 after hours high on Wednesday, your normal high of day, or ultimate high of day. AMD, same boat as it's been in. I had a great day yesterday on the move down, then swept right back on up. The key today is going to be back over 206. I'd be careful to the bottom side on this, but back over 206, I like this to move to 206.50. And then over that, that's where this could really take off. Honestly, I do have a line in at 207. It hasn't respected it or touched it lately. So we'll just say, hey, maybe AMD becomes a little bit slower day. And we've had some bigger days. But it's overall generally staying in a channel from 207 down into the 190.80s area. And it hasn't really broken out of it. It's just sideways consolidation. So over 206 to 206.50, then to 207. Now over 207, watch for a pop to 208.25. And over that, we run to 209 to 209.20, the high from a couple of Wednesdays ago. I'm going to say normal high of day as we get shoved down at 206. Ultimate high of day, we run to that 209 mark. Again, on the way down, I would just be careful with the shorts. App, really, again, choppier play. Had the good move down. The move was on Wednesday through Thursday pre-market, now at the opening bell, right? So we had that crackback under 445, 446 area I've been talking about for a while. I'd say for a while, it was in a consolidation for just about a week. From 445 to 470. Crack 445 went down to around 415 yesterday. There was your crack. Now it's going to consolidate most likely between 445 and that 415 area. On the way down today, back under 430. Watch for a move down to around 426 and under 426. Man, this is where I say, do we get tight today? Because after that big movement yesterday, we stayed tight and we didn't have a lot of movement from app. So I'm going to say 426 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes down to yesterday's low of 416, 415. On the way up, watch this back over 435.20 for the move up to 440 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes back up to 442.50 to 443. Ultimately, if we get a big move to that support from last week, which is right around 446. Google still, just like yesterday. Same thing for Google yesterday. Go listen to Google's morning voice alert. Same as today. All right, over to Meta. Meta cracking its way back on down. Just hasn't given us that one. Like yesterday did give us the crack that I was looking for back under 610. It was just a real slow and steady chop on the way down. But if you got back under 610, if you look at it, it just wasn't the most pretty play. It was when it cracked down actually and came back up and retested it about an hour and a half after the opening bell. That was the good short because it retested it pretty much on the dot, flushed right afterward and came down to new lows and continued to crack back on down. So sometimes it's not the initial crack, it's waiting for it to crack and get the reversal when it comes back up to it. On the way down today, major support at yesterday's low and pre-market low, right around 601.50. 60150 normal low of day, ultimate low of day under 60150. Watch for a crack back on down to 5. Man, this has got a lot of support because we bounced off this area in January right around that 600 mark. So that'll be my normal low of day. Very strong resistance right around 600, maybe a little bit above it. Ultimate low of day, if we go below 600, watch for move down to 595. On the way back on up, for Meta, forming resistance now at 606. If we pop over that, watch for move up to somewhere right around 6. I'd say it goes first to pre-market high, and we'll mention that at 608. I think it goes through that to 609 to 609.50 after hours high, but also the low from last Friday, a week ago today. Normal high of day there, last Friday's low. Ultimate low of day, watch for a squeeze back up to yesterday's opening high at 613. I don't think we'll get higher than that, but if we do, it's going to go to 615. Microsoft still continuing to dump down here. I like this under pre-market low. We've got that panic low at 385.75 from a couple of Sundays into Monday. So go back to that panic sell-off around the first into second. Well, that wasn't the panic sell-off. I think that was the next Sunday. But this was another big sell-off for Microsoft down to 385.75. That's your normal low of day, 85.75, a little bit lower than where we're at right now. If we do get below 85.75, watch for move down to 384, and then under that we go down to 383. And if we get under 383, watch for move down to 381.70. On the way up today, strong resistance. We're forming it. Yesterday's low of day is today's resistance in pre-market, right around 87.50. If we get over that, I would say over 87.50. Watch for a squeeze and a nice one. It's just where's it going to get to at first. I would say at first 388 area, but if we get over 388, I don't see how we don't go gangbusters all the way up to 390. That'll be my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes back up to 391. Leave that alone. Yowzers, not even Wow. All right, so MSTR, NVDA, and PLTR just same as yesterday. Same exact thing for yesterday, especially MSTR. Well, we'll just say this. MSTR, NVDA, PLTR, ugly. PLTR for sure same as alerts from yesterday. We got to get over 157 for the long, back under 148, 49 or whatever for the short. PLTR, it's stuck. It's going to be choppy and gross in a channel. And again, we talked about this yesterday and on length. Put your lines in and trade them. Wait for bounce plays back down low. Wait for double bottoms. It happened yesterday on PLTR. We came out of the opening bell, yanked down to 150 almost on the dot. What do you think we did 45 minutes later? We came right back down to 150 after we hit new high of day in market. Hello. Wait for levels to come in and trade those levels, okay? Same for NVDA, same for MSCR. They're trapped, choppy, sideways, consolidation channel plays that you have to wait for the levels to use them. Qs, honestly, pretty ugly too as well. Bouncing off yesterday's low. Pretty much on the dot this morning in pre-market, which will be your normal low of day of 587. So 587 normal low of day, a level in front of that. I'd say watch for a bounce at 588.50 to 588.75 area. If we crack under yesterday's low and pre-market low, watch for a move down to last Sunday before last. That move down, that panic sell-off to 83.75 for your ultimate low of day. On the way back on up, resistance at 91.50. If we move over that, watch for move up to right around 92 to 92.10. Over that, we move up to 92.70. And over 92.70, we head up to over 92.70, we head up to 94 to 94.20. Normal high of day at 594 to 594.20. Ultimate high of day goes to 595. Ultimately tipping off of yesterday's high of day to 595.86. Tesla, big sell-off, continues to come back on down like a lot of these plays did this morning in pre-market and seeing a huge move back on up. On the way up today, we'll just go up and away to where I know I see next resistance area, and it comes in strong in about a multi-dollar stretch from, we'll call it 384-ish area up to 385. We'll call it 384.50. So 383 375 to 384.50. Strong resistance. That's my normal high of day, pre-market high, and you see that reversal pretty much all day yesterday at 84.50 mark, 84 to 84.50. Ultimate high of day over 84.50. Watch for a pop up to 86. Over 386, we run up to 388.25. I'm going to go there for your ultimate high of day. If we get over that, we're going to 390. On the way down, watch for a move back under 380. 380 support leads to 378, which then leads down to 376. Normal low of day there, pre-market low. Ultimate low of day under 386. Boy, we haven't been here. 376. We haven't been under 376 in a long time. That'll be my normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, I'm not going to say we can't crack back down to 360, but I'm just going to go 371 to 370 for your ultimate low of day for Tesla. If we do crack under pre-market lows, watch for some movement. We haven't been under 376 in a long time, and there's no charting there if you go back and look at it. What to trade at the bell for large caps? You see the big movement across the board here. I mean, I can go through any of these large cap tickers. Big sell-off, big move back on up. Now, some of them are a little bit tighter than others with that movement. Like PLTR is not bad. So out of the gate, PLTR could see a better spike or crack, being that we haven't moved that much in pre-market. Google and Meta, NVDA, not too bad, not a lot of movement, but then most of these other plays have had some pretty significant movement in pre-market. I don't like anything really, truly that great at the bell. I think the only one I like at the bell would be Apple for more move down, because it's probably the closest to it, and it hasn't been under that area for a while. Otherwise, most of these plays have popped back on up. So if you want to crack and move into areas you haven't been in for a while, like Microsoft is one. Microsoft is one. So those are the only plays I would look for at the bell, in my opinion. Plays that look like they could crack back and go down because they haven't been in that area for a while and they're really close to that level. Like I love Tesla, but Tesla's getting a huge move up. That's why I'd rather look at Microsoft for the crack at the bell. That's why I'd look at plays like maybe Apple for the crack at the bell. It's closer to the crack zone. You don't want it to pop up. When it pops up and then cracks back on down, it becomes about a 50-50, and those shorts aren't nearly as successful. Well, Artle did nothing in the end anyway. ACXP. That's why I wasn't really too worried about Artle. It didn't really do a lot. It's like, I'm up now. I'm right back on down. How you doing? I'm doing all right. How about you, sir? We'll go to Artle, the Fartle here. All right. Did have Artle pop up out of nowhere, so we do have ARTL. Again, previous runners, that's all we're looking at today. We have a couple of new runners, but for the most part, it's just looking at former runners. What is Artle trying to do? Well, right now, came up, popped up, had a quick liquidation sweep back down to around 825. My upper VWAP band is already, my upper VWAP team is already in the 930 and the lowers at 7. This play is caving in, especially in the 15-minute time frame. My upper VWAP band is at 905 with my lower at 825, and it just bounced off the 825 lower VWAP band. And if you go back into Wednesday, what was the high of day? Right around 825, 830 area. So that's going to be strong support, 825 to 830. Under that, watch for a crack down to 785, and under 785, we go down to around the 750 mark. On the way up, I just called this play out. Where is it going to fail at? The upper VWAP band on the 15-minute time frame is right around 905. If it gets over that, watch for move to 940, over 940 to 10. Artle doesn't like to continue to move. Look what it did again on Wednesday. Artle, as it pops up and then it sits sideways and consolidates. It's one of the movers, like we've talked about, that pops up, creates a high, creates a low, and bounces around all day. Has reversals up top, has bounces down low. That is exactly what Artle is doing right now and will do today. Look at that upper VWAP band. Woo, look at that, right at that upper VWAP. I might have to start looking at the upper and lower VWAP band in the 15-minute time frame, these higher time frames. You look at BIAF bouncing off of it. It's a 5-minute, I know. But yes, this is just consolidating channel-wise out to the right. In my opinion, we'll wait for a play and see if we find one. Today, right now, don't see anything I'm in love with at all. I don't like, again, trading former runners. It just isn't what I like. What's up, No Smoke Tuna? What's up, James, Paula? You said COD X, we can't look at it. It's not tradable on TOS or on TTP. I got it. Restart your platform. Restart your platform. Because I'm seeing it available. I'm seeing COD X available. I think it just became available. I think it just became available to trade. Yep, I just put a limit order in to get filled. Not that I want to keep it, but you can trade COD X now. Just restart your platform. Restart your platform. What's up, Louis? Joe, how we doing? Yeah. Well, if I trade today, I'll be trading the Eval, yeah. Yep. That's all I've been trading. Had orders in yesterday to get filled. I think overall, it's up like 550 or something like that. Haven't had a ton of trades. And a lot of times, too, I'm not getting filled. Like the other day, I only got filled 250 shares. I was trying to get filled 750, and you had 3 orders in, right? And I only got filled 250 of 750. I was like, even yesterday, I tried to get filled, and it slipped right through my order and didn't get filled. And it only would have been 500 shares. And so it's just one of those things where I need to probably start going a little bit bigger, start trusting my areas, because my areas have been money. I mean, I go back to yesterday and look at anything that I alerted for a bounce play. It not only bounced, but went crazy afterward. I'm like, gee, golly, if I just start trusting these bounce plays and going bigger, I guess just I have to start upping the ante, because I really have been killing it on the bounce plays, and whatever I don't trade, I still kill. Or if I don't get in and don't get filled, it still is badass, you know? And so I'm like, I just need to start going bigger like I used to. It's just getting back in the rhythm of going big, essentially, is the key. Get a little scary at first. SNDK thoughts. Let's go over to SNDK. All right, SNDK. I'll just give you levels real quick, Bothy. On the way up and down today. So resistance I have at 770.50. Over that, I'd have a line in at 766 or 776.25, and over that, right, essentially at 780. 780 would be my normal high of day in case we get shoved at after hours high. Ultimate high of day over 780. Of course, you're running to all-time highs, and you just run in intervals upon what could be next. Well, and it's funny because I actually wanted to go, and I think someone took SNDK. SNDK was another one I wanted to go long on, and right now I'd be up 100 freaking points or close to it from Monday. Anyway, so over 780, I'd watch for a move up to, you know, this thing likes to move big. So over 780, because there are days it does not move big and it gets shoved down at pre-market high, and we'll go back to Tuesday, right? And so then we don't have really big days. If it gets over 780, there's no way this doesn't hit 800, I would say, for the day, Bothy. It might even get over 800. So 780 normal high of day, 800 minimum ultimate high of day. It could see higher. On the way down today, I would have levels in at major support 760. Under that, yesterday's high of day to begin with and bounce play pre-market low 753 to 754. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day would carry us down to 748. Under that, then down to 741.50 for your ultimate low of day. And there you go. Those would be my levels on SNDK. MNDR is starting to U-shape back on around. What's up, Lone Wolf? How we doing, Joe? That would be me, Josh Long. No offense, but that's why I was bitching. And I know Michael was like, delete that on TTP, but I'm like, man, these are just facts. No offense, but we should be doing a draft when there is a draft to be had, like, anyway. And then I was like, hold on. When Money Mitch started going and he started picking, I wanted to stop him. Whoa. This isn't how a draft works. No. You don't get to pick 5 players at once. I'm pretty sure no. The first pick of the NFL draft don't get 5 picks. The lottery winner of the NBA, he don't get 5 first picks. I was like, what the fuck is this? What is this? All right, so ACXP hangover play starting to come back on down a little bit. ACXP starting to hit that 625 area. I want to sit back and wait to see who takes the mob today. We are getting that squeeze from Sir. I would want Sir to go up to that 325 mark, 330 mark. And if it does and holds, well, let's go over and move BIAF out of the way because Sir's starting to get a little bit of that movement up. I'll go into a 1-minute time frame just to see this continuation. But I want to see this move to 330, 325. And then we're going to go for a bounce play off of this 275 mark. We will put BIAF right here, right now. And sorry, Joe, for the Ohio State Buckeyes. I did have my TCU Froghorns. Gig 'em, baby. Got them yesterday. Froghorns, I had them in the bracket over Ohio State. I should have put that out there for more of you guys to join. I should have been promoting that earlier, and that was my bad. I should have, on because we did one here on my live stream. We did a, March bracket challenge that I, was pushing for TTP to do. It's all good in the hood, though. We'll get him next year, Joe. It's all good, Joe. Hey, they didn't have it. TCU's been pretty good. TCU's played. I mean, of course, I know Ohio State, but I just always look at who you played and how'd you play them. That's usually how I determine my bracket. Who'd you play and how'd you play them? I went through yesterday, and I mean, we'll see how today rolls, but so here's yesterday. Here's my bracket from yesterday. So here we go. And so I have us going all the way. I'm like, for once, I'm going to pick us to go all the way. But I got, look at the check marks, baby. I got Texas. I picked Texas. I actually picked High Point over Wisconsin. The only one I'm wrong so far, I had 11 over 6. I was close, though, damn it. Oh, I was so close. Little too late from South Florida. They made a comeback, but it was a little too late when they started finally playing good yesterday. Otherwise, I'm sitting pretty with check marks all across the board. So check mark. I had Texas A&M over St. Mary's. I had VCU over North Carolina, baby. Joshy over here sitting pretty, I'm telling you right now. So if you go back to the challenge itself, here we go. We literally just got this up and rolling yesterday. Or was it Wednesday after? It was Wednesday afternoon. Ah, yeah, your boy AK out in the lead. Yeah. So we'll see how today goes. Duke almost lost, and that's why I have Duke losing to St. John's. I just think they ain't got it this year. I know they got studs. I just think they're overhyped. I think they're overvalued. They have some injuries as well. I think they go down. I think they go down to St. John's, and here's my Final Four. It's a little different. I got a 3 of 5, a 1 and a 4. I got us versus St. John's in the final. Let's go, baby. Let's go. So good first day for myself. Good first day. All right, so we have M&DR trying to pop up the new high of day, and oh my, the hangover play that is ACX play. ACX. I wonder if Kevin Avery got the trade today because wow, what a nice good pullback out of the bell, $6.50 down to around $6 now. Not anything great, but did get a good rug pull there at the bell. Watching SWMR as well. What is VCX doing over here? Nothing too crazy to start the day. All right, let me get some water. Oh, look at CODX down, BIF down. SIR didn't go up far enough and hold. Let me get some ice in my water. I have water, but like when it sits there all night and it's gotten a little let me get some fresh water. Again, it's like leftover. I don't want leftovers. I want a fresh glass of water. I'll be right back. Hold on one sec. I'll be right back. Let me get some Tuna Loonies on. I wish I could play music that wasn't copyrighted. It's crazy. You go back 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 23 to 24. I could play music with lyrics in it still, but I couldn't play copyrighted stuff a lot of the time. They let me play like Beastie Boys, Rolling Stones, whatever it might be. That's all the shit that's on my list. All kinds of just random stuff. They let me play it until finally that one of those groups or bands that were like really anyway. And all of a sudden you're playing copyrighted music. Your stream is now down. To resume your stream, please stop playing music that's copyrighted, whatever. So I was like, all right, I'm just gonna stop playing copyrighted music. So eventually went to stuff like this kind of like mixed music that had lyrics in it. Are you with me? That kind of like eating. Then I start playing that. Oh no, put it down. Or at the end of the day, I'd get, hey, your live stream can't be watched because it's got this copyright music in it, so now it's banned in these countries or banned across the globe. Or hey, copyright infringement, you get a flag. So now, unfortunately, that's why I play shit like this that has no lyrics at all and just straight. So sorry. Because go back to 2020, 21, 22, you could play fucking Rolling Stone, whatever, all day long. I'd say once every couple of weeks, they'd finally say, hey, you're playing copyrighted music. Take that down. We'll put your stream back up. I'm like, gotta stop playing copyrighted music today, guys. Oh, whoa. Artle Fartle coming back down to the 810 mark real quick. 9. Okay. Guys, what did I tell you? Highs and lows. Artle, please hold up. Stop doing this yerky jerky burkiness. What I want this play to slow down like it did. Let it slow down like it did the other day. So let's go back in time here. See how we went up and then we slowed down and then we waited all day for a bounce play at 610. And I told you guys 6 to 610 for a bounce play. And look where this play went back up to. money sauce. That's what I'm waiting for today. There's nothing pretty out there at all, right? For the most part. This play right here is going to be the one I feel like right now. Ardle's going to be our main baby. Let me get some fresh ice water. I'll be right back. Then create it, because I don't do AI. I'll never do AI, ever. I will never do AI. I don't want any electronic vehicle. I don't want an EV. I have a brain. I want to use my brain. So if you want to use it, you go do it. clipping it. It's good stuff, though. We can make some good music, I'm sure. All right, so we have Swimmer moving up. Yeah, PL made a good little move, planning out of nowhere. Not seeing anything I like right, at least as of right now. Ardle, new high of day. So Ardle's the best mover as of now. So we're going to put Ardle up top. We'll put Codex here. I will have a dual stream Friday with old Caesar here in just a little bit. Riggs, trades futures, knows a lot about taxes, and I know that's going to be key for you guys entering tax season, or maybe you guys have already done your taxes. But what you can be looking for is maybe some help for next year, possibly, if you've already done it this year, or for upcoming years if you need help, especially when it comes to stock trading. Going back in time here for ARTL, you can see we have not been in this area for quite a while. ARTL is not going to have a lot of resistance, in my opinion, until probably somewhere right around the $10.75 to $11 mark. This play is moving really nicely right now. Has $10 resistance, and over that, watch for move up to right around $10.75 into $10.80. That's where your resistance areas will come in. Is hitting new high of day right now, if I'm not mistaken, or close to it. Looks like it wants to squeeze and go for more. Best bounce play is back off that 820 mark. I don't know that we'll see it. Right now, your other bounce play is going to be right around the 890-ish mark or so. We'll see how long this holds up and see if we get the pullback. But again, most pullbacks today, if you get a good bounce, have been further than $1. And that's what I always do. How far is your pullback from high and low in the run so you get a good bounce? So if you want to go even from here to the bounce play, so it's 945 to 840, but you only had a 1 minute bounce. That's not what I want. I want a multi-minute bounce. So I have to come all the way down here to around 830. So 830, right? You get about, okay, so it's about $1.20 is where your reversals would come in at. So 980, that would lead that down to around 860-ish or so, and somewhere in this 850 mark. That's why I just wait, let it, do its thing and chill out. 815, 820 area would be the key. As of now, CODX is dead out to the right. Maybe a pop back into this $394 area for a short. That's what you'd be looking for if you're looking to trade it. Same thing for SER, back into $4. BIAF, back into 370 to 375. It seems like today, as I talked about, is going to come true, other than maybe Ardo. Maybe gets a pop for us. I doubt it. Most likely, like I've said, these plays are going to find a high, they're going to find a low, and you're going to channel within them. Trade your edge. My edge is trading the bottom. I don't like trading the top up here. Is it going to go for another leg up? I really don't know that. I know that if we bounce here, or at least attempt to, I still have some charting to work with below me. You don't have anything above you here, so you have to be dead on right. Right now, the short at 975 starting to pay out a little bit more here. If you wanted the reversal up top, there's more movement down to start taking a little bit of profit. Why? Well, you move into this flag up and you see a lot of what? A lot of wicks, a lot of shadows. That means traders are getting scared. They're popping up and selling. They're popping up and every time. What are they doing? They're taking their profit. So when you see that, the big traders go, okay, I'm done with that. And that's usually what leads to the sell-off. Anyone that's in big and they see that we're not breaking through because they're holding fit. They're not these little day traders, the newer traders, the retail traders that are in out, 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 in out. There's a lot of people doing that. And when they see that, they know we're not squeezing for the next leg up. And so when you see this big pullback, there's a lot of people taking their profits that were probably already long from down here. Am I missing anything? That's the question. Right now, I see nothing that I'm missing at all. Go back over to that VCX trade. Not doing much. It's actually coming down. We do have Swimmer starting to move up here. So SWMR up off of right now about a $5 spike from opening bell onward. So about 15 minutes into the market. Not like it's been crazy overall for Swimmer or anything out there, but we are getting a little bit of a pop. St. Louis was my other wrong. Okay, gotcha. right, here she comes back on down. I like it. I'm going to start putting orders in, team, around 8.15 down to around 8.05. 8.15, I mean 8.17, you can go a little bit higher, whatever you want. All right, we're rocking and rolling. We're rocking and rolling here. We're rocking and rolling. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Woo! Here she comes on down. That short at 980 really working out right there. 980 resistance coming in strong into that $10 mark. Everything else pretty slow and dead for the day. M&DR coming on down. Not looking at that. I know you guys, at least it's not on the chart over here. Swimmer moved right on up to about 55 from the 50 open. So it's got about a $5 move on the dot so far for the day. I'm going to sit back and see if we see anything out of it that's worth trading. Right now, your two trades for the day are essentially a short at the opening bell down from some of these tickers like CODX, BIAF, Surf. You got short. That was it. Or waiting for the short on Ardle up top. Those are going to be your main plays right there for the day. I'm waiting for bounce plays back down. Haven't really seen anything bullish besides the downtrend break. You can see the downtrend right through here. Broke out of that at the opening bell. That's your only long of the day so far across the board for small caps. Oh, that sucks there. That sucks. That sucks. That sucks, Bothie. Yeah. Damn. That one was money. Money, money, money. Boy, I need to get the hair trim. My hair is getting long. I just feel it back here. I've not had hair this long, and I can't tell you how long. So this is some very long hair for myself. Oh, Joe's still listening. Joe, I meant for you to put the link out there today to see where we stood in the where we stood in the challenge. I was gonna see where I was at in the challenge. See where the final day was. Like I said, I never even look at. I haven't looked at it all week. I just day trade. I don't think I have that anymore from yesterday. I'll see if I have it. I don't know what to look like. I don't know what the. Hold on. Come on. Lay down, Margot. Lay down. Lay it on down. All right, we're getting the bounce play there. Nice, good bounce. There's the 860 mark, as I called. There's your retracement. There's your dollar. There's your retracement, as I alerted right there, team. 960 ends up being the bounce play. We talked about it earlier. We go from the high and low. We find $1.20 from a reversal. Then the bounce play ends up being around 830 up to 9, so 70-cent bounce play. So you're getting 860. Here's your 70-cent bounce play. So this was absolutely money sauce right here at the 860 mark for ARTL. Beautiful bounce at 860. Again, this is what I always talk about with you guys in finding the retracement levels. This was nice in the end. This was really, really nice. Watch to see if we hold up. If we do in this 935.40 mark for just a little bit, we can come back down because it's exactly what Arnold did on the right here. Over and over and over. Bounce up, right? Oh, so this is going to be that same retracement that we saw on Friday or on Wednesday. Same thing. So wait for this to hold up for a little bit, come back down. If I'm not mistaken, Aussie Chicken Chat took this bounce play as well on Wednesday. So we're going to wait to see if this doesn't do and repeat itself all over again. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. BIAF. That one in the what was the ACXP were good at the bell. Just kind of dumped right back on over. Haven't done much since then. It just much was a move down. SWMZ was, of course, a good mover in after hours in the pre-market. I didn't mention it in the morning alerts, but I really, truly did mean to, which was this play. Usually, I always say this play is usually a slower play. I know it's moved a lot here in after hours in the pre-market, but usually, typically, it'll start to show its normal face, and in-market won't move as much as you think it is going to because of what you saw in pre-market and after hours of yesterday. I want this play to hold up. I don't want it to come down now. I want this play to hold up a little bit longer, and then we'll go for the bounce play here. I'll move my orders up. And then we'll keep them down low here for the 805 bounce, like for all day long. Like the all-day bounce play that we've been doing all week. All the last few weeks we've been doing that. I'll have Caesar on probably in about 45 minutes or so. So Caesar will be on about 45, 50 minutes from right now. Margo, you're going to bed if you don't lay down. You're going to go to bed if you don't lay down. This is, again, why I'm done with you guys in here when I trade. I need to concentrate, not have you guys coming up. I don't care when they're in here. Like Rue over there sleeping her ass off. It bothers me none. But like I need attention. I need attention. I need attention. I need attention. I'm like, I can't deal with that. I'm like, nope. Not happening. Not on my watch. Hold up. Yeah, there we go. So I'm really liking 860 now. Again, doing that retracement level team. It's pretty easy to see there. You know, again, from high of day to low of day, or high of day to low on the bounce. So just kind of find the trends within the trade. This is what I'm typically always doing. Because let's just do it again. We go from 905 down to $8. That's $1.20 if I do math correctly. $1.20 are the bounce plays today. You know, that's going to be, you know, from high until, so right now, if we reverse from what here, we know the bounce play is going to be here. You know, for the better bounce. I do like this, though, still for a second test, just because what we saw on Wednesday. As long as this holds that WAP for a little bit longer, bounce play here, and just like Wednesday, the move is going to be back up into the VWAP. Instead of 660, it's 860. Instead of 7 to 710 resistance, it's going to be 9 to 910. Aussie Chick probably remembers this like it's yesterday, honestly. And what sucks about this is that for the most part, there's nothing else. There's nothing moving. You have truly nothing else really doing too much today. I mean, that's the one thing. It's great, I think, for newer traders, to be honest. But for traders like myself that love a lot of action, that love some movement, that really, you know, it sucks. Like, I love September. I love December and January. I loved, you know, November, December, January, September-ish. September was most of September. This is like, oh, come on. Getting slow. Really slow. And it's just like I said, it's going to stay this way, team. Honestly, through next week, I don't see it getting any different. Let's see seeing W and W. Oh yeah, where's that at now? Oh yeah. Hey, I am not surprised, honestly. Not surprised. I'd love to know who the people are trading it, you know? Although there have been times in the past, and I took one successful trade with them, where Tim Sykes was trading these, you know, five. I remember getting into a play with Tim Sykes. No lie, team. This motherfucker traded a play from like 2 cents to 3 cents. And he went in like crazy amount of shares. And he was truly looking for like, you know, you go back and look at it. And I don't even know what those plays are. Does anyone I guess I could go to the scanners on FinViz and just, I don't know, find plays that are 10 cents or less. Because they'll move sometimes like, there's no real volume, but Arlo has a nice bounce from 50%. But there's like, you know, plays that'll move from like, it's like 0.213, 0.214, 0.2, like, so it's no 0.02, so 0.023, 0.024, 0.025, right? And then there's like maybe numbers behind that. It depends on how slow and little they move. It's crazy. And I took one of those plays before. I'll never forget it. And however big I went in, and then I mean I won. I did win, but I mean you got my point. Tim Sykes is trading those. So is he really though? Yeah, who's trading this? I don't know. I would love to know who trades these sub $1 plays, and especially after W and W. I mean, you think this thing would just go flat after what it's done? It looks like it's flat, but you know, yesterday I guess was a little more. But look at the you know, the volume here. So lots of people still wanting to trade this. Pulled back on up here. There it is. There it is. Boom, 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 boom. Perfect. Okay, sweet. Man, Ardo, did anyone get filled? I had orders in it. Now, God, I didn't get filled. Had an order in at 864, 860, and 857. Did not get filled on Ardo. Did not get filled. 64, 60, and 57 is where I had orders in at. So I based it off this lower shadow and went higher. I did 60 and then did 64. It hit 64 on the dot, I think. Didn't get filled. I had 500, 500, 500 for 1,500 shares. Son of a biscuit. Did anyone get filled? We called it though. It's good. I mean, this is having to be so much on bounce plays recently. Guys, quit being so jealous and greedy. Just because you didn't get the first one, let it come down. We could have get more cents there. We could have gotten more monies out of this. You bastard. God. And that's what happens. The days you have one long play. You have one long play. Traders come in and they market order in. They're market ordering in, and it whips quick, and then down. I'm like, no, fully move down like you did here. I would have been filled. Essentially, my goal is to get filled right around 861, 860 and a half would have been my average entry. 865. No, 860. Well, 8.605. So essentially in between 861 and 860. So 860. Boom. There you go. Already 40 cents. Just like that. Yeah, Paula, I'm going to go. Yeah, and I'm just going to go there, Paula, now. I still have orders there already. I just put more orders up in this area. And now I'm going to cancel them. Didn't get filled. That's a damn. Well, I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to cancel my orders. You know, I don't want there's first bounce, second bounce. You know me. I don't trade third bounce. So I'm going to come back down here to this area. I'm going to leave these orders in all day long. This is exactly, it's playing out a little quicker for the most part, but this is exactly what happened on Wednesday with Ardo. Life worked, yeah. Smoke tuna won't happen, my man. Unless I'm like 60, 70, 80, and there's just something I need help with finally then. It's just not me. It's not in my DNA. That's not who I am as a human. It's just not. It never will happen. Same like, you know, it's the same with the general manager. See all these window stickers I have over here? Those are all gas-powered vehicles. Gas-powered Jeep Wranglers. And 2 of the 3 are 392. You know what the miles per gallon is, the average? Let me tell you. We got 14 miles per gallon average. 14 miles per gallon average. On my latest 392, it says I'm going to average $13,250 in fuel costs over 5 years. That's if I drove it as much as they say that I'm going to drive it. That thing, that new 392 only has. God dang it! No. Oh, that pisses me off. Perfect bounce play. God. On the dot. Well, anyone that hopefully did get filled, again, you know where to take profit at. I told you 9 to 910. And then again, we have this 930 corridor that's tough resistance. And again, short it if you want to. It's just going to channel around. I'm telling you right now, these plays the day team, they're going to find a high, they're going to find a low, and they're going to trade within it. You bastard. Cancel. All right, cool. Yeah, he'll be in the you know, J-Web, that is not happening. You know how much trash I talk about Teslas. Can't stand those things. They're ugly. Mine's the white one. The white one. Yeah, this is the one that just changes colors over and over and over. I just wanted it because, like my mouse does it too as well. So, I like it. It's just because it does, My mouse is not changing colors right now because I'm holding it. Usually my mouse changes colors because when I don't touch it, my mouse, like right now... Okay, hold on. How long until it goes from the turquoise? Because the color, which is really cool, I'll just do it for you, is actually the speed of your mouse. So you can change the speed of your mouse right here, and that's slow, that's a little faster, that's a little faster, that's a little faster, that's getting faster, and that's fastest. I have it on the second anyway, so it'll switch in between those colors, which is essentially the same colors of my mic. So... Yep. T-Web, yep, down here. Like I said, this is just like Wednesday. This is rinse and repeat of Wednesday. It's happening a little bit quicker, but this is the same thing as Wednesday. Look at this chart. Up, down, bounce at lows, go to new highs, test the highs. Today we went to new highs, I will say that. But then we came down, saw that 50% retracement area, right? I talked about it too. We said, okay, if where the bounce play is going to come from, we know all this shit. And then boom, we got the first area which is crazy, 660. And we ran back up to 730. Saw another one at 660. Ran back up to 7. Okay. Now today, what are we doing? It's the same thing, just add $2, literally. It's like the exact same thing as Wednesday, just add $2. That's why we always say stocks is just like the same. They cycle. It's the trends. They rinse and repeat. They do the same thing over and 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 over. Yeah, smoked tuna. But anyway, point being, back to the Jeeps. GM of Dodd. Anyway, his name's Chris Zippy. Love him to death. Great friend of mine. We're gonna live on the same. About to be neighbors soon. When we build the house, he lives on that road. It wasn't for him, I wouldn't be anyway. So he's like, I can't wait for my year. But anyway, he always gives me a hard time when I come in. But he said that a couple of times. And I'm like, that ain't happening. I'm not going to have an EV. It just, nope, no way, no how. As much as I love gas-powered vehicles and the way they sound, oh, God, heck no. Just... And then the AI, maybe AI, but then AI, I could see AI for sure faster than EV. I'll never have an electric vehicle. No way, no how, unless it's just one of those things that is down the line and say 40 years from now is crazier than I think it's going to be. And, it's like, yep, if I'm just going to go out and about, I'm done doing my Porsches and all that if I'm going into town. I'll take those still on my back roads and take a cute little drive here and there. But if I need to get in and out of town and go get groceries, well, then by then shit's getting delivered all the time. There ain't no point for me to get out, and get an EV to drive me around. Point me in a car that drives itself, like fully automated. I just sit in it, front seat, and just chill, just eating, chilling, smoking some tuna. All right, wait for the bounce play. 810 area. 810 area for Artle. 810 area. Got Kogel alerting Anna. Anna's popping back on up. So we do have ANAA. So BIAF done. CODX done. I mean, both those plays done for the day. I don't know which one I want to get rid of. But we do have Anna on the retest here. So Anna here popping back on up. Had resistance and after hours there. Again in pre-market, $5 resistance. If you like shorting the top, I would average in probably around 490 into 505. 490 to 505. There we go, Bothy. Yeah. And my keyboard's white, but I don't like the black. I'd rather it be opposite with a white key. I don't know. It's just you have dogs, man. It just you get it dirty quick. You get it dirty quickly. You get it dirty quickly. Yeah, my tower's over here. And it's the like my fans have the multicolor. So everything's multicolor for me. Like that circles in and out, like, you know, all the different colors. This one circles in and out. So they all, I went with that theme, you know me, Mr. Bright. Tons of colors, tons of energy. The white's sexy though, yeah. Mine's white over here too with all the colors in it. But mine's white with colors. I like the white. White's good. Looks sexy. White is bright, baby. Nothing beats a great exhaust, a purge of nitrous, a whine of supercharger, and the blow of a turbo. Yes, and Joe, if you're listening, put the link out so I can do the March Madness link, or the Market Madness for TTP, so I can do like an end-of-day recap later on, and we can see where everybody's at, and then bring that up later tonight on the Friday Night Live, so we can make fun of Kevin and how he cheated. Just kidding. But no, I'll put that link in chat if you have it, Joe. I don't have it. Don't have it. Thank you, brother. My man, Mr. Links. I'll call you Mr. Links. Not that he's good on the links. Well, maybe you are a good golfer. I don't know. But he's the man with the links. That's right. Give him a link. You'll put it in, and you'll be the man. This hurts right here. You know, getting this because it's a 4 or 5 minute bounce play. Getting 60 cents almost. We'll call it minimum 50 cents or so because I would have been filled at 960. Or 960. 860. God, that hurts. That hurts. Oh, no, this one. My bad. This one hurts. This one hurts. Hey, 864. I mean, come down a little bit more. Come on. Anna's looking pretty good. So Anna's does have a pretty, good movement. And I don't see any reason for Anna to be moving. It reminds me of that play from yesterday, ACXP, that was running on No News. Oh, shit, you have to update it manually? Oh, well. Joe. Well, however long, whenever you want to do it, Joe. You do it when you have time today. How about that? When you see fit and you've got time to do it, you do it. I don't care when you do it, but just sometime today and say, hey, just updated it. Here you go, brother. But yeah, I mean, because the opening bell just rings so we can give it some time for movement. It takes me 30 seconds. Well, it's awesome, man. You do it when you want. No lie. I mean, if you want to do it now, do it now. You do it when you want. And then you can tag it to the Discord or whatever in the WhatsApp that we're on. You know me, no rush. I just want to show it off. And B, which tournament I'm the most interested in. It's Hogs played great yesterday. Didn't hit the threes, though. I think the Hogs could have played better. I think the Hogs could have played better yesterday if they would have been hitting their threes. They just weren't hitting their threes that well yesterday, unfortunately. They hit their threes. Woo, watch out. And then and I called for High Point to beat Wisconsin. But no offense, they haven't seen anything like Darius Acuff Jr. and the Razorbacks' athleticism. I mean, they just haven't. So if we play our normal ball game and we hit threes, we do have an overall easier team opponent because High Point doesn't play a lot of players, yada, yada, yada. We should beat them. We should beat High Point now. We have an easier path. I'm like, oh, we get to play High Point now? No, they beat Wisconsin. I'm like, oh, come on. You guys should be just salivating right now. Just like, oh, Hogs about to tear up the High Point, whatever they are, Giraffes. A few upsets yesterday with hey, that's what I had. I had them in my bracket. I have a couple more one more big one left. So I've got Cal Baptist over Kansas. I did like I said, y'all saw me do it live in front of you guys yesterday. So this wasn't like I went High Point over Wisconsin. I went Texas over BYU. I knew there would be a 12-5 upset. I just felt it coming. This one seemed the most prominent, and the main reason why we can't look at this anymore, but the info button yesterday, this had High Point won their conference and won like 30 games. And usually those teams you have to worry about. Those ones that had pretty much swept their conference, didn't lose all season except for way earlier in the year when they were playing like non-conference opponents that are maybe a little bit better and bigger than them. And early in the year, you're just not, those teams you have to worry about. Then I went all SEC no matter what. I was probably going to pick, because BYU has one player. He's up there with Darius Acuff, best player, and he's going to be up there with the dude from Duke. Those are the top three, and will be voted on Player of the Year, and those will be the top 3 spots, and probably the top 3 draft picks. The Boozer guy from Duke. I forgot the guy from BYU, but it's him or bust. You got one player. The rest of BYU sucks. So anyway, there was that, and the reason for me to pick that too. Of course, the other big upsets I was wrong right here, too. I forgot because I went all SEC. Georgia got their ass handed to them. But another good pick over here was VCU over North Carolina. That happened last night. That was a good upset pick for me. Out of the gate, A&M went all SEC regardless, and I thought St. Mary's couldn't hang with the SEC regardless, so that kind of plays into a factor of, and then again, there was one upset I went for, 6-11, that I didn't get, which was right here. There's my other kind of big one. But yeah, TC, that's not an upset. That's just 8-9's an 8-9. Yeah, that they're the same team. That's not really an upset. 10-7 kind of becomes an upset. So I'm worried about today because we have, I did pick 2-11 over 6s, so I probably should have stuck with one of them, not do 2, and picked Louisville but I was really close to getting both. And then we had another. So I had a lot of 11 over 6s. So I'm a little worried about Tennessee today with Miami, Ohio. That's been the trend this year, but now I feel a little comfortable because I did pick 3, that's a lot. I didn't realize how many I picked now in the end. And then usually I think it's like 2 out of, that's the most you get is about, you'll get 2, 2, 6, 11. So that's why I feel a little more comfortable about Tennessee now because we've had our 11 over 6 upsets. The only one I'd be worried about moving forward today would be, do we get any more of these kind of upsets to mess my bracket up? I think I'm going to be sitting pretty, though, by the end of the day. We'll see. We'll see. So far, so good on the upsets. I just missed on one, and barely. I mean, by the hair of my chinny chin chin did I miss on this one. And again, it was a little too late. You go to the recap here on this play, on this game. South Florida was down big. How do I go back to first half stats, second half? That's it. I can't look at the first half. What was I can't look at the first half score. The South Florida was down by 10-15. I think they were down by 20 points, if I'm not mistaken. I think they were down by 20 points at one point in time, if I'm not mistaken. Go to the game recap real quickly here. I don't know if that's even showing. Yeah, look at this. They were down 63-44. I think they were down more than that. Yeah, right here. They got down 22. They were down 66-44. South Florida was down 66-44. And then from there starts mounting this comeback and gets it all the way. Even right here, you can see here, they're still down to D anyway, but they just a little too late. Pinion here with this 3 at the end. Okay, that was just a miss anyway, regardless. But that guy that shot at this white boy that's nailing these threes, this number 5 guy that just nailed the 3. If you are seeing that on the stream, this is taking the last shot. He used to play for the Razorbacks. Not that I picked him for that, but oops, I didn't mean to close that down. Oh yeah, ready for it, baby. Ready for day two. I will be sending the link to Caesar here, and we're getting another small bounce. This is just like Wednesday. We're getting one small extra little guy right here. I love the 8-10 area still, so we'll go 8-10 for Artle. 8-10 for Artle. 8-10 for Artle. 8-10 for Artle. Hold on, guys. There you go. It's your sister. Margo, get up. Rue, get up. Rue, up. Rue, up. Lay down. Margo, get up. Margo, get up. Get over there. Margo, up. Margo, up. Up. Lay down. Right there. Good girl. Lay down right there. Good girl. All right. I'd help Mom with the 1,800 dogs that we have. All right, sweet. Anna's good. Anna's decent. It's a little choppier chart. I'm not a biggest. It's just not building a like zones to bounce and trade off of. Like this is a zone and a channel to trade off of. Other than that, you just have to use retracement levels too to see exactly where you can get a bounce play. And that's what I've always said. 385 up to 520. Just do the math. That's about $1.50 or so overall in movement. That's 75 cents from top, so we'll say 525 minus 75 takes you down to 450. So this 450 area to 460 area would be your bounce op for a true bounce on Anna. And pass yard history resistance here on ANA right here. Look at this right here, coming up into 545 area, potentially for ANA. Yep. So we have, that's going to be it, right around 545 resistance for Anna. That's going to be it somewhere in this area. We're already kind of reaching into it. Now, do we bounce off pre-market high in 5? Nice whole round number. That'll be the key to see if we hear. We already are trying to sweep right off of 5 and move up. You know, those traders that don't have patience, that can't wait around for a true bounce play. That's what you're seeing there. Bothy. Don't hear that too often, Bothy. Honestly, I don't, man. Especially being, in the South, anywhere in the South, that's crazy because, college is so huge in the South, from SEC, football and basketball, NCAA tournament. I like college sports overall more than I like pro sports. I mean, it's not even close. All I like is the NFL. NBA is complete trash. I mean, if you watch the NBA, March Madness is not even close. It'll get more views than the NBA gets, which is sad in March. But much more, I say it's sad because NBA sucks. NBA sucks. I hate the NBA. Leaderboard updated. Whoa, wow, getting spicy. All right, well, let's put the link out there, baby boy. Put the link out there. But if you're a fan of the NFL, I get like you just didn't get into college football, but college basketball, college basketball over NBA. It's not even close. It's not even close for me. Especially March Madness. Oh, this is so fun. Like this, having basketball from 11 to 11. Oh, man. Because I don't think there's really other college sports that people would get into, really. Maybe college baseball, possibly, right? But for a standpoint overall, basketball, though, is my point. Oh, my God. College basketball for NBA today. NBA sucks. NBA is just absolute trash anymore. Can't stand it. That quick liquidation sweep right back off. We'll go to a 1 minute time frame, team. Look at this. Real quick down, right off 5. Back on up she goes. That pre-market high of 5, that was it right there. Now, again, the better area below, just for a 50% retracement, it's going to be somewhere in this 450, 460 area. Still watching other small cap plays, and of course SWR if it does anything. SWR is just really in an uptrend channel right now, trying to actually for once look like a normal ticker and just kind of channel around and chop into a uptrend channel essentially. Oh, baseball. Man, you don't like college baseball? That's crazy. I like it now. I can't do pro baseball is just too long of a season. College baseball is where it's at. I still don't know why pro baseball is as long as it is. I really have no idea why you play 160 games. There's no reason for that. There's just no reason for 160 games. Like, if you can't figure out who the best team is in about 40, 30 games, like every other, you listen, you need 160 games to figure out who's got the best, what? Oh my God. That is just, and then playing in the dead heat of summer, college baseball's got it figured out. Start in February, go to about June and be done. July and August are not for baseball. Listen, July and then, oh gosh. And then imagine playing in like Colorado, playing in Colorado, I guess it would be too cold, but maybe there could be cold games, for the Rockies or any outdoor stadiums. King Griffey Jr., the 90s was where it was at. The 90s was where it was at. Bring steroids back. It was entertaining to watch. Baseball now is just, I just can't. It's just, oh God. Shoot me in the head. College, I don't mind. Because of my Hogs, right? And the Hogs are usually good, so that helps out. Your team's always good, and the season's not that long. The 160 games, even as a kid, I'm like, what are they doing? Even the NBA, at 80 games is absolutely, and they've even said that to maybe lessen the NBA's workload a little bit. I don't know why they didn't do that back in the day when they were like hammering each other and literally like tackling each other back in the 80s and 90s, but but yeah, I mean, yeah, I get it. But college baseball, I will say that has become a little bit more entertaining than like the College World Series. That's what I will say I like more is college. Besides the NFL, I like college sports off season more than even in the MLB. You need 7 games to figure out a winner. Same thing for the NBA. You need 7 games. 7. The Super Bowl. More people watch that, and I know you do more than anything in the world. It's one game. You don't have... All right, best out of 7 boxing matches, Evander Holyfield versus... No, it's not... They maybe get a rematch. It's like, you can't figure out who the best is after like 3 games. So I can't even do the basketball anymore. I'm like, you need 7 games to figure out who the winner is? Give me 3. You can't... Best out of 3 is it. You can't... Listen. Definitely will be an excellent week. Josh looking at volume. Arnold completely low. Would you say? Oh, yeah, girl. Look at this. Again. Let's go back for the 147,000th time. To Wednesday. Go look at Wednesday's chart, Paula. Over and 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 over. Yep. So the answer to your question is yes. Yeah, and a no pullback yet. And I'd say now it's going to be probably right around 5 into this 485 mark for your bounce play. 5 into 485. Like ACXP yesterday doesn't have a news release on it. Doesn't mean you can't get a move or a bounce play on Anna, right? We got one yesterday on ACXP. I'm going to wait on Artle. Why? It's just like Wednesday. This is just like Wednesday. So I know I've seen this happen before. I've got the lower VWAP band, even a little higher than that. I'm in love with this. I can see this bouncing here 100% and going back up to 850. We saw Artle on our Wednesday go all the way back up it was like $1.50 bounce. It took it a while. It chilled. Why? Yeah, like that. That's the volume profile there that hurts it, but it still is support. And so you just have to have patience in your trade. Beth wanted me, but I get baseball pitching depth. Oh yeah, but it just makes it boring. I can't do that. I mean, it's just too boring. Again, that's why I like the College World Series, best of 3. It's the best of 3. That's all you need. You don't need 7 games. You really don't. Let's just be honest. If you need 7 games to win, you need something better to do in life. Well, you could be doing so many other. You've got 4 other days you could be doing things, and now you're playing games instead. And if you're up 2-1 in a series, I get it, because you're only up 2-1. You can come back. Well, you should have won. You had 3 games to win. You can't be like, well, you lost. You had 3 games. You should have won 2 of them. If you can't figure it out, then move on. But that's why I love the College World Series. 7 games is too much. I mean, again, because they're, I guess, college athletes. To me, they have just as much energy, if not more energy. I guess they don't have the muscle mass, but it's like, well, they just haven't played that much. I'm like, yeah, well, I'm pretty sure 18 to 21-year-olds have more energy than 30-year-olds. If I had just, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, pretty sure they could play 7 games if they wanted to. But yeah, I'm like, the 7 games. Yeah, that's why I like the College World Series. The knockout bracket, the winner's division, the loser division, I love the way that's set up. I like college football's overtime over the NFL's overtime. The NFL's overtime is just stupid as just all get out. College is perfect. Put them at the 25 for the first 2 overtimes. Let them score. After that, then just go to 2-point conversions. Just keep it simple. It's just some of the stuff that I just do not get, where college has better setup than the pros. Pros, same thing. Not that they need March Madness for the pros, but boy, I would love to see something like that. What is it called? What's it called? Not double elimination. That's the College World Series, but losing you're out. Whatever. But one like you see, one and done. Whatever. But you lose in the March Madness, you're done. You're out. BIA or Codex to new low of day. Codex to new low of day. Back under 335. Dumping away. Nice shelf crack there. I can't wait for these plays to start coming back. We'll get rid of Surf for just a moment. Look at this great shelf crack right here. Even in a 1-minute time frame, got decent candlestick confirmation here. Shelf crack. Actually, we didn't. It came down quite a bit. Not too much, but would have got filled at 325. Would have added back in at that and just trusted it. And then now we're getting, you're up maybe 20 cents right now. Something like that. Not much, but it is a nice shelf crack. Yeah, you're the old traditional American. Oh, wait, look at this area still holding. See, Paula, this is what I'm talking about, Paula, for this area later. You could just see, even though the volume's low, Paula, look if you still just trust it, because Aussie Chick took this bounce play at the 660s on Wednesday and it took forever for it to finally crack. But the guy used to do the guy used to do the podcast with in Dallas at the Dallas School of Music, Dr. Bob Lawrence. He's big into baseball. Big into baseball. Just loves it, and it's just those old school heads that still, I say old school heads, but some of those, and they just love it. Not big, and then usually if you're a big baseball fan, you're not usually a big fan of, which is so funny, I notice, of other sports. And I think a lot of it seems like, at least for him, he's a little older, it misses that the fact that it used to be America's sport or whatever, America's game or whatever the heck it's called. I'm like, so was basketball. We invented that here too. I think for American football, and those little bit, but it's like if you like the MLB, you're big into MLB, you're big into open ball. You just don't really care for the NBA or basketball. You don't really big into NFL or the football. You like it, you'll watch it, but it's not like it's like baseball, and then there's some like 4s and 5. A little bit of the I've noticed that a lot with people that love Major League Baseball. 100% the bounce play now is at $5. $5 into this 485 mark. 5 to 485. 5 to 485. Woo, look at that BIS shelf crack. Man, I want more of these to come back on around. These plays are absolutely sexy sauce. I'm going to create that link for Caesar here soon. It's funny, though. I used to love baseball as a kid, like in the 90s. I played it, and then I loved King Griffey and the home run race and stuff like that. It was the same thing for the NBA, but as soon as like 97, 98, 99, somewhere in there came, baseball went out the window. NBA and basketball, for the most part, went out the window. Right around, I'd say 2000, somewhere right around there. And what really took over because of Tiger was golf. It was NFL, college football, college basketball, and golf. Those were like my top 4 things I wanted to watch. Was NFL, college football, probably top 2. Well, top 3 with Tiger, because Tiger was killing it. The Broncos were killing it, and so I loved them winning back-to-back Super Bowls. They even kind of started to suck for a couple years there, but then they got good again in 2002, 3, 4 with Jake Plummer, and they were good again. Anywho, and then college basketball, just because all went into, of course, the Razorbacks in the 90s. That then took a lull. It's like, you'd see that kind of like, who it's number one? I would say Broncos took off and probably took the top spot and just stayed there. And I haven't looked back. And then it would be like Arkansas basketball and football flip-flopping back and forth throughout the years. And Tiger was probably number 2. He immediately probably shot up to 2, and then it was, NFL or college football, college basketball. Because the Razorbacks were always okay. They may have moved up to number 2, like the years we had D-Mac, Darren McFadden, Felix Jones, Peyton Hillis, and Tiger wasn't maybe winning and doing as much, so maybe 2 and 3 were flip-flopping. So it'd be like, and definitely Arkansas basketball about 2003-4 hit the bottom in Arkansas basketball. Even though I love March Madness, but that hit the bottom, Arkansas basketball, up until, it took a while, until about we had Coach Muss. And we made the Elite Eight back-to-back here, so it would be like 2019, 2020. Arkansas was hit at the floor. But everything else, just I'd watch it here and there. Golf after Tiger 2 went from 2 a lot of the time to 3, 2, 3, then probably like 3, 4, 2, 3, and then now just nothing. Never watch golf. Never watch baseball unless it's college baseball, and that's probably moved up to like when the season is to like 5, I guess, or 4 now would be 4 because it's always Broncos and then it's Arkansas basketball, Arkansas football, and then whatever season it is. I love F1. Got more into F1 and driving. Wanted to go to school and take some classes, and I'd love to get into driving. You can see that from like actors. Like look at Frankie Muniz or Frank Muniz. What is the guy? Malcolm in the Middle. What's that? Frankie Muniz. What's that guy's name? What's Malcolm in the Middle? He's now driving. Man, I'd love to get into that. It's not like it's if you and I feel like I'm a really good driver. I think most would say that drive with me, and I handle real well. I'm not scared of turns and speed. Once I get into a car, you think you might be, and then you do it, and you are. You're not. I'm not. I just immediately. Like I don't think about it, how fast you're going. You're just it's so natural. So I'd love to get into that. Come on, baby, now. Come on down to 8:20, 8:15 here, 8:10. And this is what happened on Wednesday. It was a slower day. There wasn't a lot popping and moving. We kind of had this new all-day runner, maybe possibly an Anna, whatever you want to call it. I think Anna's A-N-A, and this is more of an Anna. I think if Anna's got to be A-N-A, right? Anyway, Anna here. 5 to 485 area for your dip. We have the 855, 860 dip. It's one of those things where if you leave your orders in, now I'm fully filled, but I'm red, green till finally get in the green here, and it does become a decent trade in the end. It's just one of those things where I saw what it did on Wednesday, it did give some extra, areas for a bounce, in this area a couple more times possibly. It became slower. But I want to go to that bottom level knowing that A, it could bounce off of it real quickly, or even if it does what it did on Wednesday, go bananas off of it after a while. Joe, where's the link at? Where's that link? Where's that link? Where's the leaderboard? Thank you guys for coming over. I'm gonna send that link out to Caesar, and we're gonna talk. I should say futures today. Not only talk some future talk, we'll get into the stock market a little bit. Are we finally having that pullback, large cap wise, in that mega cap market with the S&P 500? Are we finally seeing that move down? Is this that tear down we've been looking for before we rip back on up? When does the rip happen? What do we feel the rip will happen? And then any little tax advice for you guys that you may need. Little tax advice, just little nidbits, little pieces that you might and help you for your taxes. I'd say the best player right now is going to be Anna and Artle, the 2A plays for the day. Just exactly what I said it would do, and it's doing it, just like it did on Wednesday with Artle. Your other small cap plays that were popping up earlier in the day, well, they're gone. They haven't really done anything at all. Going back and checking the board here, not seeing much action at all. Drama Mama, yeah, that did nothing for the day. MNDR, nothing for the day. BIAF down, and it is a slow, bad, nasty Friday other than Anna here giving us at least a little pop. Yep, bounce play area is going to be right around 5. The safer area around 5. I'd say you've got 4 or 545, 550 support. You're probably going to see a small one at 525. I like this juncture right here at 5 and a tad under it, Mr. Louie. So your 2 bounce plays are going to be 5 and a tad under for Anna and 8-10 area for Artle. I feel like we're looking at two humans. This guy's name is Artle. That's a man. His name is Artle. Artle Funk. And then we have Anna Kendrick over here. All right. Rocking and rolling. Got a singer and an actress in chat today. ACXP, crack at the bell, then nothing. BIAF, same thing. Boy, it's been a more of a dead day. Look at my domino back here. You're being a good domino. She wants to go out and sit with her mom. Yeah, I know. Chuck Norris just... No, he didn't. No, he didn't. That's going to get so much crazy attention. Man, 2026 taking them all. No way. Oh, man. A medical emergency. Man. Oh, man. No. Well, at least as of whenever this was up, the first update was saying was in good spirits. So it says that when he was in the hospital, we do not know the nature of the emergency. However, we are told Chuck is in good spirits, and maybe they were just saying that to like not have a ton of people go to the hospital or like try to show, a lot of like, okay, he's fine. Hey, he's fine. There's no need to come. It says, happened quickly because we're told on Wednesday he was training on the island. A friend of Chuck's was on the phone with him, and we're told Chuck was in good spirits and cracking jokes. 86-year-old just had a birthday this month and marked an occasion by posting a video on social media of him sparring with the trainer. I remember seeing that of old Chuck. Still looking good with a lot of muscle tone in his arms at 86, too. Hell, he lived a good life. I mean, he had a long, long life for sure, living to 86. Jeez, Josh Hartnett hospitalized after car crash with cops in Canada. Says Josh Hartnett was hospitalized in SUV when he was riding. It was struck by a Canadian law enforcement vehicle last week. Jiminy Crickets. 2 vehicles on 1 a.m. Hartnett was on his way home after a day of filming. That's crazy. Was a passenger, said was driven by an unidentified offender according to the report. An officer in a patrol vehicle was also hospitalized as a precaution. Okay, wow. Jiminy Crickets here. Not Chuck. No. Must have had a heart attack, I'm guessing. Just something, I don't know. It had to have been something just out of nowhere. And that's what they just keep saying. It says, so the medical event may have been sudden, so it had to have been something like that. So, oh my gosh, Chuck Norris is, okay, his first wife. Okay, I don't know I guess he wasn't still married to her. Died on December 21st, so just this last December 21st. So the kids, which they had 2 kids together, are going through something right now. Mike and Eric, Jiminy Cricket, yeah, they divorced in 89. He's been married to Gino Kelly since, okay, 9, yeah, that's right through as well. All the kids are feeling it today. Kids are definitely feeling it today. One, especially 2 of them that just had mom die, now dad's dead. Man, oh, Chucky, Chuck. That's not cool. That's not cool. Oh, no, yeah, right, shit, that's right, yeah. Hey, Louis, yeah. Well, he was, hey, I thought he'd live to, in his 90s, maybe get up there to close to 100, but, yeah, he's lived a life, let's just be honest. That's a long life for a person that, again, I think a lot of it, too, maybe what he's been through, if he had done what, oh, gosh, what's his name that just hit 100? Oh my gosh, what's his name that just hit 100? Dick Van Dyke. Like Dick Van Dyke. He hit 100. He didn't have a strenuous martial arts weight training lifting career. And I think that does have some weight to her. I think it's good for Chuck. I think Chuck should have probably slowed down though, maybe in his 70s and 80s and doing a lot. Stayed healthy, but not crazy as active, because you think about those guys that do live to 100 plus, not that he cares probably how long he's living, I think that too. Dick Van Dyke can still get together, you get around still fine. I think Chuck just wanted to maintain that martial arts, and he just wanted to do that forever. He just had the love and passion for it, and wanted to make sure he was still strong and able to get around in his 80s and 90s. But I think that has a little something to do with it as you get older. It's putting a lot of strain on your body, what he's doing. And not that, I'm sure he's getting checkups all the time, and the money he has in the doctors and telling him, hey, you're fine. Yeah, don't push it, I just think there comes a point, no matter how much the doctors tell you you're fine or you're doing good, yeah, don't, your body eventually going to say, sorry, you pushed me a little too far. And it's when you're 86, it's different than when you're 56 or 36 or 26. Watch all global markets collapse. That would be nuts, Louis, right? Met him and his wife at a movie theater in North Dallas several years ago. It's awesome. One of the nice, oh, God, yeah. I can't imagine anything else but from Chuck Norris. Nothing but that from the guy. Yep, almost got your area. I said, this is what I said. I talked about the area, so we said 550. Then we said this 5 area, 5 whatever. Then so I'm not surprised. Yeah, I think this will hold up. I think this is going to be one of those plays that at least we'll see a bounce at 5 again as well. Look what ACXP did yesterday. I know it's not doing much today, but if you go to yesterday in ACXP, this held up all day yesterday. All day on no news. Had one spike up flag, then held here. You thought it'd probably die out. Didn't. Went again, then held up. I have a feeling it would probably do this today, in my opinion. Woo, large cap's even ugly today. App, not doing so well. Man, absolutely a slower day out there. Did get some dumps at the bell, so there's a couple of good dumperoonies at the bell. I did call for Meta, so Meta was decent. That was not bad at the bell. So Microsoft going back under. I talked about maybe Microsoft. So the plays today would have been trading these large cap plays that had short opportunity back under support. And I talked about even this. Those were the plays of the day so far. I haven't been trading a lot of large cap plays. Probably should have the day with you guys. And it was short under pre-market support. If you heard my morning alerts this morning, if you were around, I said that was the best play in my opinion, was shorting under the support just because there was no chart underneath there. Yeah, I would take profit if you're long, Louis. I would, this is going to be probably double top here. And it's going to, you're going to want to take profit above 535. So make sure you've left this trade with taking profit over 535 because otherwise It's probably going to bounce here, and then go, and it's going to bounce here and go up. You know, anything in this 545 to 580 area, this is where you're going to want to take some profit. You can already tell that, and this is what the traders are essentially telling you in the trade and where to take the profit, so to speak. And Caesar just text. All right, sweet. Cool, take some now. Sweet, 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 sweet. All right, let me send that link to him. I'm going to just jump off the mic for 5 minutes and come back in here with you guys, and we'll do the dual stream Friday, rocking and rolling, coming on up. So let me get this going. Boom. There we go. Who's ready? Who's ready? Dual stream Friday. Let's talk futures. Let's talk large cap. Are we pulling back? Are we done dumping in the market? When are we going up? And on top of all of that, let's get some tax advice. Not tax evasion, tax I mean, really, Artle. This is what I said, Artle. I know Paul was asking about it earlier. Look at another bounce at 860, another 60-cent bounce play. Are you kidding me? God. There we go. All right, let's get the link for... Woo! Big reversal, baby. A nice, I mean, 860 is going to hold for a while, team. If it cracks under 860, watch for a move again back down to this 810 area for Artle. For ANNA, I should say, Anna, back down around 5 to 4 or 485, somewhere in there. 5 to 485. Right. What's up, bro? How we doing?
Pretty good yourself.
Oh, good, my man. Hey, it's March Madness. I love this time of the year, my friend. Other than all the dust that the South provides in tornadoes, other than that, I love March Madness, my man. I
Okay, okay,
love college
awesome.
basketball in this time of the year, my man. So, well, looks like you're back home finally.
Yes, yes, yes. I got home Wednesday. Wednesday? Yeah, I got home Wednesday.
Sweet.
Yeah. How about
From
yourself? What's cracking over there?
Where do you mean in Arkansas?
Uh-huh.
Oh shit, nothing, nothing.
Good
Chilling.
weather, bad weather.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. Well, especially in Arkansas, it's like any more year. Like we had this last weekend, got down into the 20s, 30s, and 40s in like Sunday and Monday again, and then now we're back up in the 80s. So yeah, you go from like you can have
Oh,
thunderstorms and tornadoes to 30, 40-degree weather in a week. It's fun. It's just it kind of
oh,
yeah,
that's lovely. I mean, shoot, send some of that good weather this way.
yeah. What you got?
I mean, right now, I mean, it's a little chilly. Right now, it's like 40, 46. It's been kind of, yeah, like chilly. Still cold. In the evening, it gets like really cold. But yeah, waiting for, was it like May? It's just like getting like warmer. But for now, it's like low, mid 40s to like low 30s.
Yeah,
So not the funnest, but it is what it
yeah,
is.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, it'll get warm again. It'll get warm again, my man. Speaking of warm, not so much the case for the mega caps, large cap spy. We're finally getting some dumperoonies here. When do you think? And we'll just start off with that right there. Now that we got you on here,
Yeah.
I knew 650 would probably come. Now is that going to be the bottom? What do you think will be the bottom before we reverse back up?
The bottom on the SPY
Yep.
specifically?
Yeah. Yeah.
So let me pull up the spy
That and
because
you,
it's
yeah, I know you love trading the Q. So when do you think we were? When do we return back up? What's the low? Where do you feel the low is going to come in at?
low. Let me see. So if we all right, so if we can't hold the 648 area, uh man, oof, this is we could, oh my gosh,
Right?
the bottom. Oh my gosh. I mean, I'm looking at so I'm looking at 610. If we can't hold 610, there's an area that price needs to come back and retest around 561.
You ready?
Yeah.
You ready for some dip buy investments?
Hell yeah, man. I've been praying for this, man. I've been on the sidelines just praying, waiting. It's like, yo, I know we have to have a pretty decent retracement and stuff like that. And yeah, man, things are just adding up for that, which I'm ecstatic for.
Yeah,
So yeah,
good little
yeah.
catalyst too with the war going on there over there now. So
Yeah, dude, and it ain't gonna end anytime soon. It's like, you know what I mean? Like they were a bit overzealous in their prediction of like, this war was only gonna take like a couple of days, a week tops or whatever. It's like, no, it's not. Like, because a thing to use as reference is like the US is fighting the Russia by proxy through Ukraine. That did not go quick, right?
yeah,
So I didn't expect a country that had way more capabilities than Ukraine and then Venezuela to go down easy, like, oh yeah, a couple of days. Like, no.
no. Oh yeah, especially when comes to Israel and Iran. I'm like, they're going to fight forever. Essentially,
Mm.
this is never really going to stop. How long are we?
Yeah.
How long are we going to be involved? Is the question. But yeah, it's one of those things where
Our involvement is going to be to pretty much, I mean, either to the end or until it really starts affecting us economically,
yeah,
right? Because what they're doing, like they know that they can't go head to head with a superpower, so they're going other routes via the economic route, right? Where closing down the Strait of Hormuz. Then there's the other passage that can be closed down by the Houthis from Yemen. So where they're going to win this is by hitting the US where it really matters, which is like the money and the economic side, because now all the Gulf states that provide certain things to the US, especially energy and stuff like that, and investments, they're no longer they're gonna end up pulling out, and when they do that, that is going to affect the US economy. So like a lot of the tech companies, the Max 7s, like they're up because a lot of these Gulf countries committed to spending billions and trillions, right, over a course of time in the US companies, in the US infrastructure and so forth. So they start pulling that out, like it's not gonna be pretty.
yeah. I'm like you, just waiting, anticipating more pullback, like the Mag 7 plays. Just all of them. Would love to see it get a good investment. I mean, I'd love to go. 23 to 24, and we're just racing through the stars and going to new all time high. That's fun too. But we've kind
Mhm.
of overextended that value, and now it's like let's come back down to earth, and then we can
Yeah.
go back up again. and
Yeah, exactly, exactly. I mean, those that are prepared, those that are not like over leveraged, like it's going to be an immense opportunity to be able to gain in in position and to be able to get a great ROI towards the upside. Because it's like things like this happen. I mean, you go back to World War One or two, whatever, like when the economy also dropped tremendously because of that. But then after that, you had years upon years of just nice upward movements,
Right.
right? So it's just being able to not jump in too soon, and if you do jump in soon, because
Hey, Josh.
obviously not everyone's going to be able to bottom tick this, is slowly and incrementally build a position to where you're going to be able to withstand whatever drawdowns that may come.
No.
But as far as like what I'm seeing on the SPY is like, yeah, I'm definitely seeing 610, and then worst case scenario, 560s, and then after that is just nice bounce back up.
Yeah. What is your
Yeah.
if you had like go into that long term investment play? Do you have a certain one that you would tell traders out there that you would say this is a company as it comes down that you would look at not only yourself or you would just advise what would be your what would, I've already kind of told them of course some of the Mag 7 like AMD, the Google, the Microsofts, the Teslas.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite one out there?
Oh yeah, I mean, my favorite one for the past like few years has been Intel,
Okay, yeah, yeah.
right? And and reason being is because Intel's chip production and everything like that is not contingent upon the semiconductors from Taiwan, right? Like every other company, like Nvidia, and AMD and all these other companies where, and honestly, 85% of the world relies on the Taiwanese semis chips. So why I like Intel is because based on recent events, I mean, and I was already seeing an indication that at some point China was going to go after Taiwan, and China bringing Taiwan back into the fold, just like China, the Chinese Republic brought Hong Kong back into the fold, right? When they do that, they're going to control the chip supply. And with China like really, ramping up the speed with EVs and the whole AI sector, them taking Taiwan is going to severely cripple other Western countries because they're not going to have access to the same amount of chip supplies that they're going to need to continue to compete in this, digital AI race. So that's why for me, Intel for the past few years has been like I've been building my biggest position is Intel, for the sake that I know that once that happens, and when that happens, it's going to affect Nvidia, right? Nvidia is in every single index. It's in the S&P 500, it's in the Nasdaq, and they also placed it in the Dow Jones. The only index it's not in is in the Russell 2000. So when China goes after Taiwan, my what I'm seeing is that we'll probably have somewhere between a 20 to 30% drop in the market. And the one that's going to reap the benefits is going to be Intel. And then if you look back not too long ago, Nvidia invested 5 billion into Intel, right? So they're already like hedging and preparing for what's to come. The government, the United States government also invested in Intel. So these are individuals where I will say that like, they're more knowledgeable, they have more information and things and resources to go by other than myself. Yes, I was invested in Intel way before any of them just because I saw what may potentially cause the next shoe to drop in the market, right? So when they started buying, that just solidified my thesis on Intel. So my biggest position as of now is Intel. I am looking and waiting to be able to purchase AMD. I am also looking to repurchase Tesla, repurchase Nvidia. But honestly, Nvidia, I want Nvidia sub $100. And Tesla, I want Tesla sub 270s. And once we get into those areas, that's when I'll start picking up Tesla. And when it comes to AMD for me, I would want to see, well, personally, I would want to pick up AMD sub 147, sub 130s, and then just, rock out.
I love it. Rock
I know
out.
people might be like, "What 130s, 100 for Nvidia?" And it's like, yeah, I mean, like if you go and you look at a weekly chart, right? And this is like just on a fundamental basis, right? On a fundamental basis or technical basis, you look at Nvidia, right? Nvidia's just been going sideways these past few weeks, holding 171, right? Every time it comes to like 171.80, it bounces, 30 some odd points. Once Nvidia gets under 170, 180, or let's say it closes, let's just use whole numbers, it closes under 170, the next area where we could look for Nvidia to find some support would be in the 140 area. And then below the 140 area, there's some levels down in like the 114, 100. So I'll probably start building a position around the 114 and then end up holding it to where, we end up going back over 150, 200 and so forth. But all this drop, man, this is exciting. This is wanted. Like I remember, I want to say probably just before the end of the year, I did like downsize a lot of my long-term positions just because I'm like, we're too overextended. We need a healthy retracement and so forth. And even if it did move a couple extra percentage to the upside, it's like, like I had bought when we had the first drop when Nvidia came down to 80, I bought it at like 96, sold it at like 115, rebought it in the 140s and ended up closing out completely when it crossed over 200. So yeah, so now it's just patience, but the only position that like I'm not selling or minimizing is Intel because Intel, I'm seeing Intel possibly 100 to $200 plus in the next couple years.
Patience, my man. You said it yourself there. That's so key to have, which a lot of traders don't want to have or don't want to build in. They have to have it now. But man, just wait for the
Hmm.
money. If you wait for the money, good things come to those who wait. And that's just one of those things that
Yeah,
people don't want to wait
yeah,
for it. You know?
absolutely, absolutely, yeah. So yeah, so there's that, and then if people are following the whole AI and tech race, and all these data centers that they're going to be building, right? If you're not actually purchasing the companies that are producing the data centers, look to purchase companies that are providing the materials, the raw materials, the refined materials that they need to build these facilities. And those are going to be a great ROI, if you start now.
Yeah. Start early. That's what I always tell yourself. Why didn't I do this earlier? And that's just one of those things. You're going to be telling
Yeah.
yourself that your whole life. So just listen to that. That's why there's a reason
Yep.
why. All right,
Exactly.
so still, what I want to get you on, which I had her on, I had like, before I forget, but last Friday I had on a girl I used to do one on ones with, and she trades futures now. She trades MNQ. So I want to get you guys both on. I want to get all the futures traders on because I have Kush.
Okay.
Remember Kush. Kush trades futures too as well. So I'll
Yeah.
see if we can't get. We'll have it a futures trading day. I'm just
Okay.
slow. I'm Of course people ask about it all the time, so I just look at the charts, and so I was like, hey, you know what? I'll add to it. I know down the line, so I'm just slowly
Yeah.
looking at them, but we'll have a futures day where I'll have all you guys on, and I'll tell you all to like, hey, find your number one setup, and I want give me give us 10 minutes, and I want you to go over your number one setup, explain it as best you can for a new to unexperienced. If I'm an unexperienced person to a little bit experienced, essentially futures for dummies. Give me your best setup and why you trade it. And so we'll do that. If not next Friday, coming up soon for sure. Because I
Okay.
think next Friday after next we have off for Good Friday. So yeah, next Friday would be the last Friday of this month. So maybe next Friday we do that.
Okay, yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I trade a multitude of different setups, and then at times I'll either like mainly I focus on NQ because it's easier for me because of the fact that like I follow the Mag Sevens or at least the top three tech companies that really affect the Nasdaq, right? And then, but at times the Dow Jones might be the better play based off of, certain tweets from Trump or certain economic data. At times, if like I'm really not trying to, deal with too much volatility, I'll trade the ES or the Russell 2000. But yeah, so like it's just a rotation, and again, there's a variety of different setups or trading methods that I'll use. Sometimes it'll be straight price action or fundamentals, right? Recently, I'm trading oil a lot because of this whole conflict where, okay, expecting oil to go, over 150 or so. And so now every time oil does a pretty decent, maybe 1 to 2% pullback, it's where I can start buying and building a position in it, and then it pops 3, 4, 5 points, close out, rinse, wash, and repeat. But yeah, I mean, I have quite a bit that I can explain to someone that's, relatively new because most people they look at futures and they think like you need to understand rocket science, right? To be able to trade futures, and that's not the case. Like it's it's almost like it's no different than when you're trading a small cap
Yeah.
or a penny stock
Right.
or a blue chip, right? Because at the end of the day, it's like you have things that you're looking at based off of the chart, based off of what you're seeing, candle formations, or maybe you're using EMAs or VWAPs or SMAs and stuff like that. And all you really need to know is like, okay, position size. Are you trading the micros? Are you trading the minis? What do they pay per move? So that way you can understand what you can risk,
Right.
right? So when people hear contracts, they think it's options, right? And when you're trading options, you're trading contracts, but those contracts, if it takes long to reach your price, you end up having what's called time decay, right? So where your profits actually dwindle, right? But with futures, if you get a good entry and you want to hold this for 3, 4 days or whatever, and let's say it doesn't hit your price target until the fifth day, there's no time decay, right? So that's one of the things that I can tell people, that especially if they've ever heard about options, when they're hearing about, oh yeah, futures contracts, like one future contract is literally, it's like the equivalence of you doing 1,000 shares of a particular stock. So it's like equities and options combined, no time decay. Yes, the position is referred to as a contract, but then one contract might cost you less than, if you did like 1,000 shares of a $5 stock,
Right.
plus no PDT. But in a few months, PDT is not going to be an issue, because they're supposed to be lowering the PDT rule from 25 grand to either somewhere between 2 and 5K. So now anyone that's trading with a 5K account, they can day trade as much as they want, right? But we're still a few months away from that. But then the another benefit to trading futures is it's 23 hours a day, Sunday to Friday. So most people working a 9 to 5, you get home 4 or 5 p.m. It's like, dang, the market's closed, right? And obviously, sometimes, depending on your occupation, you might not necessarily be able to monitor the market during the 9:30 open, or maybe in the afternoon after the lunch hour, right? So, but with futures, you're able to trade either the Asian session, which begins at 7 p.m., or you can trade the European session, which begins at 3 a.m. Well, right now, 4 a.m. Eastern, because of the whole daylight savings time, but pretty soon it'll go back to where it's 3 a.m. Or you can wake up at 4 or 5 in the morning. Let's say you have to go to work for 8. Wake up 4 or 5 in the morning, get a couple trades in before you go. Because anytime you can take, an hour or half hour and trade, make $100 or $200, close out the position, come back the next day, repeat it. Like if you're able to make $100 a day within the first, 30 minutes or hour before you have to get ready to go to work, you're making an extra $500 a week, an extra $2,000 a month. Over time, that adds up, right? Compounding. I don't know if most people have heard the whole, compounding factor, but when you do that, you're compounding your account. You start one week with your account being $1,000. By the end of the month, you're sitting at 3,000. The following month, you're sitting at 6 or 7,000, and so forth. And you continue building it and building it, and then eventually you get to a position where you can start trading bigger positions, and now your $100 a day is $500 a day. Your $500 a day is now $1,000 a day. And once you get to the point where you're making $1,000 a day, I mean, that is just life changing,
Yeah, for sure.
right? And it's very doable, right? And again, like you don't have to run all these crazy scans, because I come from trading penny stocks and then trading listed stocks. Then I traded options. But in all of these arenas, there were severe cons, right? A couple of times I fell under, well, when I first started, I was under PDT. My account value was like 10 grand. So I had to find a way around PDT. Then once I got over PDT, a couple of times I fell off, but then I had to hold the position to be able to get back in, or use up the 3 day trades to get back over the 25K in equity. Then I went into options. I had some really good success with options, but the thing with options is that in the morning, so like the option rule is from 9:30 to 3:59 p.m. But for whatever reason, at 6 a.m., 7 a.m., my option position was dropping, because institutions are able to exit out of these positions through the dark pool,
Right.
which is something that us retail traders don't have access to. So I never really liked that level of disadvantage. Yes, in futures, there are still purchasing and selling after hours that, traders are unable to participate. So like from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., there's buying and selling going on. It's just as retail traders, we don't have access to it. But we're able to start trading at 6 p.m. to the next day, 5 p.m., right? And then over the weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, you still have buying and selling through the dark pool, but that's just mainly institutions, which is something that we don't partake in. But I don't have to sit there and wait till 9:30 the next day to be able to start participating in, set activities,
Right.
right? So, and the fact that like I don't have to run scans every day. Like I used to go through run hours, like at least 3, 4 hours running scans, going through multiple different charts, finding charts that were either, consolidating and setting up for a possible breakout, and then checking the sector that they're in. Is that sector hot? Is that sector not? And then I would have to like compress 200 stocks to maybe like 10 to 20. And then in the morning, I like gap ups. So I would then run a scan and then I would find the gap ups, and then that would add another 5 or 10 to my list. And realistically, as a trader, I mean, you can't monitor 20 or 30 companies all at once. And within that 20, you have to select the ones that you seem or think that might be the best. And you select your 5 or 10, they do nothing. Or maybe only one of them gives you like $200,
Right.
right? But it took all day for it to do the move that you were expecting it to do. Versus when it comes to futures, there's no issue in liquidity. There's no issue in you being able to gain the position to short. And that was something that used to irk me so much, where I would be looking to short a stock. I would do all the research and stuff like that. I'm watching the chart, I'm monitoring, I'm waiting to execute. And right when I get ready to execute, the broker doesn't have the shares available. So it's like I did all this work, can't even do nothing, and then it ends up going in my favor. I mean, I've been trading with TD Ameritrade, and they would not allow me to short any stock that was under $5,
Right.
right? So those are other things that you end up, occurring where, it hinders you from really progressing. And again, when it comes to futures and commodities, if you have the capability to be able to short 10, 20 contracts, you can do it like that. And again, some of them, the margin required is like very, very low. And there are firms out there that you can have. I mean, intraday, they drop the margin tremendously. So like for right now, like me trading NQ on TD, the margin requirements for NQ, I mean, last time I had checked, it was like, I think it was like 60, no, like 30 something K. No. So right now it's 45, basically 45,800 and change, right? So for me to be able to trade one contract of NQ, I would need at least $46,000 in the account for me to trade
Right.
one account. There are brokers that all I would need to have in the account is $2,000 or $5,000, and the margin for me to trade NQ intraday would only cost me $1,000. And the way NQ moves, like today, NQ's down. I mean, it's down what, 300 points? So that 300 points, if you caught it from the top, is $6,000. So imagine being able to make either two to $4,000 off of a 1K margin. And this is something that I've always pride myself in trying to find where I can get the best ROI on what it costs me to enter a position and what my potential return is,
Right.
right? So if it costs me $1,000 for this position and my return, let's just say I catch 100 points, is $2,000, that's a 200% return on what it cost me, not on my account size, but on what it cost me. Because a lot of times on equities, we'll take a trade where, it might cost you 100 grand for the trade. So let's say you do 1,000 shares of $100 stock. That stock moves, 3 points. Okay, you made $3,000, but it cost you $100,000 for that position, versus you can go on the future side and it might cost you only $1,500 and you're making 2x, 3x return.
Right.
Yeah.
Love it, brother. Yeah, it's just one of those things where I think, like, where you saw even traders go into options. I think that's why they went to options, it seems like, because it was just that read. Hey, I only invest $500 and I have the potential to make this much money. And so that's
Yep.
where people I think go to options as well, and that's why I've stayed in small caps because you don't have to invest a lot to make a lot. Now again, it's not the same, but it's not like what you were saying. But yeah, you can invest in a 3 or 5 $7 ticker and you can make a pretty good return. Yeah, versus you're trading a 400 or 500 or $1,000 ticker. You know,
Yep.
you're having to put a lot of money in to not make a lot of money versus when there's options or like you were saying futures, there's a lot of money to be had without having a lot of big investment, and so you don't have to risk a lot of capital
Exactly.
to make a lot of capital, which is huge.
Exactly. Yeah. The ROI is tremendous, man. It's amazing. Like once I got into it, dude, like I loved it. I mean, and I've traded everything from orange juice. So I started trading orange juice, traded coffee, pork, beef. So pork is HE, beef is live cattle, corn, soybean, wheat, sugar, lumber. Like I remember a year where, actually it was like after COVID, like where shipping tankers and supplies were not being
Right.
transported. A lot of commodities went up when the conflict between Russia and Ukraine started. Wheat went up
I
because
remember that.
Ukraine is a massive producer of wheat, right? So when that conflict happened, I mean, wheat went through the roof. Just like, right now we have Iran is a massive oil producer, right? And then just the conflict in the Middle East with the other countries that produce oil, them being attacked and so forth, and the conflict like that. Oil went from $62 a barrel to 120 a barrel in a matter of weeks. And every day, like literally every day, it is fluctuating about 4 to 5 points. Now, if you trade one contract of oil, that 4 to 5 point is 4 to five grand. If you trade the micro oil, you're making $500, $400 to $500 a day just trading one micro. So if you do two micros, you're doing $1,000 to $800 a day. And the margin, and I can tell you right now, the margin for the micro, let me see, CL is $3,659. So if you have a $4,000 account or a $3,800 account, you could trade the micro oil. If you have a $10,000 account, you could trade two contracts of that micro oil. And literally every day you're literally catching 4 to 5 points. 4 to 5 points. That's an extra $400 to $500 a day. That's an extra 2,500 at the end of the week. That it gets real, real, real nice.
And well, I would say trade that stuff too earlier on versus going to trade the bigger futures, and I'm guessing that's why you said that's what you
Yeah,
did.
yeah. Like I recommend like anyone coming in. You want to start off with the micros. Do not, I repeat, do not trade the minis, right? You want to trade the micros because it gives you more time to be right, right? And if you take a loss, it's not as substantial. So, for example, if I take a oil position, I forgot when there was another conflict that we had last year where I was expecting oil to go to 80. I took like a 3 or 4 mini position on it, and overnight, like I was down like 20 something grand. I ended up getting out of the trade for like maybe like a $6,000 loss, and but it ended up going to my target days after, but I had already broken my rule. So if you trade a mini and you are down a point on oil, you're down 1,000. If you trade a micro and you're down a point on oil, you're only down $100. So you want to start off small, build like because you could literally do damage with these micros. The volatility that we've been having these past months on the futures and commodities market, you could do 3, 5 grand a day just trading micros. Like I've done it several times with the micro Nasdaq, which is MNQ. 3, 4, $600 trades. You continuously do that all day long. I mean, by the end of the day, like I was pleasantly surprised maybe like a couple weeks ago where I was literally trading like 3 to 4 micros. And then at the end of the day, I'm like, oh shit, I'm up 5,000 and change. Like what?
But like
So
compound effect, I always call it the snowball effect, but that's people just don't, so you take the base hits, and let them add up
yeah,
over time. That's the huge thing.
yeah,
Huge,
yeah,
brother. Huge, huge,
do,
huge. Yeah.
they
So I'll be
do.
trying to get into that futures game. And of course, I'll do my normal day in day out, and you get you get into this
Yeah.
rhythm of seeing the same stuff, and so it's hard to then want to pull away. It's like you find a favorite restaurant, you go there all the time,
Hmm.
but there's all these other restaurants, and you're like, man, I want to go out, but I just love this one so
Yeah.
much, so it's like
Ex
it's
exactly.
yeah, so it's like I've got a good restaurant. I know there's
I
some
know.
other
I mean, listen, man. It ain't. I tell people that yo, if it ain't broke, man, don't fix it. Like, you know what I mean? I get it. Like, a couple of times, like, I be wanting to, like, go dabble with the stocks and stuff like that. But for me, it's like I'm just dabbling with the blue chips, right? I'm doing option calls. Whenever I have like a position of over 100, 200 shares, on like either Nvidia, Tesla, or AMD. I do covered calls, right?
right.
Where I'll sell some calls, collect the premium, and then as long as it stays under the strike, I get to keep all the premium. If it ends up going, or if it gets close to it, like, okay, it might actually get over the strike price, I just roll over to the next, and I do give back some of the premium. So there's a lot of different things that can be done to be able to, increase your return overall. But yeah, like once you have your go-to, like it's tough to like to go and like, oh, like, let me go do something else or whatever. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, but it's definitely worth it, especially because, dude, like, with small caps you have to wait till the morning, right, to start trading. Sometimes maybe you want to take the day off, and if you're up at 3 in the morning or whatever, it's worth it. It's worth, looking at it and checking it out.
Yeah.
And obviously, if you have any questions pertaining to it, like, feel free to let your boy know. I got you.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's yeah, because I have a lot of traders that have those jobs. So if you do have a job, or you're it depends on your schedule. Yeah, and if you're like me, you can be here all day every day, or you can be here in the morning. Yeah, and yeah. But if you only have certain times to trade, I've got a few people that have gone over to futures, just because it gives them that ability to not. It doesn't have to be now. Like we know a small
Yeah.
cap, it got to be opening bell the first couple hours of the
Yeah.
day.
I mean,
You
not to
know.
mention the prop firm aspect of it, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that's the other thing too. Like,
Yeah.
not to mention like the prop firm aspect of it, where it's like now you could trade, a certain size account where it might only cost you $100, $200 for an account, and the ROI on it. So, for example, like there's a variety of different funding firms out there that you could purchase, what's called an evaluation. And then once you pass the evaluation, some of them have an activation fee, right? So let's say you pay $60 for an evaluation, and let's just use a $50,000 account, right? For example, you pay $60 for a 50K evaluation. You you reach the profit target without violating any of the set rules that they set, and you then pay, let's say, maybe $100 activation fee, right? So far you're in it for $160. You trade that account for, let's say, 2 weeks, right? You're doing $500 a day. Your first week you end with a $2,500 profit. You trade the following week, you make the same $500 a day. At the end of that week, you made another 2,500. Your profit in that account is now $5,000. So you're at $55,000 in overall equity. Your profit is 5,000, and out of that $5,000, you are able to withdraw $2,000. It cost you $160 for this account. You passed it, you got it to the profit target, you withdraw $2,000. That is a freaking 10x ROI on your initial investment. And some of these accounts, they allow you to have multiple accounts,
Yeah.
right? Where you're able to trade 10, 15, 20, right? Most of them is a five, but there's a variety of different firms that will allow you to do five accounts with them. So if you're able to trade five accounts, and let's say again, you're making $500 a day, right? Across five accounts, that's $2,500 a day that you are making. So at the end of the week, you're making over $12,000. So, which means either weekly or bi-weekly, you're going to be able to withdraw $10,000, right? And the accounts only costed you $800. So a lot of people, they come into this space thinking like, yeah, like I want to get rich quick. I want to make this money quick, but it doesn't necessarily work that way. Like you got to take the time in building, whether it's personal or whether it's funded. And from me still, like I still currently do both. And the one thing that most people, especially coming in or even like intermediate, that they struggle with is the emotional attachment to your own personal money that you worked your ass off for,
Right. Yeah.
right? So like to where now logic and your plan goes out the window and it's, oh, I hope, I wish, oh, hopefully this is gonna turn, hopefully this is gonna turn. And then next thing you know, it just lowered, lower. And adding was never part of the trade plan. You add, now you've compounded your loss,
Yeah.
right? Versus these firms, based on their rules, it makes it I believe those rules make you a better trader, especially where when you understand all you need is base hits. If you can do a month of just base hits, every month after that is the delayed gratification. Every month after that, you're going to be able to take a withdrawal from these firms, whether you do it weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly. If you're doing it weekly, you're either very excellent at what you're doing, you understand everything, or like you're really, uh, trading with size, or you're really being aggressive. If you do it every 2 weeks, you can be a little bit more lenient and relaxed as far as your position size and the amount of money that you're making per day. If you're doing payouts monthly, you could be really relaxed, where like you could really trade relatively small to where you just focus on making $200 to $300 a day. You do $200 to $300 a day every 10 days, that is $3,000. At the end of the month, if you've made $6,000 across per account, whether it's five or two, you're able to withdraw anywhere from 2,000 to 4,000 to 6,000 to $10,000 monthly. And that's just from doing a mere $300. And people, it's something that like really eludes people, that correlation between reality and expectations, because the average person will go to work, and if they're making $20 an hour, they're making about $160 a day if they work 8 hours. And that's pre-tax. After tax, it's more like 90 something, right? So with when you're coming into the market and you have the ability to make two, $300 a day, and then you're able to multiply that by multiple accounts, because understand, like trying to make 10 grand, 5 grand in one account, it's difficult, but at the same time, the mental strain and the fortitude that you have to be able to see the drawdown. Like if you're trying to make $10,000 in a day in one account, you have to be ready to see $2,000 to $4,000 drawdown, right? And most people can't handle that, right? So you have to build your tolerance to be able to withstand certain levels of drawdown. When I first started seeing $300 in drawdown, oh my God, my palms started sweating, my body started getting hot. But then over time, it increased to where, okay, 200, 300, nothing, 1,000, nothing. Next thing you know, oh, lost 50,000. Okay, no problem. Lost 20 grand. Oh, okay, nothing, right? And those are all relative to over time you building your account to where you lose 50 grand, that might be 2 or 3% of your account,
Yeah.
right? It's things, but it's nothing that's going like, oh my God, like the world ends. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna end on this because I got to get into a one-on-one I have right now with the trader. What is
All right.
what the well, just go ahead. Where would you tell them to go to? What's the prop firm you would recommend to if they're gonna look into it? Where do they go?
I would recommend the trade makers, and I would recommend TPT.
Okay, those are your
Yeah.
your top two for going trading futures, huh?
Yes, sir.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. Yeah, let's do next Friday again,
Yeah.
and let's do tax talk to help out traders
Yep.
since it is tax season. That'll be key, and then we'll try to get like I said, Kush and Alejandra back on, so we'll have three futures traders, and then definitely get you
All
to
right.
talk about, hey,
I'm with it.
how do you trade futures? Well, here's how you should do it if you're a rookie.
Oh,
This is
I can do some examples. I'll show. I'll share the screen and
yeah,
show some examples and stuff like that.
bet.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah, bro. We'll go longer next week. Love having you. They all do too as well. You bring
All
a lot
right.
of info.
Appreciate you. Have a good weekend.
Oh, mate, college basketball, bro. You just say go Hogs a lot throughout the weekend for me. So go Hogs,
Go
go.
Hogs. I got you. All right. Go Hogs. That's what we're going for.
Yes, sir, brother.
All right. Awesome, man. Take care.
Later, bro.
Later.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. He's awesome. He's such a sweet guy, such a good guy. Anna's still running. So Anna's still running. Got that. You can find him across the board on Rigs, RIGGS, Rigs or RIGS, Rigonometry Trading, Caesar. Look him up. Rigs24 on Instagram. RIGS24. Great guy, plenty of good information. Again, if you're wanting to learn futures, we'll get him on next week. We'll get Alejandro back on. Try to get Kush on. If you guys remember Kush over at TradeCaster, he trades futures pretty much first 30 minutes to an hour of the day is what he said. So when I talked to him this last week, he'll hopefully get on this next Friday. And we'll have also Caesar back on to talk taxes. Really, that in itself could be a 20 to 30 minute talk. Just today I have that one-on-one. I forgot I had a one-on-one today. It's funny, he hit me up yesterday and said, hey, I thought we had one. And I was like, oh yeah, I forgot we do. Luckily, you got lucky. I didn't forgot college, or I would have said no go, or a different time. But I do have a one-on-one right now. Anna's going to be your play. I'm still watching Artle Fartle for that move back on down. So we do have Artle Fartle still looking for that 8-10 bounce play. Looks just like it did this Wednesday. Look, go to Wednesday's chart. Artle looks exactly the same today. We'll go into a 3-minute time frame now to kind of clean this up a little bit. The main thing I'm seeing here overall is just an uptrend channel. It doesn't have a real good bounce on it, but you can just see if I just put a line, I just do this sometimes and just put a line in the middle. And that's pretty much your uptrend. You know, you're staying on the top side of it, you're staying on the bottom side of it. And as long as we hold that. Now, if we crack back under, say, the 645 mark and head back down to 610, then that uptrend is fully cracked. You know, you're not going to see a higher low pattern. And maybe what we do from there is we start something like this, you know, if it did get a bounce there. And again, if it cracks that, we know the full uptrend is cracking. I just like keeping a line somewhere in the middle there to let me know we're just in an uptrend right now. It's hard to find a bottom for bounces or top for resistance, but you can see generally we are in an uptrend channel. This is the best play for right now for the day. 650 support. We've got 610 support and then 580 support. Oh, yeah, Caesar's awesome. You love him, Joe. We'll get him on next week. He's been around for a while, so yeah, he's definitely full of good information. He's been doing this for quite a while. I think we talked about this yesterday, or whenever it was. He was on Below Deck with Tim Sykes, so he's been doing this for, you know, what, 10, 15, well, over 10, 15 years or so now. Like I said, small caps, you know, he's done it all for the most part. He's not like Michael Nosh, you know, where he started with this and then moved, he's, you know, kind of worked with all these different things, and so he knows a lot. 610 and 5.8 area support. We'll go with 725 area resistance strong over that. Room two. Oh, wow, here we go, 52-week high. So we do have, yeah, 7, that's strong. We'll go 760, then 8. All right, be back here in just a bit. Do have my one-on-one right now. That's for the next hour. Stop recording that. That'll be perfect. 2 20-minute segments there. I need to get Alejandra's from last Friday up and going. I know you guys want to see that with hers. I promise you I'm going to get that done soon. Alejandra from last Friday was great. She was on for about 30, 45 minutes. Same thing about like Caesar today, talking futures, showing her chart, how she trades. That helped out Sailing Girl last week. So we'll get, again, next week, have maybe a round table of future traders that come on and then explain also how to trade, how they trade, what times of the day they trade, when they look to trade, what setups is their number one go-to, and explain that for newer traders. And, of course, Caesar to talk taxes. I'll be back after the one-on-one just to do a quick little recap. Back in a bit.
Boy, just jumping from one to the other, huh? Boy, just jumping from one to the other, huh?
What's up, fam? Just jumping back on the mic real quickly. If you can hear me. Got the game up top here. Got college basketball rocking and rolling. I was watching that last one-on-one. Had a good bounce play. Ardo here. Came down, got filled immediately right back on up. Took some profit in the 825 area. Well, it was 825 exit. It was showing 830, 825. Came back on down. I'm going to give this at least till... I'll give it like maybe 5 more minutes here to possibly bounce on up. It's not going to be a big loss if I take a loss here on the rest of the gain or shares. But it did this on Wednesday where it went up, held up, came down, bounced a little lower, and I'm going to give this a little bit of room. I don't know if I want to give it to the 770s, but I do feel this play is going to pop back on up. I'm going to give it a little more wiggle room here to pop back on up. It just ran out a little bit more volume. Volume did die down on Wednesday, but being a Friday here, halfway through the day, I'm not surprised that the volume has died off as much as it has here for Ardle. So that's the only thing that's really hurting this play. It was talked about, we did talk about it in the one-on-one. Even Paula asked about it earlier. I was anticipating the volume to stay the same as Wednesday, where it was low, but we'd get random pops back up. We're not getting those random volume pops back on up here, unfortunately. The bounce play was money. We called it out, identified it. It came right on up. But what hurt it too as well, I would have loved to crack from 850 down to it. Why? Well, then your target is 850. Now we form this shelf, and this floor at 830 thus becomes resistance, as you can see here. I will do a lesson on Ardle and what bounce plays are the best and why they work and when they work and what you should be looking for, and do like an updated bounce lesson this afternoon. So just want to let you guys know I'll be doing we will do lesson this afternoon. My stuff's freezing. Gotcha. All right. I'm going to jump off the mic for right now. I'll be back here in just a bit. Been yapping it up all morning long. Hopefully you guys have had a great day. Friday, got the college basketball on. It's definitely a lot slower in the small cap sector today. The best plays were some of the large cap dumps at the bell, but then those turn a little sideways as well. Really nothing in the small cap sector other than Anna. Did provide for a nice, good, long move today. Really, breakouts were it. Bounce plays weren't great. The only bounce play that worked out was this one here at about 825 if you got filled on these little lower wicks. That did rip the new high of day. I guess I did talk about the 650 dip buy. It's kind of working out. It's not been great. So today it's really been breakouts or reversals at high of day. That's been working the best in small cap sector. Breakouts or reversing at high of day. Bounce plays just haven't really been bouncing today and haven't had really many bounce plays or bounce setups. The best was Ardle earlier. We had orders to get filled at 860. After this liquidation sweep down here, I had it in at 864, 860, and 857. Didn't get filled. So I canceled them. It was a great bounce play, right? I mean, I wish I would have gotten filled, went straight on up. This would have been my trade of the day. In and out. Unfortunately, I canceled my orders, and I should have trusted them because it came down, would have been fully filled, and I would have been 1,500 shares in for a nice, good long. So we do have bounce plays still working every day. So every single day we're getting good bounce plays, and that's what I'm waiting for with you guys for the most part. We get some breakouts and some shorts here and there, but for the most part, balance plays. Back in a bit. did this yesterday on, gee golly, was it TMDE possibly? Do that the more, James. It's you.
They wanna see this face.
Of you are in again back to MNQ, and you want to get MNQ down to where?
I brought my risk into profit just in case, but I want to see.
And over there, that's not too big though. Let's get into this though. So let's go back to your journey with futures. You know, you started futures journey. I want you to talk about it when you started it. You know, and talk about your process to where you're at now. You know, what prop firms you're using. Do you still use the same one, or is there?
But that's not what I want to do. So if you want to also fulfill that dream, you have to do whatever it takes. Somebody asked me on. So then I was like, oh, dude, like I want to try that. So you know, do it. I'm Mexican. I'm not good at math. Get your feet wet in the market, and right? It's sleep, trade, gym, repeat. Right? It's sleep, trade, gym, repeat. And
Okay.
I rarely sleep now.
You got your new
And then I'm like, fuck it. Let me just, because yesterday it didn't hit the low that I wanted, which is so clean. Gym, repeat. And
Okay.
I barely sleep now.
You got your new GLT or whatever, Gym Tam.
Gym, repeat. I
Okay.
barely sleep now.
You got your new GLT or whatever, Gym Tan Laundry, DTL.
Ran in a 15-minute time frame, and it never broke and continued. Charts, they're so clean, and I'm like, wait, confident enough, like a fucking badass, and be on a life at the same time, right?
Right.
Multitask, and then I'm like, fuck it, let me just, because yesterday, fuck it, let me just. It sweeps the London lows, and I'm like,
Chandler gets it to Owe. The spin elevates, lays it in, and we're tied.
Spiro, now you sit on it if you're Santa Clara.
This is Gavin. Graves elevates, buries it. 2.4 away. He got it. Otega Owe has just etched his name in the March Madness lore. Miracle shot for Kentucky. And we are tied in St. Louis. Just breathtaking.
You can't make this stuff up, that's for sure. Does he get it off? I'm seeing .2 on that shot clock when the ball left his hands. And let's not forget on this shot, Spiro, watch where it goes in. It doesn't go in clean. It goes in off the backboard. Wow, you can't make it up.
It is the stuff of dreams from Otega Owe. Going glass with their season hanging in the balance. Inside half court with a miracle bank, and we're headed to the extra session.
You just do not see that many quick hitters in 3 seconds or less like that. What a fabulous finish to regulation.
Jim, we thought this one could be potentially special.
What's up, fam? Let's see here real quickly. Quick hot mic. Doing some editing and watching March Madness, which is crazy right now. Crazy finish right there. Kentucky was down 2, got the ball, 20 seconds left, went to the hole, got the 2, tied it up. Santa Clara goes down the court, jacks up a throw, a pretty decent look, but hit a 3 with 3 seconds left. Now they're up 3. Kentucky inbounds the ball, pretty much has to throw up a half-court heave, throws up a little bit, right around half-court heave, banks it off the glass, nails it to tie it. Now we're in overtime. So we're talking about 7 points in the last probably about 10 seconds of the game, 2 to tie it up from Kentucky, 8 points I should say, at 3 from then Santa Clara to take the lead, back up by 3 with 3 seconds left. 3 seconds left, I can talk. And then throw it up at the last second, Hail Mary, banks off the glass for Kentucky, another 3. So 8 points in a matter of about probably the last 7-8 seconds, somewhere in there. Old resistance, new support right around 220, I would say. So we'll go with soon 220 support for dip. 2.5 resistance strong. Anna not done. Definitely on watch for high day test, if not new high of day. $8 target over high of day. Now what would be bounce play? Settle the 635. Where's my line in at? Right after I put that line in too early, boom, we came right about 635, yeah. 635 best support. All right. We get back to editing about the post. We got Spy, Tesla, here across the board from these large cappers. NVDA, AMD. All right, I'll be back in just a few, finishing off the editing here. What's up with my video capture device? It's like frozen. Huh? Okay, what? That's weird. I'm just gonna get rid of it. was weird. We're back now, though. We're back now, though. All right, now we're back and going. All right, we're back here just a few. Amazon watch here, I would say somewhere right around, man, that's the thing, the area is not clear, but somewhere right around 685 support now. All right, I'll put the post out. It's last Friday. That's the post I was editing anyway, but I have a few different ones. But last Friday with Alejandra doing the futures, I'm getting that post ready to post part 1. It's a 40-minute, interview lesson thing we did about futures. Part 1 coming out in just a few minutes.
$11 to shoot. Aberdeen steps back. That's a deep three. That misses badly. So cold start to the overtime. And Diabate. And this crowd in St. Louis rises to its feet.
Small versus big out here. Should be able to go by him if he gets closer.
Gavalugo dances. Garrison got him.
Gotta get it dunked right here.
And Kentucky up 4. And another monster sequence for Garrison. And now the Broncos staggering into the corner.
Spiro, when you have a small versus big guy out on the floor like that, the percentages are better for you to try to set him up and go by him. He decides to shoot over him. It doesn't work with the deflection. And when you're a big guy like that and you block the ball, as Garrison just did, what do? You go off to the races.
Gene Steratore telling us off air that he thought that they missed the travel in that last sequence. So a break potentially for Kentucky. And now everything that Herb Sendek is thinking about as we take another look at that sequence. 48.5.
Oh, nice catch, Gene.
If you're Herb Sendek now in that timeout huddle, Jim, what are you thinking about as you bark out instructions?
Well, just looking at that replay, Gene Steratore was right on it from the studio. Fabulous call by you, Gene. They can't come back and review that, though. Now you're looking for I'm looking for the quick hitter going towards the basket. I just like getting the ball to the paint, Spiro, under these circumstances. Try to get yourself to the two things. Try to get yourself into the lane and stopping the clock. And obviously, if you can get to the free throw line, that's the third thing that works.
Kentucky Wildcats were 2 seconds away from having their NCAA tournament end after that Graves 3. Always prayer three-pointer to beat the buzzer. And now they've scored 6 straight in overtime, up 4.
And I would want to get this opportunity done in about 8 seconds or so. So there's 40 or so seconds left on the clock. You don't want to rush it, maybe 35, but you have to get it going quickly.
Shot clock at 6. It's Garrison again. He has been a defensive demon. Diabate up, missed it, but he's going to shoot free throws. Contact from the back. Just can't sing Garrison's praises enough. Always going to get the shine, and deservedly so, but Garrison, Jim, has been monstrous.
But the back-to-back decisions to try to shoot over them and shoot over him, just not good decisions by the young red-shirted freshman. Gavaluga.
So here's Mohamed Diabate. So the other amazing story about this young man, he's a practicing Muslim, so the Ramadan fast ended just yesterday. He'd been fasting during daylight hours since the middle part of February, so this is the first day since mid-February he's been able to eat and drink during daylight hours before a game. And boy, he has had all the strength he's needed.
Yeah, he sure has.
in what has been a huge performance for Kentucky. And now desperation mode for Santa Clara.
They know they need a 3.
Hammond elevates, misses badly. Insminger, he'll shoot in the corner. That'll keep him alive. 18.9. Timeout taken by Herb Sendek as that slices the deficit in half.
Not going away yet. I'm not putting this one in the books on either side yet after that end of regulation.
I think we've all learned our lesson.
Watch him run out to the corner, though, and he waits, and gets a nice look to go.
Ensminger, huge in that first half, has quieted down since, but a big shot to keep the pressure now on Kentucky. Broncos down to their final 2 timeouts, 1 left for Mark Pope. See the double bonus situation for Kentucky, I beg your pardon. And what a thriller we have had here in St. Louis. Otega Owe, just brilliant today for the Wildcats.
In a variety of ways with his 33 points, 11 for 24 from the floor. This is okay to end regulation. Banking it back. So in a big possession right here for Kentucky. Can they control the ball? Can they break the press? Because you know with this, with 19.2 seconds left, Santa Clara has no choice, obviously, to come up full court and look for a trap. Now keep in mind, they do have the possession arrow, Santa Clara. So if I'm them, I'm talking to these officials in the first 3 seconds. I'm coming in looking to grab the ball and tie it up. I'm not looking to get a foul in those first 3 seconds. You got to use that to your advantage. And then after 3 seconds, you just want to chop away to stop the clock.
19.2.
You can run the baseline too, Spiro. Just
it'll be Colin Chandler, the inbounder. Throws into Owe.
okay. So
There's the quick foul taken by Mahi.
smart by Owe too to catch that ball and turn and run. So he didn't allow anybody to double team him to get that possession there.
Otega Owe, 8 of 10 at the free throw line, 33 points. And what has been a dream performance in this opening round of the Madness.
I always like to watch the guys who run to the ball in those situations, saying to himself, I want it, I know I'm going to get fouled, and I know I'm going to get to the free throw line, and I'll try to win this game for Kentucky.
Just think of all the injuries that the Wildcats have had. Let's put all the pressure on the shoulders of this young man, and boy, did he respond all season as he knocks down both.
Need the quick hitter here, Spiro.
Gavrilugov, Ensminger is going to elevate, front rim, missed it. Rebound, Kentucky. Everdeen, the exclamation point. Final seconds as the officials are going to get Garrison on a reach-in foul.
back to your journey with futures. You know, you started futures journey. I want you to talk about it. When you started it, you know.
Watch every men's game live on your computer, phone, tablet, or streaming device with NCAA March Madness Live. Download now to stay up to date on all the action. And in the next round, if Tennessee can get past Wally Zerbiak's Miami of Ohio, then Dan Bonner and Candace Parker in a friendly wager about what's going to happen with Virginia and Tennessee. Embiid going up, his shot partially blocked. The putback is good though. That's 8 rebounds for Anuetu.
And 8 points.
At 8 points. He's had a big time first half.
Nice, nice, nice. What's up, Mike? Been scalping AF over here as well to see if this can get the move back on down.
Like, because last set of candles.
Feel to go back through every day.
Good.
Doing a girl? How we doing today? Of course, Dual Stream Friday. Haven't ever done one with a female trader or someone that trades futures. So today's a little bit new.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I'm currently in a short and I'm managing the trade as I'm on this live, and I was going to get out, but I don't know. I don't know if it's going to hold this level, but to me it looks pretty bearish, and I wanted to, what I'm looking for is a profit target of below London lows to, I know I may be asking for too much, but I want to see 24 190s.
you want to see what are you trading? Which one? Which actual future?
MNQ.
MNQ. It seems like everybody loves some MNQ. Some MNQ. All right, so yeah, you're wanting to see back down to that 23, what mark? 20 or 24.39. So essentially 24.4. What'd you say?
Are you on YouTube live?
Yes, I am on YouTube live. You are right now on YouTube. You are live. Say
Can
hi
you
to
send me
everyone.
the link? Hi, everybody.
Can I send you the link? Do you not have it pulled up on your own? You're not watching me on YouTube? How dare you?
No.
How dare you? I'm about to trump you and say you're fired.
But I'm the guest. I want to send it to the Discord.
My Lord Almighty! How
They're
dare
waiting
you?
for me. They want to see me too. They want to see this face too, not just yours.
Well, my face is the one to watch. What are you talking about here? Come on.
It's a dual stream. Don't get greedy.
I want all the love. No, what are you talking about? All right, here we go. Boom. I just texted it to you. It should be
Thank
coming
you.
through. Should be coming through.
Gracias.
Yes. Ding, got out a little red there on AF. It's all good. I'm going to watch my BIAF over here as well to see if this can get the move back on down. And I will manage that trade if I get filled. So, back to your trade, love. You are in, again, back to MNQ, and you want to get MNQ down to where?
Oh, hold on. Oh, I can see myself now.
Oh, she can see herself. Good Lord, watch out. Watch out.
Let me close this one sec. I don't want to get distracted. I'm gonna close that out. I want to be present.
Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's holding this level here at 520. I brought my risk into profit just in case, but I want to see it take out the London lows, right, at 24,400s, and then I want to see the previous lows from like a couple days ago, 24,313, 24,250, and then a drop all the way back down to 24 like 190s, 200, 24,200. It's my profit target.
How many contracts you playing over there?
6.
6. Oh, look at her in over there. That's not too big, though. It's not too big, not too small.
It's not too big. I wanted to add more, but I didn't get an opportunity. My entry is 665.
Not bad. Okay. All right. Yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna scale in, but then like I didn't get enough confirmation to add.
Yeah, that massive reversal from high of day area, you're gonna get some of that buying power coming back in a lot of the time, obviously on any stock you look at. So patience on this one, young one, patience.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get into this though. So let's go back to your journey with futures. You know, you started futures journey. I want you to talk about it when you started it. You know, and talk about your process to where you're at now. You know, what prop firms you're using. Do you still use the same one, or is there certain different ones you like and don't like? So just tell us about your journey, and anything you don't fill in, I'll ask questions to fill in for me.
So I started futures 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago.
Okay.
And I started because I'm a personal trainer, so I have clients during the daytime. And even though I was trying to book my clients after 1 p.m., after New York, market close.
Right.
It's testing my risk. It's okay. I I still like, I don't know, some clients still wanted to see me in the morning. So I forget who or what or how I came across this, but I heard about Apex. And I'm still trying to remember, like, how did I get into this? Like, I really don't remember. But I think it might have been either you guys or somebody in your chat or, you know.
Yeah, because that's when you were over at Tradecaster. So it could have been one of the guys that were over there because we had a couple futures traders. It was Caesar. Could have been, Buddy. Could have been one of
and the shorting queen or the
yep.
charting queen.
Charting
right?
queen. Yep.
Yeah, so then I was like, oh, dude, like I want to try that. So, you know, I took it serious. I thought it was like a real 50K until like I didn't realize that the drawdown and it's not real, you know?
Right.
And so, I mean, from there, I was going pretty big size, like because I'm like, oh, whatever, it's not real money, so it is what it is. But then I realized that I was blowing the accounts left and right. And since Apex is only like what, like I think sometimes it was like $20, $40, $60. I'm like, God, it's not a big deal. Like whatever, it is what it is. But then they kept denying my payouts because they kept saying I was like I wasn't. They didn't trust me. Like they didn't trust my entries. They didn't trust. They like claimed me as a gambler. And I had over $30,000 in profits multiple times, and they denied all of them. And so because I would try to follow their whatever rules, what the problem was that I was over trading. And that's when I'm like, okay, well, everything happens for a reason, right? Why am I over trading? Why am I trading the way that I'm trading? So it would be like I would go in heavy and I would make, you know, $3,000, $4,000. And then I wanted more, so I would go in again, and then I would lose it all, and then I would revenge trade, and I would triple my position. So then I would go in super, super heavy, and then I would lose it all. So then it would be like lose, make, and so I would have over 60 trades in a day.
Woo! Smoking 6-pack of cigarettes, girl. That's just, man, you a freight train over there.
Yeah, so then I'm like, oh, okay. So they want to see like that I'm a good trader, right? A good trader doesn't overtrade. A good trader doesn't revenge trade. A good trader takes between 1 to 3 trades, and they're.
Are you talking about me? Oh, you're talking about me. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you.
Well, I did learn from the best.
But when you're going through that, let's just take it back to that real quickly. I mean, how did that feel to go back through every day and you're taking 60 trades? I mean, what's that like? The feeling of knowing that you're just, what's the point? You know, like, why are we doing this? Why do I have to feel
because
like
I didn't have an edge.
Yeah.
I was just guessing, and I would be like, oh, it's getting rejected. And I remember one of the biggest flaws that I had was I would go in, like I could read the chart because, you know, it's been a 6-year journey. And when I first started, all I learned was support resistance, major areas of resistance, major areas of support. So I know how to read the chart as far as like ranges, highs, lows, bigger time frame, because I started with options contract as a swinger. So I was very familiar with reading the levels, and I just didn't know what to look for as far as an entry, because with option contracts, your entry is much different than a futures entry. And Greeks are involved in options, so as the trade is going your way, you know, you're making your money. But with futures, I mean, you know, if you don't have a good entry, especially on a prop firm account, you're going to blow the account. So then I realized, okay, you know, I need an edge. And I was watching the Short Bear. I don't know if you know him.
I've seen him before on YouTube, I think. I'm pretty sure I've seen him on YouTube.
I mean, he's a legend. His trades are like $1 million trades. And if he can do it, I can do it. So I started following him, and then one of his interviews was he was talking about an edge, and I'm like, what the hell is an edge? You know, like, and so I studied him and I listened to the interview over and over and over, and then I was like, oh, your edge is your setup.
Yeah, your strategy, yeah.
Your strategy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck is my strategy? I like to short, I like the drop, I like the fast move. I'm like, so why don't I just focus on shorting? And then that's when kind of you came in, and then you started teaching me the trend line cracks. And how to find confirmation on a short. And pretty much now I have multiple sources of confirmation, but I now focus mainly like on ICT entries, which is, you know, an inversion of a order block, a double retest on a fair value gap, and I risk above the fair value gap or the previous highs after the sweep. And that's mainly what I do. And that's the trade that I took right now. If you look on the retest at 24,710, I waited for the retest up to 24,675. I entered with 5. I wanted another retest or another pop to add another 5, and I was scaling in, but I just didn't get an opportunity to add in more.
And
so
going back to that, what one word would I say all the time? Patience, right? Just to have
patience. That was my biggest problem, right? Patience.
Yeah, right.
And so now, I mean, I'm much better, but I think I'm like my patience level when I was working with you to now, I would say 80% patient, and back then it was 30%. So I've increased a lot.
Yeah, right. And I joked about that throughout the years, though, I say with my analogies, but you start like video games, like these arcade games, like or whatever, with the full life bar, you know, and then when you get hit, you know, it goes down or whatever. It's the opposite in stock trading, where we start with nothing, no patience, no discipline. You've got to build that up, and you keep getting hits and knocked back, and so that's what, you know, like you were only at that time maybe like, you know, your patience was only at a certain percentage, but every time you move forward, you're going to take some steps back. But, you know, those big steps back at first happen a lot. Now you take smaller steps back, and you can move faster forward. And yeah, and then eventually you'll get to 100% confidence, 100% patient, you know, but it's striving to get there, and it just takes a long time to get there.
Yeah, and I just think also it's like nowadays we want everything now, right?
Right.
And so when you have that bias and that bias comes in, you go, okay, it's almost like your ego is talking to you, and it's like, you know, you want to know, get in now. And it's like, you just want to confirm that you're right. And it's like, your trades are just probabilities. It's not about being right or wrong. It's about how good is your edge enough to have the confluences that it's going to go your way, and what's the probability that it's going to go your way. And all trading is just probability. I mean, it's either going to go up or down or sideways.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, you got to take that fear out. That's what's funny. Mike Dyer, one of the guys that said it. So I guess I am somewhat scared. Yeah, we all are at first. You're scared, you know, that. And I've just tried to eliminate that in the emotions of saying, like what you essentially are saying is find your trade, find your setup, find your edge. Once it's there, you know the risk is going to be there. You're not going to be right all the time. So don't worry about trying to be right in every trade. Just have the right risk to reward and take the trade, you know. Accept the risk, accept the reward, take the trade, you know, and it's hard to get past that. Sailing Girl, which I do have another girl in chat that I do one-on-ones with now, and she trades futures. She asks, what confirmation do you wait for? And so we'll start with that. What confirmation do you wait for? And are you mainly shorting?
I said it earlier, I don't know if she heard me, but I wait for, so first of all, we have to determine the trend. So I'm not going to go against the trend. The trend is your friend, right?
Yes.
That was another big thing. So even if like we're in a range, let's say on the daily time frame, we've been on a range, but if you go to a 4-hour, it'll show you if we are downtrending, right? It's really obvious. So if you know that you're downtrending and it hasn't given us confirmation that we have changed the structure, then you wait for pops to take shorts, and either you can ride the A+ setup like on a swing position for a hold for until the main level of support for a change of structure, or you just scalp the pops. And so mainly what I look for is I look at previous history to tell me what was the last set of candles that pushed the price higher before it broke it to go lower. And so I enter in at the inversion of that bearish order block after it creates a fair value gap, and I wait for the second retouch of the bearish fair value gap.
Do you want to show your screen and show exactly what that is?
No.
That's not fair. Come on now. Okay, then she says, and what confluences work best for you? What confluences there?
I need a second touch. Like I need a rejection. I'll show you. I can show you. Do I just share it on my?
Yeah,
Zoom?
press it. Well, you press the share screen. So press share screen on the Zoom. Now press share screen again, and it's going to ask you what you want to share, and then share the goods, baby.
Hmm.
All right, so go ahead and break her on down there for us. Break her down. Breaker one. Breaker one. What do you got there?
Okay, so on the 4-hour time frame, this is pretty much, I have everything mapped out already. So like I only treat MIQ because I need to know where my levels are and or what it's doing, right? So that I know what I'm looking for. So in this case, I have my major fair value gaps up there and my major fair value gaps down here. So I know where my resistance is versus where my support is. On the 1-hour time frame, I go, I zoom in and I say, okay, what was the last set of candles that pushed the price higher before we went lower? And technically it was pretty much this little set, right? I mean, it could be this set as well up here, but it's pretty similar, right? It could also be this up here, but to me, this doesn't really help me with this trade down here. So based on this, I go, okay, well, is there a major fair value gap that I could use as resistance that could potentially help me? And in this case, there is one here, but this isn't going to help me. This is just confirming that we are a downtrend. So from there, I mean, you know, it's very simple, guys. Like you connect the dots, it's a downtrend. If the trend doesn't give you a change of direction on higher lows and a break and a retest, it's not going to go higher, right? It's going to go lower. So in that case, we look for shorts. And if we go to a 15-minute time frame, I want to just see that, okay, where is the last order block? Okay, so technically around this area is where there was a lot of support here, and support becomes resistance, and it became resistance right here. So then I go, okay, well, let me just get extra confirmation. Where is my major order block? And since we broke this structure, this level, this range, if you guys look closely here, there's a bearish fair value gap and it taps into it perfectly. Not only that, but we do have that order block, right? Which is the last set of candles that pushed the price higher before it broke it. Once it broke it, I wait for the retest and then I write that short. Last night, we all took this and we banked. A lot of people made money with me on TikTok Live because I hop on TikTok Live. And then I told my team, I'm like, you know, I don't know why, but I feel here it's going to hold. So if it does hold, I'm going to wait for a retest to take another short, and I'm going to look for the previous fair value gap and the previous order block to get extra confirmation. So I waited for that, and I usually start to like clean up the chart so that it doesn't become messy for me. So then I just looked at the major signals or indicators, right, that or confluences that were going to give me confidence and confirmation that it was going to continue to go lower. So in this case, I have this order block, which was the last set of candles that pushed the price higher before it went lower. With this set right here, it created a bearish fair value gap. You draw your fair value gap and you wait for it to not touch once, but twice. You enter short at the retest. If we go into a 15-minute, you see how it perfectly taps into it and it doesn't close above it? That's confirmation that we're going to go lower. You go into a 5-minute, you look for your entry, look at that pop, and my entry was pretty much, I wanted my entry to be right there, but when I added, it brought my average down. So my entry was 5 at 653, and then I wanted to add more at 665, 670, but I just didn't get an opportunity. Plus, I wasn't trying to be too heavy on a live with you because I wanted to pay attention to you. And so now I'm aiming for these previous lows to previous lows to get taken out, which is about to go. If we close below those lows, it has no. It's a free fall back down to hit these lows. And the major area of liquidity or major psychological area where I had one of the biggest runs was in this area here. So it only makes sense to hold it for that area. It's not rocket science.
Well, to some people, it's harder than rocket science, I think.
Well, it only took me 5 years.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of, like you said, what people are doing is what? They are, unfortunately, doing one thing at first, and that's doing nothing. And that's the one thing, unfortunately.
Watching.
Yeah, you're like you just said, you don't have an edge. You don't know what you're even doing. And so people sit there for years doing that without having an edge, and that backfires. And it takes however long until it finally smacks you upside the head to go, oh, yeah, I don't even know what the hell I'm doing.
Yeah, totally. I mean, like, yeah, I had no idea what I was doing at all. Like, when people would say, "What's your edge?" You know, I would just say, "I just short at major resistance and I long at major support." But it's like, you can do that, but where's your entry? And the thing that I love about futures and prop firms, and especially, is because, guys, if you're broke and you don't have money, or you work a 9 to 5, kid you not, literally lock in for 1 month. Don't go out. Don't buy wine. Don't buy alcohol. Don't buy anything that you don't need. Sell a couple things. I know you guys have more than $100 or $200 to buy one of these prop firms. These prop firms have taught me how to have perfect entries, because if you don't have a good entry, you're going to get stopped out as it's not going your way because of the drawdown. So this is a perfect way for you guys to get your feet wet in the market. And at the end of the day, if you fail or blow a couple accounts, give yourself a limit. Like, okay, this month, if I don't pass it, I'm only gonna be risking $500 of my paycheck, right? Or whatever it is. I have blown so many accounts, but it is what it is. What I've made versus what I've paid is totally worth it, right? And at the end of the day, if you really want this, there's no reason why you can't get there, right? If I can do it, I'm Mexican, I'm not good at math, I have ADHD sometimes, I'm impatient, I'm greedy, right? But guys, like, I've wanted this. This is the only thing that I want. And it's not that, I want to become a day trader. No. That's not my passion. My passion is to have financial freedom. To not be able to work for anybody, to not clock in, right? Why am I here to live someone else's dream? If that's what you want to do, that's fine, but that's not what I want to do. So if you want to also fulfill that dream, you have to do whatever it takes. Somebody asked me on my Discord the other day, how many hours do you put in the chart? How many hours do I not put on the chart is the question. I don't scroll on TikTok. I don't scroll on Instagram. I'm only there to post my content and to probably engage and interact. But that's it. I don't waste time, right? It's sleep, trade, gym, repeat. And
Okay.
I barely sleep now.
You got your new GLT or whatever, Gym Tan Laundry, DTL, Gym Tan Laundry. It's like that, exactly. Yeah. Love it, girl. That's good stuff. Good quality information today, and especially on top of the fact, showing you've made the progress of learning how to become your own trader. How does it feel? How does that honestly feel to know that you can just sit back and you're going to find your own trades?
I was telling my team the other day, I'm like, what would it feel like if you guys were already there and everybody had to choose an emotion and my emotion was powerful? So I feel fucking powerful.
That's awesome.
I feel like a boss bitch.
It's good. Good stuff. Yeah, man. So I love it. I get good information there. Yeah, people are loving you. Again, that's why I love getting a lady on. Like, who isn't gonna love a pretty girl on the live stream? It'll bring in a lot of new views. So yeah, good information too as well. Love to see the progress, because just to see you grow as a trader where you really didn't have much of a clue when we worked together. No offense, but you didn't have much of one. To now you have a lot more understanding of not only the market, but like even just hearing you verbalize the way you were just talking. Wow, you sound like you know what you're doing. Do
you remember when I would call you and be like, oh, like, do you really think I'm gonna get there? And you're like, girl, just keep going. Don't give up. Like, you got this. You know, just focus on you. Just do you, boo. Just do you, boo.
Many of phone calls.
Do you, boo. That should be my slogan.
Yep. Many things. Yeah. Many phone calls too. That's why I always tell you guys that have my number. Like, hey, if you need to comment, I remember one time you were complaining about this stuff going on in your life, bitching about stock trading. I was cleaning the house. I'm like, have you on speakerphone? And I remember I was in my master bathroom cleaning. I'm just like, just letting you, hey, just get it out. Come on and vent, But yeah, exactly. But you've figured it out, which I love. And it's a process, which people think it's going to, and they see that every once in a while. They'll see a trader that gets it in 6 months or maybe gets it in a year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, the other day when I was live, I came to a realization. I'm like, guys, I think I may be a better coach than a trader. Well, and then this hater was like, right, tell us more. Like, pretty much like talking shit, And then I was like, well, it's because, like, guys, I come from I don't know if there's any Mexican viewers, I can't see your chat, but I come from a Mexican household. I got beat when I was a child, okay? I did not get love from my parents, and I have daddy issues. My dad was not there, right? So my grandparents to me are my parents. So I went through a shitload and developed so much trauma that trauma appears on the fucking charts, believe it or not. Whether it's fear, greed, FOMO, whatever it is, but I'm like, I have done my fair share of healing and mental work, hypnotherapy, neuroscience, neuro reprogramming, meditation, chakra clearing, everything, right? And I said, if I didn't have that, obviously it shapes me who I am now, and I don't know, it is what it is, that's my journey. But you guys have to understand, part of trading is being able to face your fears, your ego, your trauma, and it will appear on the charts. And the moment that you realize that and you reach out to somebody about clearing that, literally it's like the fog clears up, the doors start opening. And one day I was like, I want to be financially free to the point where I can just wake up and decide I don't have to do anything today. And like now I can proudly say I can do that. And it fucking took years of mental work, of struggling, like mentally, emotionally. Guys, I would cry almost every day. I would literally cry for like the whole shower. And then I'd be like, okay, don't be a bitch. Just go meditate for 10 minutes. Clear that shit out. Don't carry this throughout your day and just move forward, right? There's a reel on Instagram that I saw one day, and it's a professor holding a cup, and he's like, he's asking the class, how heavy do you guys think this is? And the class goes, 6 ounces, 12 ounces, oh, this much heavier, whatever, they were telling their answers. And then he's like, okay, how much heavier do you think it would be if I held it for an hour? And then everyone's like, it's gonna be pretty heavy. And they're like, think of this as the stress you're carrying.
The longer you carry it, the harder it gets.
Yeah. And then I'm like, oh, just let that shit go. And I always think of Frozen, right? Let it go. Let it go.
Girl, and who said I've been saying that for years. This is like, I want to be like J Trades and like always I told you, I've said this. This is the stuff. This is the stuff I've been teaching and preaching you all the way back when you came to me in 2023. Is that, I live that way. You know that. I don't have for the most part, I don't stress. I've gotten to where I've gotten to in life, and you have to start understanding these things. Things are going to happen, and you have to start letting things go. You have to put them to the side or address them. Like, you can't. Avery's bad at that too. Again, I think it's not just a women thing. Men do this way as much as women do. They just don't want to talk about it. But men, if you go through that same issue, if you're holding on to something and you need to talk about it, you need to confront it. You need to address it. You need to put it behind you. And the only way you can do that is if you do confront it, you do address it. And it's good because it makes you a stronger person. That's why I think, like, Avery's like, you're the strongest person I've ever, the stuff I've been through, yada, yada, yada. She says that all the time, like, you're one of the strongest people I've ever met. Mentally, I am. But I think a lot of it comes back to just who I am. Just naturally, luckily, I got that. But you go back, and I've always said this, I think a lot of it has to go back through, which, unlike you, which I did get spanked and some paddles broke over my ass. Don't worry, I had that. But I had growing up, maybe not as much of that negative mindset, because I got to watch people like Optimus Prime and Transformers always win. I got to see Michael Jordan and his mindset. I watched, shows like MacGyver. If you know who MacGyver is, he's always winning. He's going to die, but next thing you know, he gets a pin clip and some bubble gum, makes a bomb, and everyone's, is okay. But everything was always okay, right? Everything always finished okay. My teams were always winning. Whatever sport I was watching, the Bulls and the, and MJ. Arkansas Razorbacks basketball team was really good in the 90s. So as a kid, I'm just watching winning. You never lose. You're never going to give up. And so that just almost is ingrained into my brain as a human, So I am lucky in that facet that I had that early on in my life. So that just was built into me. Or like you may not have that a lot early on. And so then you get, suppressed a little bit by the time you're 20 and now 25 and then essentially get into your 30s or so. Now you're that human, and you have to start understanding, like you said, you've been holding that cup and that glass for however many years now, and it's fucking heavy. Yeah. I get rid of shit right away. I address it. I want to cry it out. I want to get it over with and move on. Where if you hold on to that stuff, it makes other things that you go through and you do in your life even harder, because you're holding on to that glass like you're talking about still.
Right. Well, the crazy thing is that sometimes you don't even know we're holding it, and that was my thing. Right. I had no idea until I was just like so depressed to the point where I'm like, I hate everybody and I'm always sad, and like even though I could put up a front, like, and I was very strong, right? I knew in my heart that it was closed, it was heavy. And I mean that's a whole, other journey and story, but what is it, how does the saying go? When the student is ready, the teacher appears.
Yeah. And
so you just have to make a decision, like, do you really want to be successful? Are you willing to do whatever it takes? And how bad do you want it? And one day I was just like, I want it so bad, to the point where I don't know if, people are religious or not, but I'd be like, God, I am ready. I'm ready. Just give it to me all. Like, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. And it was so hard for me to even say that, because I'm like, oh, I don't know if I'm really willing to do whatever it takes. But you have to make that decision, because if you don't, then you're just, you're just not ready. You're not ready. And it's not a bad thing. Everybody has their own journey. Like, I wish, some people on my chat are 18, 20, and I'm just like, fuck, like, imagine if I started this when I was 18, This was only
but you have to have the mindset you have now, which, no offense, and I say that to myself, but I wouldn't have had that mindset. I didn't.
Exactly.
I would have been blowing money after blowing accounts.
Exactly.
And that's why it's patience. Patience. You have to wait for things to come to you. Good things come to those who wait. That's life, Now, yes, you get your 1%ers out there that you just get gold and silver or platinum, whatever spoons given to them, and they get it lucky early on for whatever reason, whether they get it, handed to them, or they come across something where they're just very smart, whatever it might be. But we see that, like, you're $1 million a day guy, and you go, listen, you said that can be attainable, but I need to do me. If I can worry about what I'm doing every day, then maybe down the line that can be possible. But you have to worry about what you're doing each and every day. I love to see your growth in your journey. It's been awesome to see here, and to see where you might be even years from now, which you got to think about that. Right. And I know you do. Like, man, imagine where I'm at now. I'm
gonna be like the short bear. I'm gonna be taking $1 million trades.
All right. Well, hey, if that ends up being the case, you better come back to me and take me on some sort of trip. That's all I got to say.
We'll see.
Okay. All right. I see how it is. And here you go. Look at your trade two coming to full fruition. And I'm hoping, and I thought it would. And that's what I was telling you earlier. Kind of getting a little worried when we first started. I said, patience. It's coming. And here you go, sweeping out the lows. Just as you take a sip of your tea over there like you're a badass mama.
Is it tea, though?
It is.
You saw this trade.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
It's Friday.
Yeah, I saw. I was like, that's
the hot toddy.
Yeah. I love it. Real quickly, before I let you go here, Kogu asked a little bit ago. Kogu says, what was one good trade which worked in your favor that you were proud of, and why did it work? So think of one in your past, or it can be even like today's trade, but what trade there, and not even think about that maybe kind of started changing your journey when you started realizing early on, wow, this strategy is working. My eyes are opening. I should just do this every single day. Do you have one in mind?
Oh.
Or was it, and it might be just like an accumulation of trades of you just doing it, the repetition of that.
No, I remember. Okay, it was 3 different scenarios. The first one was when I blew my first Express account. And actually, yeah. So on Apex, I had $38,000. And I requested a payout and they denied it. And I got so pissed off that I started revenge trading. And I got that account up to $70,000. And they still denied my payout. So I was like, why? Like, why? What is going on? And it was obviously over trading, right? Because I was just like gambling it out. So I ended up losing all that. And it was literally last year, January. So that month was probably one of the hardest months my whole life. A lot happened that month. A lot. I don't want to mention anything on the live, but
Oh, come on. Let's just get it all off. You've been talking about crying in the shower.
No, I'm not going to. Let's just say no. Bad breakup. Let's just say that. And that month, I was like, okay, well, we just have to. I blew it, right? So I'm like, okay, we just have to do it again. If we did it once, we could do it again. And so I kept trying and trying and trying. And so it took me a couple months for me to be grounded and grounded and centered again and focused. So finally, I funded a couple accounts. I had 3 Copy Express accounts, and that was the month that I had one of the biggest payouts. And I said, "Fuck yeah, this is it! Like, this is it. I'm a shorter. I make most of my money shorting, so I'm just gonna wait for the setup every time." And I got really confident, like too confident, like cocky confident. And I went in pretty heavy one day. And I kept adding and adding and adding to lower my average, to realize that I was adding to the wrong position. I was going the wrong way.
Nice.
And
whoopsies.
I ended up blowing all accounts. So that was the moment that I was like, all right, well, I mean, I cried it out. Maybe I cried it out the whole day. I was depressed the whole day. And then I'm like, what needs to change? Like, what needs to change? And it was, why do you want it? Why do you want it? Like, why do you want more? Why did you want more? And then I realized when you want more and when you get greedy, it's because you're telling the universe that you don't have it. So I'm like, okay. So then this is when I started studying my own trades. And every single day I would take a trade and I would study it and I would see where I entered, why I entered, and I would write it down and I would journal it down. So then I realized that every single trade, if I just waited for the second touch, I was always in a winning trade. So that was the moment that did it for me. It was, you have your edge, you have your setup, but now if you are not patient, you are not going to have a good entry, and you're either going to be under drawdown or you're going to have fear or emotions come up and it's going to take your confidence away. So I said, I'd rather miss a trade than to go in early and not wait for that second touch. And I haven't missed a trade. I mean, I may miss the opportunity to add, but the only difference between making 2,400 right now versus 8,000 or 10,000 is just my size. There's nothing different, guys, right? I could literally close out my position right now if I had 6 minis instead of 6 micros,
right?
And that would be probably $10,000 trade right there.
Mental side of things, it's all mental. I mean, this is once you learn.
It's all mental.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much that you have to overcome, early on, and then that kind of stuff too as well. It's a combo. You've got it, but it's all in the brain. I mean, you got to figure out who you are as a trader. You got to figure out what you are trading. And you got to figure out the charts. But it all comes back to mental. Your brain's figuring this stuff out. Can you challenge yourself, like you said, to push yourself hard enough and far enough to get to that level? So much props and love to you. We got a couple last questions here for you. You already answered it, but why do you trade futures? Go ahead and answer that. Why do you trade futures? Versus like stocks, shares, options, equities, whatever.
I thank you for the reminder. I forgot I'm in option contracts as well.
Okay. All right.
Let me just check that position really quick. Okay, we're up 20%. It's not bad. I trade futures because I feel like you can make much, much more without using your capital. And for me, I don't know, it just gives me a peace of mind that I can make thousands of dollars without risking my capital. And
Love
so imagine you're it's almost like you found this pot of gold and you already have some gold. Like, I want to secure and protect that gold so that I can keep digging for more. And as I make and generate this gold here, I'm just going to keep putting it in the treasure box and continue to grow that. And my goal is to fund like a $100,000 account for futures, like a cash account, and just trade futures like on a futures broker, so that I don't. I mean, I'm always going to use prop firms. I mean, it's just like I feel like it's just like free money, you know.
Right.
Like you pay $200 and. Like if I hit my profit target, guys, I'm gonna make $5,500 and I only invested $300. Like,
yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Like, what?
Yeah. And that answer is Louis asked that. He said, you're going to go back to a non-prop firm. And I can answer that. Yeah, she might, but I promise you she'll always have a prop firm, just like I'll always use Trade the Pool just because it's free. You get free money to use. I mean, it's kind of like, why wouldn't you? All right, last question right here. In your years of trading, have there been market shifts that cause you to trade in a different time of the day? Or do you have like kind of that certain time of the day? Is there certain things that happen where you change your time frames, or doesn't really matter? You're just waiting for that setup in the chart regardless of what time it is?
That's it. I'm just waiting for the setup regardless of the time. Sometimes I'd be up at 3 a.m.
Well, back to Saline. What do I say? Wait for your trades to come to you, Miss Saline girl. She knows all this, and I hopefully hear reiterating it you nonstop, and you being a former student. Now, again, you learned all this on your own. I gave you the basics, and then you finally realized, oh yeah, these things started clicking off in your head. I don't have an edge. I had to have patience. All these things. I'm like, yeah, how do you let it go? You're finally understanding as a human to do these on your own. I love it. It's good, very good. So again, girl, go ahead. What?
One thing that I could say is, if you're looking for the setup, you're already like trying too hard. You have to wait for the setup to call you. So if you're like this,
hey, hold on. Hey, hold on. I got a setup call me. Oh, hey, what's up, Bounce Play? How you doing? Oh, really? Okay. I'll see you there. I'll see you there about 2:30.
No, but what I mean is, like, I woke up this morning and I'm like, okay, I'm not going to take a trade. I literally said that. I'm not going to take a trade because I want to be focused on the live. And I'm like, no, it would be cool to be in a trade and be confident enough, like a fucking badass, and be on a live at the same time, right?
Right.
Multitask. And then I'm like, fuck it. Let me just, because yesterday it didn't hit the low that I wanted, which is the lows it's about to hit right now after it sweeps the London lows. And I'm like, I'm looking at my 15-minute here on Webull because my first broker is Webull. So I'm so used to looking at Webull charts, and I love the Webull charts. They're so clean. And I'm like, wait, it's giving us a lower high on a 15-minute time frame, and it never broke and continued to give us higher lows. So we haven't had a break of structure. I'm like, nah, I don't believe this is bullish still. I mean, yeah, I had a nice bounce from last night, but nah, I'm gonna look for that rejection. Now I was on the phone with one of my students, and I'm I'm looking for a setup right now, and I'm waiting for confirmation. And then I'm like, I'm getting it. I think I'm gonna get in. I'm like, okay, I'm in. I'm in. And so that's when I was like, okay, I'm gonna go in with 5, and then I'll add. I wanted 10, but the setup was calling me, right? It was like, hey, I'm getting ready for you. So I was literally just waiting patiently for that second retest, and I entered in, and no hesitation, no doubt, no nothing. It was just there. It was just there, and I wasn't forcing. I wasn't like, oh, let me see if I can take a trade so that I could be in a trade, while I'm on the live. No, it's Friday, guys. Like, I didn't even want to take a trade. I wanted to just enjoy my morning, And
Yep.
I am enjoying the morning.
Yep. That's what my goofy analogy I always say. If you walk into you're going out and you're going in with all your girls out to a bar, and you see me at the bar, and you go, oh, he's hot. I'm just kidding, but you get my point. You go to a bar, you know who's attractive. You can't help it. You're a single person, and even if you're not single, when you see something that you're attracted to, you go, damn, that's a pretty nice ass, or damn, she's got a pretty smile.
Your analogies. Are you serious right now?
Well, that's true. I mean, you can't help it when you see something that you like, or like say you're fucking hungry and you see a cheeseburger and you go, oh, fuck. That's what I'm talking about. So when you see a chart set up and you go, oh, shit, that's a nice ass. That's a nice ass. You go trade it. You know, oh, damn, I'm hungry for a cheeseburger. Well, where is a good looking cheeseburger? You wait for it to come, right? That's my point. Like when you see, like me, when I trade, when I see something, like when I alert stuff, I can't help but alert it. Like I said the other day, I got my live stream going and I said, I alert bounce plays. I can't help but see they're created. The chart's already created. And then Nath in my chat was like, how about resistance for some shorters? Like, well, I got to go find it first. I got to go back and look and see where that's going to be at. But I couldn't help but alert. Why? Because the bounce plays were right there. I saw where they were. I was like, here's where your bounces are going to be at. And yeah, I love to hear that from you, that you're doing the exact same thing. When the chart shows itself, you go trade the chart. It's fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, girl. I'm going to end the live here, or the recording here, I should say. You can still chat it up. But again, thank you. I have a 2-parter here now built in. 2 parts, 1 minute, or both of them 20 minutes long. And I'll put it out on YouTube. Thank you for joining me, baby girl, and talking to futures in your journey. We'll get you on again.
Thank you for having me. I'm grateful for you. And thanks everybody for tuning in and listening to my story. Happy Friday.
There you go. Boom. Got that recorded right there, and I will post that for sure. It'll be 2 parts. Part 1, more about how you're trading, which is awesome. And then part 2 is really about a lot of mental stuff there in that last 20 minutes. And the reason why, because on Instagram, you can only put 20-minute videos up anymore. So I'll put that on. Yep. Yeah. It's fucking weird, right?
Oh.
Yeah. So I've been splitting those up into, into 20 minutes. Any last questions on chat? Let's see. Carrie might be the funniest analogy I've heard. Well, it's true though. You walk into a bar and you see something you like, whether it's food or a hot person, you go, okay, that's pretty attractive. What's up here? Just look, E+ setups. Got to look for those. Let's see what. Thank you for everyone. Cosmic Rays, yes, Cosmic Rays, Kogu, Saline, King Lion, F Carry. You're getting a lot of love over on the YouTube if you're not seeing that. So they definitely appreciate.
I see it. Yeah.
They're loving it. Thank you, for Saline, Mike. Appreciate you coming over. Lone Wolf. Hey, Lone Wolf. And my man's single. He's ready to mingle over there in Florida. We got Cali, and we got the coast. We got the coast, baby. He's over in Jacksonville. You get a little. Hey, I want to go to Florida and see my Florida boyfriend and go to the Florida coast. But anyway, Wolf's loving that. But hey, he's single.
Yeah, I guess I can have a boyfriend in different area codes.
There you go. Yeah. Hey, Florida's not bad either. Having one on the beach, so you go out there. Next thing you know, you're on the beach. He's a good man. Take care of you. He makes good food. He knows how to cook.
I'm really picky, guys. I'm sorry.
Well, again, like you said, you went through a tough breakup. It's like going through a tough trade. So now you're gonna kind of sit back. You're like, oh shit, I'm a little on edge right now. I want to make sure the next one's gonna be a good one, because that last one did not treat me well, and I'm not in a good mood about it.
Yeah.
So
it's gonna take some time.
Yep. Yeah, I was say, Daytona, in Jacksonville, Daytona. I knew you were Daytona Beach. Yeah, he's in Daytona. So he's in Daytona Beach, baby. So there you go. But yeah, Mike, thank you for coming on over. Appreciate it. And yeah, any last words that you would tell any of these traders that are still struggling? Like Kogu said, it's always good to hear from traders that went from the struggle level to now they're starting to get it. It's starting to click level. Yeah, so you've given great tidbits, but let's just end it on this. If you could give one big bit of advice for traders that are struggling or maybe have started, what would it be?
I would say number 1, don't do it alone. Like that's one of the worst things you could do, because you're just gonna eat your emotions away every day. And don't share this journey with anybody that doubts you, because if they're doubting you, they are projecting their own insecurity, and you don't need that. So you need somebody that can support you in what you do. Like I have a friend that wants nothing to do with trading, but she supports me. She supports me 100%, and she doesn't want to hear about trading at all. She doesn't believe in trading, but she believes in me and my trading journey. So that's a good emotional friend, right? Emotional support. Number 2, you have to ask yourself why you want to do this. If you don't have a strong enough why, you're always going to find an excuse and a reason not to study, a reason not to lock in, a reason not to put the time on the charts. There's always going to be an excuse. So if you can commit to locking in and going through that self-development phase, there's literally nothing in this world that you can't do. And you should not allow anybody to define who you are, especially their opinion about you.
Love it. Love it. Back to more mental stuff right there. Back to more mental stuff. I love it. Good, good, good. Well, very successful dual live stream. Not only for you coming here and, of course, all you've taught and preached and give the listeners and the people in chat something to go back and rewatch and learn from in futures and how you're trading. But you took a banger trade, baby girl, and it's working out so beautifully right now.
Yes.
Well, what's your plans? Let's just say this, okay? We'll end it on this. What's your plans here for the rest of the Friday into the weekend? Now that you're ending it on a great trade.
Well, let's see. I have, I'm getting my nails done at noon, so I might just go to the gym and get a nice workout, and then go get my nails done, and enjoy the Friday. I'm gonna do a market live recap with my team at 7:30 p.m. Pacific, and then I'm gonna go live on TikTok at 8:30 because apparently that's my new hangout spot. It's hella fun. It's so entertaining.
Yeah. Oh yeah. TikTok or sometimes on X. You get, especially on TikTok anymore. Going live, you just get all these random people and then build up some new followers too. I mean, you're just getting on there to see how many people can. And yeah, TikTok. I've been on some of those lives, and it definitely can be entertaining for sure. Yeah, so where can they find you at? Where can they find you at on TikTok? Where can they find your information?
My username is Alejandra Trades.
So your name plus trades.
Yeah.
Very simple. Very simple. Love it, boo. Well, have a good weekend. I'll try to join you tonight. I'll pop on there on my phone. We usually do one. Actually, me and Kevin Avery do kind of one of those same things on Friday night. So maybe we'll pop onto yours, and you know what I mean, while we're on our own live, because we get drinks. We call it Traders Anonymous. We get some drinks out. Get the bourbon, the whiskey, the tequila. Have some drinks. Talk some stocks. What trades we have for the week. What do we see for the next week? Just have a good hour and a half just talking it up. So that's what I want you to join sometime. I know you do your own, but never have any ladies join. So you can, one Friday night, you want to do that with us for, even if it's just for 10, 15, 20 minutes, love to have you on.
Yeah, I'm down. Let me know.
All right. Sounds good, boo. Love you. I do. Have a good rest of your weekend. I'll talk to you soon. Take care, boo.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, good stuff there, huh? Told you would love it. I knew you guys would like today. Pretty girl, sweet girl. Love her to death. Such a sweetheart. And yeah, you see that. Been through the ringer. And her own trading journey, right? Did it to herself. I did it to myself. You do it to yourself, King Lion will say, oh, well, I'll do it to ourselves. For whatever reason, we don't lay out the plan early on. I don't know why, what we think we're doing. We think we're doing it right. We're not. And it just takes one of those couple of punches to the face and maybe a punch to the balls or something for the men. And then finally, like me, I talked about it earlier, that $1,000 loss I took on my $3,000 account chasing third halt up, and just kind of one of those aha moments. That's a inverse aha moment of fuck, whoops, what am I doing? You're not doing anything right. Yeah, and it's cool to see that. We were doing one-on-ones and where she was at now, and just to listen to her talk and her, like I said, just listening to her, I was like, wow, she has grown as a trader. She's already a grown woman. She already knows all that. I knew you guys were loving it though. Got pretty tuned up last night. Yeah. We get pretty wasted. I'm definitely blessed to have her, but she is not the norm for sure. Oh, okay, got you. Talking about your girlfriend. You talking about your girl? Yeah. Well, I love my. Yeah. I mean, I got a good girl I'm helping. She's still in the store setup. Avery was. And she was there by herself anyway, blah, 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 and helping her. I got to go into Fogo to show that night and, do my waiting thing. And so she always works during the day, and then I had to go to work at night. So to see her, I'd go to whatever store she was at in DFW, working that day, doing store setup, because it was store setup. Store's not open, they're just getting it ready. And so I'd go hang out with her just because wouldn't get to see her because she's has to leave at 8, doesn't get home till 4 or 5. At that point, at some point around there, I'm already in or going into Fogo because they open up at, I think back then, maybe they've always been open. I think that's what it was. I'm thinking a lot of those restaurants that close at lunch, I think they did close at lunch when I first started. Now I don't remember. Any freaking way. I just remember I had to go in for the evening shift, and Avery was like, call in and quit. She's like, you really love the stock trading thing. I believe in you. I'm about to get my... Because she literally that day or somewhere around there had gotten you're going to be a regional. They were promoting Avery to be a regional manager. So we knew kind of the basis of how much more money she was going to make. And then potential of getting mileage, but bonuses and getting paid mileage. And so he was going to make more money. So, it was definitely going to supplement me leaving Fogo, essentially. And yeah, I'll never forget, I was literally at Hollywood Feed. I think it was the Frisco location, if I'm not, I can't remember what location it was in DFW. And she said, call in and quit. I was like, man, I didn't want to because I'm not that person. I'm going to put my 2 weeks in. I can't, I was like, really? It was so hard for me because I'm like, I get to quit. Fuck yeah, right? But I was like, it was so hard for me to call in because I'm just not that person to say, hey, Alejandro, it was what's funny, Alejandro, but Alejandro was the name of the manager there. And I was like, man, things come up. I made it sound like stuff was going good for me. And I was like, it just came out of nowhere. Like, I hate to leave you guys, but I'm he's like, oh, it's okay, because they're Fogo. They're going to be rocking and roll. They're not going to worry about missing Josh. Such a sweet guy. And he had a high pitched voice. Oh, it's okay, man. You do you. I love it. You take care of you and the family and the wife or whatever. Your girl. Whatever. He's such a sweet guy. And even to the fact that me and Avery in 2021, years after I worked at Fogo, we're in Philadelphia. First get there. Any city we go to is a big thing for us. We love Fogo. Any city that has it will usually make that a dinner one night. We go for Valentine's Day 2021. This is right after COVID, so you still have to wear masks and stupid shit. Point being, it was the day before Valentine's Day. I made reservations well ahead of time. It was packed as a motherfucker. Manager come, I forgot what it was, but however the front house manager I luckily ran into, I was talking to him. And I was like, oh yeah, I worked at the headquarters for Fogo is in DFW. It was at the Addison location. Now it's in Frisco, if I'm not mistaken. So the headquarters, like the main, for Fogo I was there. I was working at the main hub for Fogo. And I was like, yeah, I work for Alejandro. And he was like, oh, Alejandro. Immediately I was like, fuck yeah. I'm so glad. He was like bigwig. Because he was bigwig, our manager at our store. Then he worked his way up even higher into Fogo. Because I brought up his name. You know Alejandro? I'm like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, oh, he's such an awesome guy. And he's like, then next thing you know, he's like looking at the waiters and waitresses, like, take care of this fucking table. He's like, whatever's on the house. And I'm like, that's fucking not like the food, but a dessert. And he got both of us drinks because we were for Valentine's Day, the trip. So we had like 2 drinks for free and a dessert for free, which we always get. Tres Leches, we love Tres Leches. But anyway, it's such a cool. It was so cool that Avery was like, yeah, call and quit. Like just now, call quit. She's like, yeah, you'll get the stock trading down. This was real cool. So she's a baller. She's a beast. That's why I wanted to repay that. I got to the point where I was like, babe, quit. You're done. We all talked about that for years. Like, when is Avery finally going to quit? She quit. She ain't had a job in a year and a half. No job. No. Oh, the camera. Maybe put the camera back on. There's the camera. Hey, everybody. It's me. It's me. Let's see here. But yeah, so I got a lucky one too as well. Plus, she's really hot. Kogu, thank you, brother. Lone Wolf, what's up? We can't. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, guys. I had to turn it back on this side. Here, you want to see me? Oh, you want to fucking see me? You want to see me? There we go. I could have been an actor, you think, right? I could have been an actor, I think. I'm a little too smiley, though. It's hard for me to get serious and stay serious. Like, I can fuck with Avery, and she'll think, like, I can fuck with Avery, and she's like, oh. But I start smiling and laughing. I can't hold, like, it's really hard for me to, like, hold seriousness. Oh, man, I love it. All right, we got Mike. How we doing? It's been a long journey. Yes, it is, Mike. It's a long one. Louis, what are you doing? Louis King. There we go. That's wild. So there we go. All right, cool. Any last questions you guys have for the day? At least for the morning. Oh, look at the bounce play. I know Ollie, I always call her Ollie. Oh, baby girl. I called this out. Fred. Where's Fred Austin Trader? Anyone that was listening earlier. So right now, I'm going to call it, I am 3 for 4 today. And really 3 for 3. I called the breakout. I called the bounce play. I said 24-5. It didn't really bounce there, but it kind of did. And then I told you this was the best one. It's down here. I said, if this hits, it's going to bounce. If this hits, it's... Futures, you fucking better watch out, okay? Because I'm bringing the AK-47 with a sniper on it, all right? I got the little sniper, whatever that shit's called. Okay, I got you in my sights. And I'm zoomed in, baby. I'm gonna knock you out. Because my AK-47 has turned into a big, powerful rifle. Yeah, that's right. You want to know what kind of rifle it is? There we go. I can't stay serious for like 30 minutes. What's the most powerful sniper rifle in the world? This bad mamma jamma. I'm coming in with a 20 millimeter Anzio. That's right. Featuring extreme cannon caliber destructive power for practical military. This is what I'm coming in at you. Is there any cool videos? Yeah, here it is. There it is. Let's go to this guy. Holy shit! That thing's as big as him!
Boom! What is that?
What is that?
20 millimeter sniper rifle. Pull out all of my 20 millimeter rifles.
Holy shit! I want to see you fire this son of a bitch. Come on, baby.
Ready to go. Here we go.
Come on! Woo-hoo-hoo, baby! Watch it, look at that grass just shattered. Alright, I want to see you shoot something big and bad. What's this? What's this right here? Oh, that's a... Whoa, God! Explosion of the head! Headshot! Headshot! I mean, what? What is that? That's like a fucking bomb going off. That's not a fucking sniper rifle. That turned into a missile launcher.
Zombies, if you can get them just all kind of in one straight line, that
Literally, look at that hole. I mean, he just killed 20 zombies.
was pretty spectacular. If you take a look right here, we actually painted the entire side of it with a 20 mil sniper. Also, it seems I still need to make some adjustments on my scope. We actually did not even have a direct hit on the zombie.
I mean, God. I just want to shoot. Can I see you shoot a car? Does a car explode? Yeah, I want to see you shoot a car. Oh, no, he's just running tables over now. I want to see you shoot the car, though. Shoot the truck. Does it explode? Come on. Anyway, options. I'm coming for you with a 20 millimeter Anzio, or whatever you say. That's nasty. That's nasty right there. See, that's kind of close. That's crazy. Last night I wrote target. Let's see if 30 feet away. That's how they killed Godzilla, right? God bless. I will say there's a moment in the Miami Vice. The new. I think they're going to make another one, but the one with Jamie Foxx and Colin Farrell. There's a couple of scenes, like the first of the movie and the end of the movie, where they have that, like, they're snipers. I mean, they're just blowing people's bodies apart too. If y'all remember that scene, I was like, God, I cannot believe they make sniper. Like, I'm just thinking, like, boom, kill them. I mean, head explosion. What? God. I want one, yeah, right, King Lion? Holy mother of Lord. Let's see, PLY. Oh, that's from yesterday. PLYX. That's from yesterday. PLX, whatever it is. PLXY, right? Was it PLXY? Oh, no, PLYX. It is PLYX, okay. All right, team. BIAF is just dead out to the right here, so we're going to at least put PLYX up on watch. I love the dip buy right back down here around 550. And again, we can look at dip buys. 6 down to 540, right? 540, 550. So if this goes up to around 650 and we're almost there, $6 becomes the bounce play for PLYX. Boom! Hey, we did love today. Today was gorgeous. Getting over and looking at futures, MNQ, NQ doesn't really matter. Same essential chart. Right to the dot of what we talked about. Downtrend break didn't hold. Did get a bounce off of it right here. Did go a little lower than I wanted for the bounce at 25 or 24.5, but did get a pretty substantial bounce off of it. Cracked down to here, getting another good sized bounce, but boy, oh, our baby girl's about to be banking even more, and she's looking like she's going to get that $5,000 profit target that she wanted even lower. And where that's going to is right here in the bottom of that downtrend level, and that's, I think, was pretty close to where her target was at for the day. Yes, I am. Yes, King Lion, I am. Ah! Yep, I am. I'm not going anywhere today. Avery's coming home. I've already cleaned most of the house. I'll do a little bit of tidying up, but most of it's already clean. But yeah, I'll be chilling here all day, just waiting for my beautiful wifey to get her ass home. Listen, I love to smack ass, okay? Not men's ass. Oh God, gross. I mean, I would love to know how many times. It's probably like throughout the years. I bet I average 3.7 ass smacks a day to Avery. No lie. 3.7. I have no idea what the number is. It's a lot. It's a lot, though. Let's see here. King Lion had to bank run and make okay was witness. I'll keep it on. Cool. Sounds good, brother. Sounds good. Yeah, I'll be here all day long. I just love. I love my wife. She's hot. She's cool. She's fun. She's a lot like me. We're both dorks. We get a lot, like all this stuff we like, from music to food. There's just so much we have in, like, crazy how much we have in common. So a lot of common ground. That's always good and fun. And yeah, I mean, she's smoking. I mean, you'd want to have your wife think that, and I would imagine a lot of husbands feel that way. But that's just me. I don't know, I get a wife. It's kind of like, hey, it's like, hey, this is my wife. She's mine now. I'm hers. She wants to, and she smacks mine every once in a while. But I'm like, that's my ass. That's my ass. That's my fine ass booty over there. I'm gonna smack that shit. I'm smacking the base, slapping the base there. Kogu, AIFF, missed 270 resistance. Do you think 280 or 290 for a short? Ooh. Yeah, that floor at 280 into 275 is strong. I don't know that she gets over that today, Kogu. Just looking at the chart. What I really love is 310. I like that there's so many wicks and candles and resistance at 310. That would be your favorite one, in my opinion. It's 310, 315. 310 to 315 would be my favorite. It's building the head and shoulders right now, getting a little of that archy look to it. So it's what I don't think it gets over 275, 285. That that area we were just talking about. I don't think it gets higher than that. So good call on the resistance, buddy. Good call. Love to see your progress too, as well, from the over in the Discord, joining the live stream today. Absolutely appreciate you guys, you guys coming on over. Let's go to YouTube TV. You know what? It's that time of the year. It's that time of the day. Ooh, we got O State versus Michigan. Ooh, we got us a game to watch here during lunch hours now. Let's see, YouTube. What do you got coming up here? Got the Players Championship going on right now. So we got coming up, we got the Young and the Restless on. I think I'm going to skip that. We do have on right now games or upcoming games. We got Kentucky and Florida at noon. Love it. We got Charlotte, Alabama, and Birmingham coming up here at noon. So I think the only one on right now, is the Big Ten tournament in 4K. Love that. Fox Sports 4K. Let's go to it. Ohio State.
The 8-9 game obviously is more difficult than the 10-7. Or the 10-7 is more difficult, but...
There we go. O State versus Michigan. All right. It's me, Arsh. All right, any last questions you guys have for the day or morning? Any last questions you guys have for the morning? I had about 50 viewers at one point, 150, 200 views overall for the day. Good little start. Better for me than usual. Mentioning futures, of course, having Pretty Girl on doesn't hurt when someone hovers over, I should say, the live stream, and it starts playing the live stream and they see her. Oh, it's a girl. And she's showing futures charts. Let's click on it. I don't eat lunch, actually. I don't eat everyday, Mike, until about 1. So I won't have food for another couple of hours. It's 11:20 Central Time. I probably won't eat until about 1 to 1:30, my man. What's for lunch today? I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to have. Actually, I do know what I have. Meatloaf sandwich. Have the rest of Ma's meatloaf. Actually had an extra meatloaf from the A-K&R that I froze. You can freeze meatloaf. Thawed it out, cooked it while Avery was gone a couple of nights ago. Tastes just like it Mom cooked it. It tasted just like Mama cooked it. So I have a couple of slices left. Nothing better than a meatloaf sandwich, baby. Meatloaf sandwiches are fucking fire. Put a little slice of Swiss cheese on there. Oh, bro. Instagram, YouTube, trading pages. Here we go. Let's get to it. You need one-on-one help. This is what I talked about earlier. Ollie did it with me. I do one-on-ones with hundreds of people now. I've stopped keeping track at 500. I'm over 500. Yes, individual different traders that I've done one-on-one Zooms with. That what we just did through Zoom. That's how we do one-on-ones. You need help with charting. You need help with trading. Telling you the basics that she's now understanding that I taught her, a couple of years ago. The aha moments start to click. Sign up. You need help with your trading journey. There is nothing I'm trying to do more than to help you guys out. At all. So Prime Trading Investments, I don't know why that link is not working right there, but for some reason that link is not working. So here we go again. There we go. This one I know is going to work. I guess that link may be too old or something like that. But there we go. Head on over, book some lessons with me. No, I didn't. I copied and pasted. Yeah, that one does work. That one does work. This one does work. Yeah. So there we go. Morning alerts, 30 a month. Live stream, 70 a month. Morning pack, or for 6 months, 350. For a year, 700. For both, 1,000. You need one-on-one help. I still haven't upped these from the start of the new year. So take advantage if you want to. Usually these are $400. Usually these are $600. Usually this is $900. Usually this is like $1,500 or $1,600. So the best two deals are these. Book more, you save. And of course, then there's some smaller ones if you just don't have that much money. They're hour-long Zoom sessions. We trade live together. We go over charts together. Again, even which I love recently, me and Aussie Chick have been trading in the morning. PLTR, short. Turb, TURB, long. Bounce play. So short at the top, went for a bounce play. Went long, went short. One large cap, one small cap. You need help. Start investing in yourself. Unfortunately, people don't like to do that. And again, the live stream information, the morning alerts, where I do have someone up millions of dollars. Absolutely bonkers. It's 30 a month. What? 30 a month. That's like signing up for a prop firm and saying, all right, I'll give you 1 month. Let's see if in 1 month you can actually make me a successful stock trader. And where did my... There it is. And then boom. My Instagram, my X, and my YouTube. And here where you can find all the great information that I post. Of course, on Instagram, they're going to have a little bit more of the fun stuff. Dogs, what we're cooking, Avery's beautifulness, etc. Some of me. Definitely stock trading. YouTube, TikTok, nothing but stock trading. Where to invest and what to invest in. Lessons. What I'm trading, my trades, everything else. Yes, Fred. Oh, I will. I'm gonna get them scheduled for you, Fred. When you text last night, like I was saying earlier to whoever it was, Robert, I'm off. When you text me, I ain't doing nothing in my office. I'm gonna book them today at lunch. Like I said, I'm not kidding. When it's 4+ and I leave this office for the day to walk the dogs and then work, I'm done with stocks. I'm done with work. I've worked my 7 to 4. My shift is over. You're good, Fred. Thanks for. I was gonna do that regardless, but yeah, you're like, man. But yeah, I'm not. Just so you guys know, that literally is Fred's like, okay, Josh is telling the truth. I texted him. He said he'd do it. He didn't do it. He was like, he is truly off. He says he doesn't work after 4 or 5. He truly doesn't. He'll talk to you, but he ain't doing no work. Hey, listen, I'm just again trying to be the disciplined person overall in life. Just like, listen, you set rules, stick to the rules. I just think if you do that in stock trading, then you start doing that in the rest of your life, you start living in, a little bit more in the moment, and I love that, you got to take in the present. Present's about to be gone. Every second, there it goes. Never get it back again, right? And so I'm always like that, looking forward to the next adventure. And I think that's one thing where you see that in people that, need to, that struggle, in my opinion, with stress, that struggle with getting by on a day in, day out basis without worrying about something. I don't live about that worry moment. I'm not looking in the past. I'm looking in the future and looking forward to those things of even like dinner tonight, cooking the white chicken, whatever, the chicken white bean chili we're cooking tonight. I'm fucking excited I am about that. Avery home smacking that ass, Just that alone. Building in that excitement. Like, oh yeah, it's Christmas tonight. Oh, it's my birthday tonight. Oh, I get to go to Wally World tonight, as in, vacation. I get to go to the Disney World. Do that. Do more of those. Find those little small things that you amplify and make them bigger and more fun. Like, I can't wait to cook. I love that. I love it. Basketball, just those small little things. Amplify the smaller things in life and live in the present more. Look forward to those things that you can then live the moment in. Like, I couldn't wait all week for Friday. I was all week looking forward to it, but I was living in the moment and getting through Monday through Thursday. Nothing too exciting there, but there's something exciting today for me, right? And so then I'll have something, the next exciting thing that I look forward to. Avery always, when she realizes that now, she used to always get on she'd kind of get on her nerves, and I was like, are you ready for whatever we're going to do? Like, that was coming up, and I talk about it a lot. And we got to do this, and I want to do that, and, whatever it might be. And she just like, you always talk about it. Like, every day. And I'm like, well, yeah, because I'm looking forward to it. And now she gets that. Now that she doesn't work for Hollywood Feed, she doesn't have a boss and clocking in and all these people bitching and complaining because she's a regional and all this good stuff. Cars, I get like these texts that I love. Cars pretty much packed up. Can't fucking wait. Like yesterday, I couldn't wait for yesterday all week long because I knew it was gonna be cooler. In 0 to 60 times, I can get in on my BMW. Like all that kind of stuff. Oh man. Which, by the way, let's go back to that right now. 0 to 60 extreme competition. I unfortunately filmed the first one upside down. Put in chat right now what you think. Unfortunately, some people already know, or they're kind of cheating the system here, or I would say I would do a giveaway. All right, you ready? Here we go. Let's take a listen to it too as well. We'll pause the game. Let you guys take a listen in. Fastest 0 to 60 I got yesterday. I recorded the damn thing upside down. So maybe don't look at the road and just look at my numbers here from the Draggy.
30. 60.
Woo! Woo! I could only get an eighth of a mile in on this stretch before I had to slow down. 0 to 60. 3.36 in a stock X5M competition. But do you know how much fun I had yesterday doing this for like an hour and literally wasted about 100 miles in gas? Like, I started with I think it said 150 miles still empty. When I got done, my ding goes off and I'm like, oh my God, I already need gas. So when it gets to 50 miles, it says fuel reserve. The you need gas comes on for the BMW. It says fuel reserve. I literally just doing these launches over and over and over yesterday burnt. I went from 150 miles still empty. I'm at now in the 40s. I mean, it was just, I can't wait to get some quarter mile times in. But, oh, man, it was an absolute hoot yesterday doing that. Yeah, 3, 6, 0 to 60. Cosmic Rays. Hey, Cosmic Rays, that was what it was. That was what it was until yesterday. And when I got 336, I went, damn, this thing fucking moves. Because here's a 3-4. It was running 3-4s nonstop. It was running 3-4s like it was going out of style. Like, here's another 3-4.
30.
Whoa, only 1-4-4.
60.
There we go. Now let me load up. Here we go.
30. 60.
And this is like a access road. The interstate's right here. It's just nice and flat. So imagine a real track that is really smooth and actually grippy for your tires. I mean, 3-4-4, 3-3s, 3-4s. BMW says it does 3.80-60, and they always lying. This is faster than extreme competition. Like I said, yesterday was about the same speed, I thought. I thought maybe it could be a little faster. I couldn't tell, but it was at least very similar. I never saw these numbers with Eval. Never saw those numbers with Eval. I mean, 7.4 in the 8th mile.
30.
And check out the G's here. Check out the G's. I'm trying to get it stuck here. Look at that. You're talking pulling 1.3 G's. 1.3 G's as you sit back and launch, bro. 6 miles an hour. 6 miles an hour, but 1.3 G-force. Boy, I can tell you something right now, there. That's a beast of a son bitch right there now. That's a beast. Such good advice. Need to appreciate. Yes. Appreciate all. Exactly. I mean, that's why I can't believe my mom never heard this. But I told my mom here, whenever it was, I was like, Mom, that's why they call it the present. Because each day is a present. You know, that's why when you say in class, present, you know, back in the day, maybe
defending the rim. Big mismatch
like,
there.
present.
The board misses.
Sorry, that TV was on. You know, someone in class, you know, present. Avery, present. Ashley, present, right? Enjoy the present. It's called the present for a reason, because it is a present. You're not guaranteed the next day or the next day or the next day. You think you're guaranteed that. You don't know what's going to happen to you today. I have no idea. Draggy Soda. Oh, yeah, King Linus for sure. Love the ninja sound. Oh, yeah, Louis. V8, baby. 4.4 liter twin turbo, pushing out over 600 horsepower, almost 600 pounds of torque. And it really shows about 640 to 6. And when they're dynoed, and the dyno, because it has a dyno thing on it, it shows, which I have a video of that too as well, actually. So you can see a quick little video of this. Check it out. Watch well, why isn't that zooming in on it? What the heck? There we go. Boom. I'll try to get that. There we go. So this was when I just did a small launch to try to get the horsepower and the torque. We get up to about 640 horsepower. And when they've been dynoed, so you can see the horsepower and torque right here. When these are dynoed stock, people are getting like 640, 650. Some people have gotten a little bit higher. So, and then the torque is a little bit higher. BMW has always done that. They got to meet requirements, and they say it's this, but it's actually even higher, and you get faster times. It's a 6140 for me. Yeah. Well, you got to get on the interstate for that. And that's not even that. No offense, that's fun. Dude, like I said, nothing's more fun than a road track. It's the same thing. That's boring now to me. No offense. That's like NASCAR, driving in circles. Give me F1, give me Indy, give me turns, going a $120, going 90. That's where the fun's at, bro. No offense. I'm over the 60 to 140 or the 30 to 1, whatever it is, a 60 to 130. I'm over that. I've done that. Enough of that. Give me turns. Give me a road track. or drifting. I'm done with I'm done with it, but it just gets old. You know what I mean? I do it for like yesterday. I do it for, I'm like, I want a track now. I'm tired of doing this. Just launch, waste gas, waste gas. Oh, let's see here. Next, the thing Josh is going to be. So we happen to see a MiG 20. Yeah, I wish. Oh man, that was my first love of I wanted to be a fighter pilot. Going to Florida, going to Pensacola Beach, seeing the Blue Angels, and hopefully you guys have seen them, and I'll end with a couple of the last videos here. I mean, I don't know if I've shown this off before. We'll go Blue Angels, over pier, and we just I've already typed this in before. Look at this video. I mean, check this out. Tell me this just isn't dope, right? Is this just crazy or what? Where's the guy at the pier that actually filmed? There we go. Check this out. So this is the other angle. So you saw the angle from the beach and all these hundreds of thousands of people over here. Woo! Woo! That's what I want right there. God, I want to be a fighter pilot so bad. Like that. Here's another view of it. I mean, ultra speed, baby. This is the speed of sound right there. Woo! 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 There we go. Gotta love these, breaking the sound barrier right here. Oh, here we go. Here it comes. That's breaking the sound barrier. So every time you see that, it's literally at the speed of sound. Moving at the speed of sound, baby. Now that fucking shit fires me up. Get me in one of those, baby. I want to go 700 miles an hour right now. I want to go fucking fast. Let's see. Here we go, Mike. So I've seen the LPW. What's the LPW doing? Is that one spiking up right now? We'll get away from all this trade. We loved it. It was a great trade today. ELPW. Is this one? Oh, yeah. It's just a slow little pooperoony. Yeah, could pop back up there. Yeah, the reversal possibilities here. Drove M5, M6 coupe with that setup with some. Let me see that move. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I got. I mean, essentially the same thing as an M5, but it's in a 6,000. I mean, imagine that. 6,000-pound SUV. 6,000 pounds. 0 to 60 in the mid 3s, mid 4s. Or mid 3.3s, mid 3.4s. Like I said, I've said this yesterday. I mean, imagine I pull up to that to old Ferraris and Lamborghinis that couldn't even get, they were maybe high 3s, low 4s. We're talking all the way up into the 2000s, like 2005, 10, 7, 8. And I pull up in an X like that SUV, I'm like, I'm going to smoke you. Because that's what I was saying. Imagine if it was tuned, stage 2 tuned downpipe. We're talking stage 2 tuned downpipe, probably literally even after install, $2,000, $2,500 for both. Well, it depends on how good of a downpipe you get, but you don't have to get that nice of one. Regardless, you can be 2 to 3K in extra, that's it. And next thing you know, you're at 700 plus horsepower, running like 2.8s, 2.9s in the 0 to 60. Now you're getting up there with like the Porsche Turbo, 911 Turbo. You know, you're up there with now cars nowadays that barely, you know, it's crazy. This is crazy. It's all fun for me. Let's see. Dump yourself in the middle of nowhere. That's so I get it. Gotcha. Yeah. Tracks are fun. I'm done with I like it, but I've just done that so much. The go fast, and then that it doesn't last that long. Is my point. It's too instantaneous for me. And I knew it. Like me driving and playing Gran Turismo took it to a whole another level. And then especially when I went out on the track in New Orleans. It's done. It's not even close. Going fast and getting up to 150 or whatever is cool. I like it, but the just nonstop hitting the turns, nonstop. Oh, that is where it's at for me. Like I wish I had a track that was like 10 miles, like Nuremberg, over in Germany. It's like 7, 8 miles. Give me that any day of the week over just straight on go fast. Because you have the straightaway there where you do go fast at the very end. Oh, I love the turns. I love it. Getting in and out of gears. It's not just, let's just smash it. Just smash it. It's like being Iron Man versus being Hulk, right? Hulk, just smash it. That's all he does. He has one way to win. It's just uses his brute strength and just hammer shit around. Iron Man's got to use his brain a little bit. You know, he's got those technicals that are going on there. It's not just smash everything. Oh, yeah, same. I always want to be out. That's why I fly tall. Yeah, that's funny. Me too. I wanted the F-14 because it's probably Top Gun and whatever. And then I wanted to be in an F-18 because of the Blue Angels. Yeah, man. Fucking be so cool. God, it'd be so cool. Because then on top of the fact, anytime I'd be in an airplane, I'd never be scared anymore. I'd be like, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to control this plane just fine. Don't you worry. I'd be getting in there like, hey, don't worry. I'm a better pilot than that guy up there. He's all right. I can fly this plane with my toes. And my eyes closed. Oh, man. PLX here, getting into the $6 bounce area. PLYX. Yep. I like this area more. This is the area I like more. This is the area I would go to more so in this. But this area, you can see it's going to try to hold up here. I like 550 more. I still have BIAF at 2. And then we have AIAFF, essentially the same spot, right at 2. Kogu, sorry if I missed your levels. Can you go over? Yep. So BIFF, B. All these. If I can type. All right. Levels on the way down, handsome. Levels on the way down. 220. 2. 180. On the way up. And we're kind of talking about this. Or no, this was AIFF. Same thing. AIFF almost in the same price area, price action as each other. AIFF and BIAF. So getting me fucked up with these AIF plays. Or whatever. And I think that's why I keep going BAIF because of AIFF over here. Resistance on the way up heavy. Same portion. 260 to 270. It's a little bit lower for BIAF. Now on the way up, another one of these 52-week low plays. I should not have actually done that. I just have to zoom in a little bit more here. Yeah, and that's what this is. Same thing. There's this 250-ish area that we're pretty much holding up for the day. It did go a little higher than that. That's going to be hard to get back over this 245, 250 area. And then you can see where this 275 area is coming into play. And then your really strong resistance up top, like AIFF, I think is at 310. This one is at 350. We'll just go back to the 4 hour too, just to see if I see anything differently to change my opinion there. And no, yeah, you can see there's that strong resistance through this area, 350 into 4. There's your 245.50 area. There's your 275.80 area. And there you go. There are your levels for BIAF, BIAF, BIAF. Got it there, Kogu? Kogu! Remember those old Yahoo commercials. Wasn't it called Yahoo? Those milks that you could get? Those little, with the yellow labeling? Alrighty. Alrighty, team. Alright, cool. Got the live stream going. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Yep, yeah. Yeah, I forgot what it's. Yoo-hoo. I was like, it could be Yahoo because Yahoo's Yahoo. I don't think it could be Yahoo. I remember those, though. Yoo-hoos. That's what they were called. I drank one a year ago. Oh, they're still around. They are gross. They are gross. Oh, it's hilarious. They were good when I was a kid. Colored water. Yeah, exactly. They're colored water. That's hilarious. Because what's funny, because Lone Wolf, you love chocolate milk. And like we all say, if you're going to make chocolate milk, get you some damn Hershey syrup. Get you some milk. Make you some chocolate syrup, okay? Or make you some chocolate milk. That's the best way. That's the best way. Get you some Hershey's syrup. Real deal penny stock, just about, yeah, like sub $1. I know, Merlin. I'll take the break off the mic. Guys, great day. Great day. Had a good stream, the dual stream interview with Ollie. I might actually, I'm trying to think about what to post today. Oh, that's right. I'm going to do that post today I'm going to do the drive-in experience. So we do have BIF. I'm going to do this. We're going to put BIAF here. BIAF. Why am I putting buyer? BIF here. We're going to put all the stocks kind of tight. Merlin, stop. You keep getting... Ah, you're so annoying. This guy. This goober. He's a owner surrender kind of rescue. So we're still working with this big goober over here. It doesn't matter over here because what I'm about to do is this. What I'm about to do is this. I know you guys are going to love this right here now. This is what I'll be posting today. The shortened version of this, and not all the chit chat at first, but I'll let you guys take a little watch of the track and the drive from the AKNR and exactly what I was talking about just a couple of minutes ago to King Lion. And this right here. This is the real deal. Speaking of real deal, you'll get your straightaway to go fast. You'll see the cars zooming by here in a minute. But, taking the turns. And that's why I wish this track was longer and bigger. That sounded kind of weird and gross. Probably something a woman has said today. Anywho, I will be back here. We're going to do, as always, there's your 6 bounce. It's coming down a little bit, came a little bit lower there. But it is trying to bounce at 6. I'm going to take a break off the mic. Probably get some stuff done around the house. Get the house tidied up a little bit more. Finish laundry, too. I want to do some laundry, wash some covers and some sheets and shit. Make our bed smell good. I have been sleeping with dogs all week, truly. Not only myself being a dog. A good dog, no. But I had multiple dogs sleeping in bed with me, so I'm sure their sheets are hairy and probably don't smell as good as after they come right out of the washing machine. Saline girl, you heard that. You said that before. You need bigger and longer. I'm tired of dealing with these little shrunkettes. You added me in the other chat. See, I'm in. There you go. You got to see me in the other chat. I mean, that's hilarious. Later. Yep. Cool. I'm out, team. I'm going to play this for fun so you guys can watch a little track experience. I will be back here probably right around an hour and 15 minutes from now. 2 p.m. Eastern. I'll jump back on the mic to see what we got moving, if anything. Stay live, go live about 15, 20 minutes or so. Jump back off the mic for a little bit. And then come back and do some power hour fun. See if we have anything moving. Maybe just talk stocks, get ready for Friday night. Stream the Traders Anonymous. I hope you guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend if you're out. I hope you enjoyed the day for any of those that are still here. I know some have already obviously moved on from here earlier. I appreciate every one of you joining today. It's an honor to do this. Like I said, I love doing this. This is trying to teach you guys, and so you guys can learn something, whether it's one thing or maybe multiple things every day. Maybe it's something you haven't heard before, and you got to go back and rewatch it over and over and over, or just those little tidbits. Like I said, hey, make every day a happy. Find something like Salem was like, yeah, find those little things to look forward to. It's those things that make your life even better and happier. So hope you enjoyed the stream. Again, thank you all for coming over here. Try to do these every Friday for free. Some Fridays will be free, some Fridays won't. And if you ever see me finally live later in the day, what I usually do, of course, I already have the links out there. I'll put them out there again when I'm done yapping. I have my live stream. It's a paid stream, $70 a month, $350 for 6 months, $700 for the year, $700 for a full year. It's really cheap. At the end of the day, I go live, but I put it public, so it goes from unlisted to public, so that way you guys can then actually go watch it that don't have the paid live stream. So you can rewind and see what I traded for the day, or what we went over, what lessons I did, and try to soak it in. It's hours and hours of the work to put in. It's going to school, which is going to the stock market, finding your time of the day of when you go to school. You didn't go to school back in the day. You had a certain, all day, right? You had a certain time you went to school. Find that time you go to school. You did homework in grade school pretty much every day for the most part for years on end. Track, journal, chart, do homework. Then do all the extra work if you want to get better. Those kids that push and strive to get a little bit better, especially when it comes to sports. They're hitting the gym when it's not practice. They're going in when they don't have an allotted time that they have to be there. They're doing it because they want to do it. They want to be in there. They want to get extra time in. They want to get the studying and learning in. That's what I'm talking about. We're going back and watch, you're tracking, your journaling and charting. We'll put my live stream on. Let's just go listen to what Josh did today. Saline, yes, you're welcome, Mike, as well. Futures, there you go. Hey, I knew some of you would love it because the future's into things. I knew some of you would love it. You got it, Cosmic Rays. William Edwards just popping in to say what's up. Oh, it's Will I Am. From Washington, the state of Washington. That's one thing I've never got of when people are like, where are you from? And they say Washington, and people ask D.C. They would say D.C. if they're from D.C. People from Washington, D.C. don't say they're from Washington. And you just know the people that ask that have got to feel like complete morons, and I don't know how you wouldn't. Well, which one? The state. D.C.'s D.C. You don't say fucking Washington, you just Washington. You say Washington, D.C. Oh, I never get, when people say that, I'm like, I want to look at them and be like, you an idiot. What's 5 plus 5? It's 10, right? But what's up, Will I Am? Been around for a minute. Been around for many a years, Will I Am has been. Thank you for coming over, bud. It's the end of the day. Rewind. The dual stream was great. It's a slow day in the small caps, and the large caps had the big dumperoonie, which we were going over with the futures trader, and she killed the short. And then we talked about the bounce play, which was also really good. All right, so I don't want these on both of them since we actually can put both charts there. Let's just see if the SPY and everything continues to go down for the day, because it does look like we want to chase down and go for new lows. So we'll keep that on watch right here. Let's get the track. This is me at the AKNR. Guys, if you want to learn from me in person, I will be putting together another AKNR really soon. I've done 3. One last January, one last August, and I just did one in February. The first one was in Arkansas and Hot Springs. The second one in August of last year was in Dallas, Texas. This one was in New Orleans, Louisiana. Spreading them out, traveling, going to different places, just for, for fun of it, to make things a little bit different, but also just because there's different things to do in those different states or cities. If you want to up your stock trading game and learn from me in person, which again, especially this last one was very beneficial because we really did more hands-on, getting with them at their trading setup type of work, it's by far the best experience you're going to get. Besides doing one-on-ones live with me, as in doing the Zoom sessions, watching someone live is like, okay, my morning alerts and people giving you levels to trade here. Watching someone stream live, takes it to like right here. And then doing one-on-ones takes it to like right here. You know, it's that much better for you. And then, of course, then in person, right, it's the best. So if you need help, I will put information out soon. I just want to tease that I will be doing at least 2 of these a year, and if not, definitely more. I'll have another one later on this year. We're still trying to figure out dates and location and etc. But that will be coming up for sure. Cosmic Rays, Mike, Saline, Will.i.am, Kogu, Lone Wolf for coming over, handsome brother. I was trying to hook you up there, Lone Wolf. She's a pretty girl, love her. She's a good girl too. She's sweet. She can cook. You know, she's got a little that zesty, feisty little Mexican side in her that she loved to mention, right? She's a good girl. She's a good girl. I was trying to hook you up. King Lion for coming on over. Thank you guys for coming today. Fred, Mr. Austin Trader, Aussie Chick, if you're still out there. Anyone, of course, I'll go way back in time to where I can't go back any further, which actually is just about an hour ago because we've had that much chat today. Louie the Lightning Bug coming over. F. Carey coming over today. And you guys chatting it up, which I absolutely love that today. Y'all were chatting it up big time. Not only just while she was talking, just keeping the chat going and fluid. It looks like I had a lot of motherfucking people here today. Lone Wolf, yes, hey, y'all, because she didn't want to mention. She went through went through a bad breakup. It's like, it was perfect for you all, but y'all both been through some struggles. Stock trading, relationships. You're like, damn it, y'all deserve each other. I was like, y'all are perfect for one another. Yeah, she's a cool girl. I like her a lot. But yeah, I started doing one-on-ones with her like July, August of 2024. And to see that growth is so beautiful. It's so cool to see. Yeah, just to listen to her talk earlier, I felt like I was listening to a different, it's just like, it was so cool. It was so awesome to hear her language and etiquette and the overall in stock trading where it's got to, and the terminology is just, wow, love it. King Lion, my other Florida boy. My Florida boys, a lot of you that are on the live stream from Florida. You guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. I will see you all back on Money Monday for the paid live streamers. For the free guys, try to do another one of these dual streams next Friday so you can tune in. And still, those sticking around because I'm not going anywhere. I'm about to put some jams on for you guys. Actually, first I'm going to play this badass clip of me going around the track at 354 miles an hour. Then I'll put on some jams for you so you have something to listen to during lunch hours. Be back here at 2 p.m. Eastern for a lunch Brizzy Breaky Downy. Lost boys, lost girls. I'll see you then. Funny, look at the term when I say lost boys, lost. Look at the dogs get up. Look at all the doggos. Look at them. Oh, as soon as they lost boys, lost girls, they know. Like, all right. When I say the all right, got the little ones getting up. It's so funny. They're like, all right. Uh-oh. Someone took a shit. I can smell it. I gotta pick up a shit. All right. I guarantee you, I'm gonna come back in here and it said, "Yep, I just picked up a shit." God dang it, son of a bitch.
In that car. Everything is the same as your first drive. Double yellows lift, red's braking. I'll tell you when to release the brakes. The orange L-shaped cones tell you to turn in your side or my side. That green cone does not mean go. It just represents the middle of the turn. 3 feet inside the track line on both sides at all times, and 3 feet away from the cones and the curbs. If you hear me say watch that track edge, that just means you're getting a little close to the track edge.
Sorry if I do sometimes. I'm always doing, like I said, playing those Grand. Hey, no shit. Someone just farted, and I think it was Merlin. If you have dogs, you know that burnt almost. It's like someone took a shit. Whew. It still was lingering in here when I look. As soon as I walk out of the office, it usually should get stronger because I'm getting closer to it. And then as soon as I walked out, I didn't smell anything. I was like, yes, thank God. It's someone just farted. All right, anyway, I just want to update you. I got lucky there. See you guys back in a bit. Prisma and all those little racing simulator games. I try to get as close as I can. I was like, oh, 3 feet. Oh man, I'm burning those, sometimes, But.
Absolutely. 3 feet for us though gives us a little bit of wiggle room.
Yeah.
If for some reason the back wiggles and we're 3 feet inside that track line, nothing bad's probably going to happen. But if we're within a foot and we wiggle and drop one in the dirt, bad things are going to happen.
Yeah. I feel like we're saying, like you were saying with Lambo, but which Cassandra's even saying, she's like, yeah, you see, it's pretty much the same thing you did, and I was like, man, that's cool on the straightaway, but I just want to handle those turns more. Like it's so fun to get in those turns and really hammer it. And you're like, wow, like we did the ride along and how he was hammering in the Hellcat, and I was like, this handles way better than I thought it would in those turns.
For it to be such a big, heavy car, it does well. You can definitely see why a lot of people that are inexperienced crash those cars, and why they get stolen a lot.
Yep. Yeah, for that price, you're getting a lot.
You really are. You got back seats, you got a trunk. It's a really fast grocery getter.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So do you travel to all these or just certain ones? How do y'all do this?
Certain ones. So we're all of us instructors are independent contractors. We pick and choose the ones that we would like to go to.
How many do you usually? How many a year do you do?
Me, about 25 per year. I retired a couple years ago, so this is just a retirement job for me.
Yeah, a fun one.
Absolutely. My son's an instructor out here with me, so that's cool.
Awesome.
We get to travel together.
Yeah, that's cool.
Kind of very cool since he moved out. This is a way we can kind of keep in touch. And
see each other.
Absolutely.
That's awesome. Where's he at? Where's he live now?
He actually lives here in Baton Rouge. His wife is in a grad school program there at LSU, so I'm staying with him while I'm in town and eating a lot of good food around here.
Yeah. So I told the people that I'm with, we're doing, like I said, a stock trading event, and I was like, hey, should have weighed ourselves before we got here, and how much do we weigh when we leave?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I know I put on some weight. Yeah, it's good stuff, good food. And yeah, this is such a good time. This is kind of how we're into the week, and we leave out tomorrow, so this was a...
Oh, awesome. What a great way to finish your work week.
Yeah, literally, right? Get out and have some fun, then go down to Bourbon Street, French Quarter District, get some good grub.
Awesome. Yeah. That is awesome.
Glad to have you as my teacher, my man.
Yeah, I'm glad to be with somebody that's keeping me safe out here. Like I said, we never know what we're gonna get. So
I know, yeah. That's even one of my guys was like, man, they don't check your background or nothing. How do you know they just had 50 wrecks, you know?
Absolutely. Pretty crazy. I have customers get in the car all the time. I'm like, hey, are you a little nervous? Yes. I'm like, you're not as nervous as I am. I promise you that.
Yeah, my palms aren't even sweaty. Like, I love doing this. I'm like, yeah, I can't wait. Yeah. So yeah, this is, and yeah, I mean, as much as I'd want to use those paddles, just until you even know that course, it handles so well. Like the instructor, the teacher was saying in the training video, like they drive so well on auto. You don't even need to be worried about doing pedals and slowing yourself. Because I'm doing that already in my the M5 or whatever competition. You always want to kind of slow yourself down, but because of that, I'm like, no brake dust, no brake dust.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
But yeah, no, it's crazy how these handle.
They do everything better and faster than we can with the technology they have built in them. It's pretty phenomenal.
Y'all have personal competition of who has the best track time and lap time on these?
No, not really. I mean, we're just an experience center. We're not a racing program, unfortunately. So, I mean, we have to treat these cars with respect, just like you all do. I mean, if something were to happen and I was out there pushing the limits and took this car off track, I'm either going to pay a lot of money or lose my job or both. So it's just not worth it.
Or again, lives have always are at stake there too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Awesome. We're gonna roll out with 17 and create our gap as we roll.
So don't stop, just go, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We'll get about a 5 to 7 car gap. That way we have some room to play.
See how because you're looking. I was naturally wanting to do this.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you're used to it in your private car, absolutely.
Yes, yeah.
So once he gets the last car on track call, he will pick up the pace.
Okay.
We'll roll on a little bit of power here. We've got a white 88 on the other side of the track that's going to trickle in. We're going to maintain your side of the track all the way down to that orange L. Good deal. You can just maintain this speed to the orange, turn back into the green. Staying on my side of the track all the way to the next orange L. Nice and smooth all the way down my side. Working back into the green on your side. We are back on track in a Ferrari 488. All the way down to the orange L on your side. Just let it roll at this speed back into the middle of the track. Beautiful. Nice and smooth. Start wide, come back tight to green my side. I'll let you know when he makes that call. Back out wide, rolling on a little power. Accelerate to the yellows. Lift power back into the green. Lift power. He's still waiting on the call.
All right.
Back into green, your side. Rolling on power, your side. Beautiful. Back into green, mine. That is super smooth. My side of the track to the fast car on track, but he should be picking up his pace. Add a little bit. Orange, back into green, my side. Working out wide to orange. We'll lift power back into green, my side, nice and tight. Start unwinding that wheel, rolling on a little power. As much power here as you like, all the way to the yellow. Into the green, very well done. My side of the track to the orange L, nice and smooth. Back into green. Your side, add a little gas. Your side of the track to the orange. You're gonna grab brakes here. Release back into the middle of the track. We'll maintenance throttle here. Maintain back into my side. You have walked away from everybody, my friend. Your side, rolling on power. Accelerate to the yellow. Lift power. Orange back into my side to the next orange. A little bit of power. Go back into green. Nice and smooth. Tighten it up on your side. Beautiful. Add a little bit. Back into green. My side. Like that track in. Beautiful. My side to the orange. Nice and smooth. Back into the green. Adding some throttle. Accelerate through the key here. Your side of the track. Nice. Going all the way to the orange. Add those brakes. Nice and firm. Beautiful. Bleed off of them. Let it roll. Back in tight to my side. All the way to the orange. My side. Back into the green on yours. You are crushing this, my friend. Your side of the track to the orange. Lift power back into the green. Working out wide. Beautiful. Nice and tight back to my side. As we pass this green, start working out to your side. Rolling on power. Unwind that wheel. More power. Oh, my friend. Of it into the green, my side, tons of grip here. My side of the track to the orange. Working back to the green, add a little bit. Nice. Your side of the track to the orange L. We're going to grab brakes in the red. Squeeze those brakes. Release. Middle of the track here. Patient on power. Working back tight to my side and then out to your side of the track. Add that power. Unwind that wheel. Full throttle to the yellow. Lift power back in the green. My side of the track all the way to the orange. Nice. Smooth in the green. And a little bit. Your side. Back in the green. Mine. And a little bit. Nice. Done. Orange. Back in the green. Accelerate with this kick here. Out wide to your side. Orange. Grab brakes forward straight. We'll bleed off of them into the green. Add a little bit. Beautifully done. We're going to follow this Hellcat into the pits.
Oh, let me go 10 more, baby. Come on.
I know, it never gets old. You crushed that, my friend.
My goal was because I ride along the guy, there was a Lambo behind us, so impressive to him. He actually kept up like I did, and so that's my goal. I want to do what I just did, and so.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Thanks
you
to an
crushed
instructor
that.
like you, bro.
There's nobody behind us forever. Nice drive,
bro. Yeah, that's why I was like, I want that again. I know I'm gonna kill it more again. Back to like I would play that game, and I played it. And you get 3 laps in, you get 5. Now I can start passing people because now I know a track. Oh, yeah. I need 20 of these.
Yeah. behind this Hellcat.
Okay.
But we'll be front of the pack, which is always awesome because that last group,
yeah, it was like the last go-kart.
we were weaving through some traffic. Looks like they're doing some training in that car. Everything is the same as your first drive. Double yellows lift, reds braking. I'll tell you when to release the brakes, the orange L-shaped cones. Tell you to turn in your side or my side. That green cone does not mean go. It just represents the middle of the turn. 3 feet inside the track line on both sides at all times, and 3 feet away from the cones and the curbs. If you hear me say watch that track edge, that just means you're getting a little close to the track edge.
Sorry if I do sometimes. I'm always with doing, like I said, playing those Gran Turismo and all those little racing simulator games. I try to get as close as I can. I was like, oh, 3 feet. Oh man, I'm burning those. Sometimes. But,
absolutely. 3 feet for us though gives us a little bit of wiggle room.
Yeah.
If for some reason the back wiggles, and we're 3 feet inside that track line, nothing bad's probably going to happen. But if we're within a foot and we wiggle and drop one in the dirt, bad things are going to happen.
Yeah. I feel like you're saying, like we were saying with you were saying with Lambo, but which like Cassandra's even saying, she's like, yeah, it's pretty much the same thing you did, and I was like, man, that's cool in the straightaway, but I just want to handle those turns more. Like it's so fun to get in those turns and really hammer it. And you're like, wow, like we did the ride along and how he was hammering in the Hellcat, and I was like, this handles way better than I thought it would in those turns.
For it to be such a big, heavy car, it does well. You can definitely see why a lot of people that are inexperienced crash those cars, and why they get stolen a lot.
Yep. Yeah, for that price, you're getting a lot.
You really are. You got back seats, you got a trunk. It's a really fast grocery getter.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So do you travel to all these or just certain ones? How do y'all do this?
Certain ones. So we're all of us instructors are independent contractors. We pick and choose the ones that we would like to go to.
How many do you usually? How many a year do you do?
Me about 25 per year. I retired a couple years ago, so this is just a retirement job for me.
Yeah, a fun one.
Absolutely. My son's an instructor out here with me, so that's cool.
Awesome.
We get to travel together.
Yeah, that's cool.
Kind of very cool since he moved out. This is a way we can kind of keep in touch.
And see each other.
Absolutely.
That's awesome. Where's he at? Where's he live now?
He actually lives here in Baton Rouge. His wife is in a grad school program there at LSU, so I'm staying with him while I'm in town and eating a lot of good food around here.
Yeah. So I told the people that I'm with, we're doing, like I said, a stock trading event, and I was like, hey, should have weighed ourselves before we got here, and how much we weigh when we leave.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I know I've put on some weight. Yeah, it's good stuff, good food. And yeah, this is such a good time. This is kind of how we're into the week, and we leave out tomorrow, so this was
Oh, awesome. What a great way to finish your work week.
Yeah, literally, right? Get out and have some fun, then go down to Bourbon Street, French Quarter District, get some good grub.
Awesome. Yeah. That is awesome.
Glad to have you as my teacher, my man.
Yeah, I'm glad to be with somebody that's keeping me safe out here. Like I said, we never know what we're going to get. So
I know, yeah. That's even one of my guys was like, man, they don't check your background or nothing. How do you know they just had 50 wrecks,
Absolutely. Pretty crazy. I have customers get in the car all the time. I'm like, hey, are you a little nervous? Yes. I'm like, you're not as nervous as I am. I promise you that.
Yeah, my palms aren't even sweaty. I love doing this. I'm like, I can't wait. Yeah. So yeah, this is, and yeah, I mean, as much as I'd want to use those paddles, just until you even know that course, that it handles so well. Like the instructor, the teacher was saying in the training video, like they drive so well on auto. You don't even need to be worried about doing pedals and slowing yourself. Because I'm doing that already in my the M5 or whatever competition. You always want to kind of slow yourself down, but because then I'm like, no brake dust, no brake dust.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
But yeah, no, it's crazy how these handle.
They do everything better and faster than we can with the technology they have built in them. It's pretty phenomenal.
Y'all have personal competition of who has the best track time and lap time on these?
No, not really. I mean, we're just an experience center. We're not a racing program, unfortunately. So, I mean, we have to treat these cars with respect, just like you all do. I mean, if something were to happen and I was out there pushing the limits and took this car off track, I'm either going to pay a lot of money or lose my job or both. So it's just not worth it.
Or again, lives have always are at stake there too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Awesome. We're going to roll out with 17 and create our gap as we roll.
So don't stop, just go, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We'll get about a 5 to 7 car gap. That way we have some room to play.
See how because you're looking. I was naturally wanting to do this.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you're used to it in your private car, absolutely.
Yes, yeah.
So once he gets the last car on track call, he will pick up the pace.
Okay.
We'll roll on a little bit of power here. We've got a white 88 on the other side of the track that's going to trickle in. We're going to maintain your side of the track all the way down to that orange L. Good deal. You can just maintain this speed to the orange, turn back into the green. Staying on my side of the track all the way to the next orange L. Nice and smooth all the way down my side. Working back into the green on your side. We are back on track in a Ferrari 488. All the way down to the orange L on your side. Just let it roll at this speed back into the middle of the track. Beautiful. Nice and smooth. Start wide, come back tight to green my side. I'll let you know when he makes that call. Back out wide, rolling on a little power. Accelerate to the yellows. Lift power back into the green. Lift power. He's still waiting on the call.
All right.
Back into green, your side. Rolling on power, your side. Beautiful. Back into green, mine. That is super smooth. My side of the track to the orange. Working back into the green. Rolling on some power here. Accelerate. Working out to your side. Nice. Going down to the orange. Grab a little brake. Release. Back into green. Beautiful. My side to the orange. And back into the green. I have not heard last car on track, but he should be picking up his pace. Add a little bit. Orange. Back into green. My side. Working out wide to orange. We'll lift power back into green. My side. Nice and tight. Start unwinding that wheel. Rolling on a little power. As much power here as you like. All the way to the yellow. Into the green, back into green, my side, nice and tight. Start unwinding that wheel, rolling on a little power, as much power here as you like, all the way to the yellow. Off of it, turning into the green. Very well done. My side of the track to the orange L. Nice and smooth. Back into green. Your side, add a little gas. Your side of the track to the orange. We're going to grab brakes here. Release back into the middle of the track.